Alright, that indeed is an excellent track for the opening of the stream. It's the hero track from Fulgora. Pretty epic. Hello everybody, welcome to the stream. On the second part of our mega mission to get military science up and running, so we can go laser turrets, so we can annihilate more biters without annihilating the biter bases. But we can claim more resources with those things, and that also gives us a way to basically keep this base active as we will be going to other planets in the future somewhere. Not too far away, you would think. We are literally 3 techs away from being able to research rocket silo, but as mentioned, we will sidetrack to laser turrets if I can find them. Those will be starting to be researched as soon as I can get my hands on the military science. So we are doing no sidetracks, Mr. MP DevP. Just watching a VOD where Mike got sidetracked while getting sidetracked. Might as well see the continuation live. You won't see any of that in this stream. We are setting up military science with military discipline. No distractions whatsoever. Surprisingly, we succeeded to do that for the walls part, which we've got the basics for up and running here. Nicely symmetrically set up stone brick smeltery with the usual ratio of 13 smelters in a row, because that is how many you need, right? To smelt away a belt of stone into bricks, right? Everybody knows that. It's 13 in a line. The biggest pain was setting up all those mining patches. It's good there in the forest, that will absorb pollution nicely. But it's also a little bit difficult to build that. And if it's not located in the forest, the patches were literally located onto active biter bases, which we needed to defend against spitters while building the mining patches. Lots of fun. Or it was just super distant, and we had to bring that all the way over here. But we did it. We've got 8 belts of stone, enough for 720 military science per minute. I'm standing right now at the 4 stone belts, and as any normal person would do, we have 2 options. We can either make the walls right here and just build a single belt of wall back to our base, but as you might be able to see, there's a suspiciously looking track of a 4 belt wide array that goes all the way up into my base. So yeah, looks like we are bringing the 4 belts of bricks to the base and making the walls there instead. I am not going to reload anymore. The intro scenes are going to be part of the stream now, or part of the progress now, because we are getting to the stage where the techs are getting ridiculously expensive. This is like, even at 1000 science per minute, this takes 5 hours to complete. This takes 5 hours to complete. This takes 17 hours to complete. So yeah, it starts to be a bit painful now. Laser turrets though, 2.5 hours only. Then we can start making them and we can start developing a plan. We cannot really use them right out of the box though. We will need at least some of the cheaper shooting speed and perhaps damage upgrade as well. 1 damage upgrade and 2 shooting speed upgrades is what I'm aiming for. That adds another 250k to the cost, so 400k cost for laser turrets. About 6.5 hours to research our initial laser damage package. So yeah, what will we research after concrete? Is it going to be low density? I think we don't really have a use for that. Or is it going to be rocket fuel? Rocket fuel also don't really has a use, so I suppose we'll do low densities first. We can set that up. Rocket fuel is easier to set up, it's just light oil. While this we need to mine specific resources for it. So yeah, let's go with that. We've got blue chips already. Blue chips, low densities and rocket fuel are the 3 things required for the rocket parts. We've already prepared space platform foundations, especially during the research of concrete. Let's have a look at that. We have been stashing up tons and tons of steel because right at the moment we are not using any steel up here, which is going to engines. This is all completely idle because concrete is the last technology we need which does not require blue signs. So this is completely idle, and all of the steel for engines, a full belt almost, is going to go in these chests. We have collected 500k steel already and 150k copper cable. We just started collecting that. So we will be able to make quite a bit of space platforms as soon as we unlock the rocket silo. As soon as we start researching low density structures, we're just gonna trickle in steel again, as we've been doing all game. But that was a huge boost. Red chip chests, we went from 85k to about 330. So that is good as well. That is gonna be enough buffer to keep blue signs going for the rest of the game, I think. Yeah, so we're gonna start the stream off with doing walls, bringing the walls back to home. I've got enough belts. I really got enough belts. I think I have enough belts to bring everything back home. Let's just make a little bit of space here. And then we go do the other 2, grenades in the north and red ammo on the right side. We might start with the red ammo, the new recipe, which has become almost twice as cheap compared to what you're used to. If you haven't updated to the latest experimental Factorio version yet, red ammo cost has been changed to suit making red ammo on space platforms to make it more viable. Instead of needing 5 copper and 1 steel per red magazine, now you make 2 red magazines with 1 steel, and the copper cost has been cut by in 5 basically, 1/5 of the copper cost and half of the steel cost. So quite a significant resource save for red ammo. Overall for military science, not too much of a resource save. 3 1/4. We save 3 1/4 resources on the 24.5 it used to cost, so now it still costs like 21 1/4 resource per science pack. Because grenades and walls both are more expensive than red ammo, used to be. So the cheapest ingredient got cut in half, but you get 2 science packs per 1 piercing round. So the cost savings to military science are not game breaking or anything. How long stream about to be? Pretty long, probably. I'm going to try to. I want to get military science up and running. I want to start researching laser turret at least. Thanks Jaap Marcus for the 11-month subscription. We just catch up with chat. Hey Odium. Would it be worth paving walkways? I'm not walking too much in the same distance, and not anymore. We now got the running armor, so we can be as fast as we like. If I get any faster, I will just bump into things anyway. Streams in 4K, I wish. I mean, the thing is, I don't have, like, I do half of my streams of mobile data, and in one of my 2 home locations, the internet, the Wi-Fi is quite wobbly, so no chance, I think, for 4K streams in the near future. Not before making 4K videos, at least. Right. I think I caught up with most of it. What's the situation with the laser turret push? Yeah, we're going for it. We're working on it. Military science is about the same size to set up as blue science. As a reference for blue science, we've got these 2 iron patches to smelt this much steel for engines, and then we got these 2 iron patches to make gears and pipes for engines. That's all just for engines. So here's the pipes and gears assembly area. Then we make engines right here. Sulfur though is quite tiny. It's just this is just sulfur. And then we got red chips. Red chips are being made, they are being made here, which is quite a bit of setup as well. Green chips and copper cable for red chips is being made here. And then the resources are being mined from 3 patches up here. This one, which was the big one, it used to be 13 million. We got 4 million left in this patch. This patch over here. And this patch over here. That's all copper for red chips now. And iron for red chips we're mining from this patch, and that's also dwindling. So we are also mining from this patch a bit. That's all for red chips. So that's kind of the scale of the things we're doing. We started with military science with 5 stone mines. 1 over here. 2. 3. Alright. The big one, 4. And then the distant one, 5. Red ammo has 3 patches dedicated to it, and grenades has 2 or 3 patches dedicated to it. So yeah, we got quite a bit of work to do. Alright, after concrete, let's just put the stuff in the queue as I want to have it. We're gonna go damage, shooting speed, shooting speed. So this is the package I want to have for lasers. 1 damage upgrade gives me 20% damage for 100k. Shooting speed gives me 10% DPS increase for 50k, so it's the same. And shooting speed 2 gives me 20% again for 100k, so it's also the same. These are all worth the same. Technically, I should probably do shooting speed 1 first, because that finishes sooner, but we won't be attacking anyway. Damage is free, a free damage upgrade, but shooting speed is not free. The DPS is the same, but you shoot more often, and laser turrets consume energy per shot. So this will come with a power increase. So I guess technically damage is better then. Damage 2, however, 20% damage increase for 200k. So that is twice the science cost per damage increase. So we're probably better off doing the shooting speed upgrades first. Plus 30% for 200k. And plus 40%, also plus 30% for 200k, whereas the damages go quite expensive, 300k for 30% and then 400k for 40%. But once we have these initial ones, we're gonna be good to go for at least the nearby nests, and then we can continue doing rocket stuff. So I hope to God that I can at least start laser turrets before I finish low density structures. That is the goal. But yeah, we'll just drag these to the front as soon as we have military science up and running. So yeah, that is the tech order gonna be. I'm gonna make a save here. That was 23 minutes of progress, which now I don't want to lose anymore. First time intro screen counts to progress. So it's not really AFK progress, but it's also not really like we're doing stuff in the game progress. I like to limit that, at least. What planet are you planning on traveling to first after Norvis? I still haven't decided yet. I would like to go Fulgora first, because it's the not obvious choice. You can go Glebba first for the biolabs, the Glebben biters, or strafers, or stompers, or whatever they're called. As a collective army, they are, of course, a bit of a pain to deal with. As evolution, I will go up there pretty fast as well, and we haven't got any defensive options, so it's not really the obvious choice. It is the most powerful choice though for the biolab, basically the science doubler. We can basically make 2k SPM with these guys if we can unlock them. It does require purple science though, which I don't have, as well as 1 million purple science packs, which is going to be a bit hard to get, I suppose. The obvious choice is Vulcanus, because, well, the artillery tech is locked behind Vulcanus. Cliff explosives are also locked behind Vulcanus. And Vulcanus in general is the easiest planet to set up mass production on, provided you can clear the demolishers. I'm considering going military 3 to get rid of the small demolishers. It's only useful for small demolishers, the poison capsules that is, I'll get into that. It's only useful for the small demolishers, but it will be quite useful to clear all small demolishers to get a large enough area. It's only quote-unquote 100k signs. And indeed, somebody asked about that while the intro screen was playing. You can easily kill small demolishers with only poison capsules, as long as you can outrun the small demolisher. You just aggro him, then just from a distance by placing something in his, like just throw one poison capsule on top of him, then just start stacking them up, and you can basically defeat a demolisher with one stack of poison capsules. Really cheap compared to taking them out with turrets. Like gun turrets are okay against demolishers normally too, but that usually hinges on having like several of these damage upgrades and shooting speed upgrades researched, which we don't have. So poison capsules might be good for Vulcanus. Volgora though does not have enemies, is a pain to set up, is a pain to build large in. We will need elevated railways very likely to set up anything substantial on Volgora, which is also 100k purple signs, but 100k purple signs is not a million purple signs like for Biolabs, so that is 10 times more achievable, I would say. And also I have never built a rail ramp yet in my Factorio career, so I'm kinda curious to try that out. My new player experience missed purple signs on Norvis, so we had to make do with bots in some weird way, and we never did it. You need to kill Nest for glamour. It might block achievement. Ah, the Biolabs, right? Yeah, you need to capture a biter spawner. Does that count as destroying? Let's read the letter of the law. Destroy your first enemy structure using artillery. The problem is I cannot test it in editor mode, because as soon as I enter editor mode, of course the achievements all become invalid. Alright, so that's a risk. That's a... If converting it to a captive spawner counts as destroying, that is going to be a problem. If that invalidates the achievement, that's a risk we simply cannot take. It doesn't sound like it will trigger, because it specifically says destroy. But you know, how it's worded and how it's coded can be very different, so I don't think I want to risk that. Probably Volgora. Let's say Volgora for now. Turrets eat like 1000 ammo per worm. But that, yeah, that is probably like with a lot of damage upgrades. I don't have a lot of damage upgrades here. Isn't aircraft counted as a structure? Yeah, that pollution or like spores, I suppose, also could be quite a danger. Because we cannot get rid of... we cannot choose where to produce pollution or spores. It's gonna be where we cut the trees. And we are not allowed to have any turret as defense. That is what I thought of. That is the rules I cooked up when thinking about Norvis only and not much further ahead. Okay, I'm gonna save that save here. Let's start doing some stuff. We've got a lot to do and not a lot... No, we've got a lot of time to do it. Let's go. We'll just start bringing that to the base. Bots are off. I probably want to just quickly copy this corner so I can use that a couple times. Where are we going? We're just going straight out again, alright. Well, never question the intentions of past Mike is what I have learned over my editing career. Past Mike usually knows what he's doing. Alright, then we just go straight for a while. Right, but I can prevent expansions on Gleba with landfilling the suitable chunks, but I don't think I can remove the aircrafts which are already present on the map, which will spawn enemies to attack my Gleban base. I don't think there's a way around that. I was thinking you just have a line of Spidertrons. Are you actually kidding me? I will have biolabs before I have Spidertrons, that is for sure. If I go to Gleba. Some more Zen belt building. Probably I should do the handrail stuff again. I'm gonna break my own rule here. Looks like we're gonna go minimum around this cliff. Oh, the planet sciences are gonna be a real pain. I haven't planned anything yet beyond my strategy for getting off of Novice. I'm not going to plan anything yet because I really have no idea. Let's put the bowling alley guardrails up so I can see if the bells remain connected, because we're about to go through the most annoying forest in the game so far, I think. We gotta go up here. I said we were just gonna like go a bit diagonal here. Something like that, I suppose. I think I'll switch on my bots for that. Bots can do the diagonal building. "1,000 times science diagonal base only coming up." No, it's not coming up. That was a joke. Alright. So far so good. Can I get rid of some of these pipes is my question. Can I get rid of these pipes specifically? I think I can. The pattern looks like I should be able to get rid of those. So the blue ones are part of the blockage. Yeah, these are all away. That's away. That's away. So technically I should be able to deconstruct these, and no behemoth will spawn and eat my face. Alright, I think all of those. Oh, no. Oh, I'm so happy no behemoth spawned. Okay, they immediately start forming an attack group. That could have ended way worse. Okay, let's not play around with that too much. Oh god. What did I say about behemoth spawning? I need my running armor. Okay, the behemoth is on fire. Where are my pipes? Let's quickly block it before another one spawns. There's always a 30-second cooldown. Okay, now the forest is on fire as well. I gotta keep him out of the forest. Where's my walls? I don't have enough walls. Okay, I do have enough walls. Come on, behemoth. Man, that guy has so many hit points. He's about to die. Alright. This is bad. I need the trees. What am I doing? I have bots. dig one of those trenches. Okay, I think here we should be good. There's all my walls though. Alright, I got some more here, I see. Well, we're gonna leave that as a... This burnt forest is gonna be evidence of my F-ups. So, which... there's this byte base, right? Ah yeah, that is offset with the other ones. These pipes are fine. I'm just gonna keep them in place. Okay. Nothing bad happened. I'm gonna save the whoopsie here. Wrong pipe deconstructed. Yep. I thought I knew which pipes blocked it, but apparently no, I didn't. So I guess it's just gonna look something like this. I mean, I can deconstruct these, right? These should be able... Those I should be able to deconstruct. Yeah. Yeah. Nobody's gonna spawn from there, right? Alright, let's use the minimum of underground bells. Like we always do. Because underground bells are expensive. Oh god, now we get to the forest part. God. Yeah, let's keep that out of the flamethrower, because I am way much more of a danger to my base than the biters are at this point in time. Oh, this is gonna be a bit painful again. Let's go 2 bells at the same time. Okay, let's first clear all those stumps if I can help it. Those have quite a large hitbox. Okay, that might make the rest a bit easier. Let's go 4 wide. I have faith that this will help. That is fine. This is fine. Where are we even? We are like exactly 4 tiles away from this area. I think that should all connect now. Here we got a lot of stuff again. Alright, there's gonna be some good trees which are gonna be deconstructed, but so be it. I think we might not need to worry so much anymore about trees soon, as we can simply increase the area we control. Okay, let's give it a shot. We can let the bots build us, right? No! How do I do that? Without shift, alright, without shift. I know how this game works. And then we just hope it connects at the other end. Alright, now my battery is gonna drain. Because I sent the bots out too far. Alright, it's not lost yet. Alright, obviously this part does not connect here. Alright, one belt connects. 25% success rate. Alright. Alright, still no. Okay, that's all 4 belts. Alright, then where we go? We go straight a bit more. We have to turn somewhere. Okay, we are gonna go through another section of Horrible Forest, apparently. Okay, somehow that all connects. There's a lot of good trees here as well. I'm just gonna try it. And fix it in post. Alright. That was the worst of it. I should have that corner somewhere. This will be annoying if I ever. Yeah, now this belt changes to be the inside one. So perhaps I should just do this instead. And don't annoy everybody. Literally everybody. Okay, still 2k belts. How far along am I? We did this part. We might actually not have enough belts to complete this. Mining Patch has officially run out of drills. We'll pick up all... We probably have a lot of mining drills which have run out. We'll pick those up before we go do military science. Bots don't have quality dots, only if you have this alt mode enabled. But in general, I always have alt mode enabled. Can you make deconstruction planner for the dead tree? Not anymore. The trees are no longer listed separately in the deconstruction planner. Not even the dead ones. It's just a Norwegian tree now. If we just look here. Another one. If we just try to select different kind of trees, there is no longer different kind of trees. There are for Gleba though, but the ones for Norwese have all been grouped under tree. There's the only distinct is there is a tree for natural trees and a tree for like planted trees, I suppose. But yeah, you used to be able to do that. Just deconstruct all the dead looking trees and just stay with the beautiful forest. I did that in the 10k SPM playthrough. Get rid of all the dead stumps because they don't look nice. But here it's you cannot do that anymore, or at least not in any normal way. Okay, here we have quite a crossing. One good thing about the new fluid system is you no longer have to worry about pipe flow throughput limits, only about the maximum distance of the pipe, and that doesn't change if you do something like add an extra 2 pipes in, to get stuff out of the way. Whereas before the maximum throughput would be limited just a little bit, and if you're right on the edge of if you're counting on the maximum throughput, you cannot just simply add 2 pipes in between, because that would add a little bit more friction, etc, etc. So that is no longer the case. Alright. Now we go just straight for a while. I don't think this forest is going to cause too much trouble. Hey SDB, thanks for the 16-month subscriptions. Good morning. We've just started basically belting home the stone bricks, which we basically spent most of the last stream setting up. There we go, concrete is complete. Heck yeah. Concrete complete. Let's switch to a different track. So now we should see the third row of labs switch on again. Slowly. Because this is a 45 seconds per science spec technology, whereas concrete was 30 seconds. Before all the gears got consumed in the top half. Now they're gonna be brought out to the bottom half as well. Should I prioritize one line? I think I should prioritize the top line, to be honest. I cannot do that. I would have to mix these two together. Alright, well, so we're gonna have this half and this half switched on, and then this half stays off for now. Apparently. We can change it once we're back at the base. Now you can start a proper mega base with a nice floor. This is like the farmer with... that's probably not a proverb in English. The farmer with is a pain in the tooth. We have a Dutch proverb which is like laughing Like a farmer with a pain in the tooth. Which means you're laughing, but you don't really think it's funny. Oh god, I thought the horrible forests were done. Let's just cut some of the stumps and dead trees. I would really love to get rid of all the stumps with the bots though. That would be awesome. Alright, I'm gonna try to plan this out correctly, because fixing it in post is a pain in the behind. Okay, that's good, that's all good, that's all good. I think, yeah, we were through. Yeah, we are adjacent. Let's get rid of the rocks though. Yeah, exactly, Odium, like that. I don't think that's an English proverb though, I'm not sure. Okay, one of the bells got separated somewhere. Here already. I mean, I don't have much of an option. And there is no, like, pollution-free machinery. I'm already doing the maximum I can. No, that's not true. We're not running on accumulators yet, but we already run on solar power for most of the day. Or for all of the day, for most of the time. We have efficiency models in most of the machinery. So it's about as green as it gets. Yeah, this is going to be a bit annoying. I suppose red bells exist. If red bells exist, we can just go through. Okay, last belt is coming. 500 bells remaining. I don't think we're gonna have enough, but the base is now close by, so it's not really gonna matter. How the heck do we get through here though? Power line can maybe go straight for a bit more. It's a mess there already anyway. How long must a tree last in order to absorb the pollution required to build it to underground? Undergrounds are cheap-ish. I think it costs about 17.5 plates, so that's 17.5 pollution. Tree absorbs a passive amount of pollution, but it also absorbs pollution when taking damage. On average, it takes damage somewhere between 4 and 17 times or so. So let's say it absorbs 100 pollution by taking damage, plus however much passive pollution it absorbs over time. So it's worth it. Okay, we're gonna stay in max distance here. Right. Mods to filter dead trees. Yeah, it hasn't been updated for 8 years. It probably was not in the game before that, but it It got added to the game at some point. So what am I gonna do about this pipe? Don't really need to do anything about this pipe. Where is my setup gonna be? Where is my military science assemblers gonna be? That's also the question. Should we decide on that first? And maybe we should decide on that first, because I cannot just bring the bells into the base and call it a day. If we're going down here, I would want to go right here already, I suppose. Let's switch on the chunk grid. This is now part of the base. We have entered the base. So perhaps I'm just gonna stop for now and first figure out where the bells are supposed to be coming in. Alright, let's just stop right there at the chunk border. That is where we are entering the base. Alright, that is a lot of stuff. Looks like it's inventory organizing time again. Walls, we need to replenish those. Raiders. This garbage. Concrete completed before walls. Oh, no you don't. Right, so what's going on here? This was the old shape of the base, that's why this belt goes so weird. But we have gained a bit more ground now. This is the coal belt going to the power plant. For some reason it's going like through my... right next to my science setup. It's a bit annoying. I suppose we eventually, once we switch to accumulators, we can potentially just delete the coal belt entirely. We want to use this coal. It also has the copper. I was thinking just routing it through here again. That's also horrible. But it has the quality copper mix inside. So we gotta bring that over here anyway. We might just be able to bring the coal belt around like so. That would at least clear up the area. Yeah, let's do that. This is a red belt though, and I don't have many on me, so we're gonna need to first restock anyway. We're aiming for 720 military signs a minute instead of 900, because it was nicer to build with the numbers. Except now red ammo got reconfigured, so perhaps that's no longer true. I made exactly enough undergrounds as well. Right. At some point we're gonna have a true logistics system and whatnot. Probably. Trees. Landfill, I suppose. Now let's just make put the bricks in here for now. This old setup is never gonna produce anymore. We're gonna make something new. Alright. Grab a couple extra walls. Sure. Alright, just keeping a little bit of space for any radar, any stuff up here. Let's grab the next batch of accumulators. We can see how many we have already. Alright, another 120 rare ones. The first batch got us 56. I suppose that was a half batch then. Or was it? 2.4k, 1.4k, 56. Wait, what? That definitely was a double produce. Okay, maybe I just didn't collect them before. Alright, we got 3 chests of accumulators and a couple rare ones. So that is 7.7k in total. We would like more. We want 10k accumulators ideally. So we gotta make 2000 more. 2000 accumulators is 10,000 batteries. And 4k iron. So I think we should have those again. 20k batteries again, alright. And then the rest of the batteries is gonna be for laser turrets. So now I got 20k batteries, right? Yeah. So and that wasn't the greatest thing to do. Alright, that's about okay. 10k and 4k. Uncommon iron again, not normal iron. I was about to make the same mistake twice. Interestingly, that's most of the uncommon iron out of this area at least. I still got some chests at the personal quality area. Why is there copper on the coal belt? Because there was space. It was not a full coal belt which was incoming anymore, so just decided to mix in the quality copper ore instead of routing an entire new belt to the base. Just laziness, basically. Wait, how the... Ah, okay, this I had a F up before. Some of the quality copper. I thought it was going to go to the end of the science belt, but it didn't. Because it got filtered out by my... because those were quality gears before, so safeguard. Alright, that's good. Let's just leave it in here for now. 4k and 16 chests. And $8, 36, 400. Okay, we're gonna have to do the annoying thing. So that is the last accumulators, well, except for the rare ones. Oh, I messed it up as well. Alright, it's probably faster to just redo this. Alright, that is correct. Let's go. curtain die is. Alright, of course no rare one at the first go. Right. So we'll decide first where military science goes. That means we'll develop military science as well, or at least the blueprint for it. Grab my stuff. I've got enough stuff to stuff along for a while. We're gonna need some of these modules, which we reclaimed. But we're also gonna need to make like rare assemblers again for military science. Just so we need less of these expensive modules. We can go ahead and design, I think. We'll just design, we won't actually build it just yet. Just figure out where it goes. I was coming back for red belts. I need some red belts to reroute the coal. Perhaps also the pipe. These pipes needs to be rerouted then, so let's grab some undergrounds as well. So I can reroute it without interrupting the flow. That should be plenty. Again. Okay, so I'm just going to have to blueprint this for the time being, I suppose. So first we will basically route this coal back the other way. As you can see, if when it's night, it's going like a maniac. It's trying to fill up the boilers again after the night. We've got way more steam engines than the boilers can supply, and then the coal belt can supply, so that is... We basically need most of the day to restock on coal for the boilers there. Yeah, that is a bit rich, isn't it? That connects as well. Let's go with that. We'll cut that one. Most of these trees are like dead anyway. That one is not dead though. Okay, and then the coal goes in here. Suppose we could just come here. This water pipe is gonna get rerouted as well. So for now it's out of the way, then we can do the military science thing. So let's flop that over to the new belt. And we'll let this run out. Okay, the water pipe and petroleum gas pipe are both coming down here. Guess water can run there. We will not disconnect that just yet. And petroleum gas can come here. This is gonna go here, so this can go here. Can they go side by side? Kind of. Right, that's max distance, so this is not max distance. Alright. Water, petroleum gas. Petroleum gas is connected to both plastics and sulfur over there, so we basically just gotta connect it to here. Okay, that's slightly annoying, it's offset by 1. Okay, that works. Water has to connect to there basically, so that's fairly easy as well. Water is not such a critical resource that I am scared of wasting it, so let's just do that. This is now still connected, so this can go. The petroleum gas is connected there. Technically, I can rotate this into place. Right. No double fluids in the system. And I just need to change that underground pipe there. Okay, water is depleting. That is no longer needed. We can keep it in place because it looks nice. This is now a separate system compared to this one. Which means I probably should pump that out. How's the day going? It's going quite well. While the developer discounts, military science has become cheaper. Alright, now we can clean up all of this without losing oil. Let's grab the nature lover. If we go full solar, isn't your coal and copper line going to be the problem? Yeah, we probably then need to prioritize that line for the little bit of smelting that we're still doing, or for plastics. I guess for plastics, that would work. Oh, I just killed some trees apparently. Alright. So this madness no longer needed. Just hook that up so. Alright. This is gone as well. So everything can look just a little bit nicer over here. Is this the only power line? Of course it's the only power line that connects my entire blue science area. What else? What did you expect? Let's fix that immediately. By making that the only power line. Much better. Alright, so we ended up with about 369k red chips. So let's actually make a tag. We can monitor the situation. It should slowly go down now again. Steel should keep going up, even though now it's just a trickle. We are at 535 and 190k. Our goal is 600k for no real reason. That was basically just the My very horrible attempt at a first space platform where I did not really care about the cost turned out to use about 600k steel worth of space platforms to achieve maximum iron from space or something like that. I don't really quite remember. That's the reason why we started collecting this much. That is like 3 million iron in steel though. Anyway, purple signs, elevated rails. That is a thing as well, if we go Fulgora first. Maybe we can use the leftover steel to make all the rails. 10 rails, each pair of rails is 1 steel. So it's 5 steel per science pack for rails, and then another 3.333 steel for the furnace. So it is 8.333 steel per purple science pack before productivity, but we are making 900 and just consuming, doing more science per minute out of that. So for elevated railways we will need 100,000 times that. That is 833,000 steel to research elevated railways as a purple science technology. That is insane. We will get a bit of discounts in the labs. And I suppose we'll get a little bit of discounts in the purple science assemblers as well. So in the end we will need 664,000 steel. That's actually a good, if I am correct about the napkin mat here. Elevated rails. Let's use the rail ramp as a symbol. Cost about 664k steel in purple science packs. So even for that, it might actually be very useful. A lot of purple science actually is steel and red chips, of which I will be having huge supplies. Although red chips will be dwindling, the red chip supply is kind of occupied for blue science. If we look at the purple science cost, now that we're getting sidetracked anyway. Okay, we're getting sidetracked, aren't we? What about the military discipline stuff? That went right out of the window. Okay, so this is mostly steel and then some stone and iron into iron 6, which is kinda negligible, I would say. Not really like tons and tons of resources. We've got the productivity modules, which are a significant ingredient. 5 red chips and 5 green chips. We could take the red chips, we could like store them up. Just not research for a while, store them up. Or research some red and green technologies like, you know, like toolbar or something. Gates, we could make actual gates. We need explosives for cliff explosives, I imagine. So we have some functional research still left to do. During which time we could stash more red chips for purple science. That's actually a valid strategy. So we could have the red chips ready, we could have the steel ready, we just need to make the green chips, which we are also already kind of preparing in a different area if we really want. Okay, so why are we using this iron? Alright, we're using that for the batteries. Alright, that's fine. For the... Wait, we are not using that for the batteries. Where is that going? Ah, the sulfuric acid. Is the sulfuric acid consuming this much though? I know, we're also bringing it to the right. Where is that going then? I messed something up here, it looks like. Oh, we're making replacement red bells now. I just took a bunch of them, apparently. I forgot about that. Right, now we got a big square area though for the military signs stuff. Let's finish the purple signs sidetrack so I can get it out of my mind. So we got the red and green chips for productivity module, we got the steel for rails, the rest is negligible. I suppose we've got the steel and red chips for furnaces, and we have the stone bricks as well. I mean, we literally are just belting 4 of those belts of bricks into the base, so if we're not doing military signs, we can just use these for purple signs as well. Actually, it's not such a bad plan. So a small amount of purple signs is definitely obtainable. So yeah, like Fulgora first, that strengthens my confidence in going Fulgora first. Alright. I'm gonna just quickly get rid of all those rocks in this area. Not all trees, but just all rocks. Huge rock. We only have 2 types of rocks remaining as well. It's just big rock and huge rock. There were 3 types of rocks before. Alright, let's just stand next to the coal rock. Just pick up all the coal by hand. I suppose here we can let them fly out a bit. Why not Vulcanus or Gleba? Because Vulcanus is the obvious choice. Gleba is also an obvious choice, except for the fact that the enemies in Gleba, we do not do base defense and we do not destroy any biter bases, which means we cannot prevent Gleban attacks, I think. I haven't thought about that just yet. Maybe we can, but it sounds like we cannot really. A quick pollution check around the edge of the map. We should not be doing a lot of pollution because we just finished concrete, which is only red and green signs. Alright, so all the blue signs is back in action. We have just started, but we should keep an eye on if we produced the same amount as we consume. We do not. Alright, yeah, wait. No, it's fine, we do. We produce the amount we need to make 1,000 signs a minute again. So now we're doing 1,040 signs a minute, but blue signs is calibrated to do 1,000 signs a minute with this cheeky Mark I grey assembler without modules, which makes the difference between 998 and 1000. So we'll see this, we'll see blue signs becoming the bottleneck, which is good. The intended bottleneck to bring us back down to 1k signs a minute. But then actually the top, this row of labs will become active again. Because I think blue signs, yeah, does prefer to go to the top row. So that will be funny. Now we've got this pattern. But that will eventually, once blue signs belt runs empty, it will be this line again. Okay, sidetracks completed. We are designing military signs. Right. 56 assemblers for 720 SPM. Let me just check on time. If that's correct, we'll go there together. So yeah, we have 80 assemblers required for military signs. Make 720 SPM, so that is the baseline. Then we need to just do the counting. I wanted to switch off the pollution cloud just to be able to see something here. So if it's 80 assemblers, we divide that by 1.6 because rare assemblers are 60% faster. That gets us to 50 assemblers. But then we have to account for the 2 productivity modules, which slows the crafting time down again by the crafting speed becomes 0.9. So we need 55.55, so we'll make 56 assemblers. That should consume all the ingredients. Alright, that's confirmed. Now we need to make a setup, which does that. 56 is... dang it. 56 divided by 4 or something. 14 assemblers times 4. I think that would be a nice shape. Like so, like a rectangular thing. How would that look? That is 14. 15. Alright, so we will have in total less than a belt of walls and less than half a belt of red ammo and half a belt of grenades, so distributing it shouldn't be any problem. You can do this thing in the middle again. Yeah, the stuff comes in. And these belts. And then we have a unit here, I think, and we output just in the middle belt, like so. Basically the same setup we have been using for blue signs. So why don't we just copy that? I mean, it's the same thing, literally. But then we don't need to mess with the power line system. It's not quite the same thing. Because the belts are going the other way. Actually, I don't know which way the belts are going to go yet, so we might as well just keep that and flip it around later. So, something like that. That should be 56 of them. Yeah, it's not too big, actually. Now, where would that easily fit? The science needs to go somewhere. We could combine that with blue signs on a belt. Or we could just give it its own belt. Military science doesn't need to stay on the belt indefinitely, I suppose. By the time we'll get into the space sciences, I think we can delete military science from the system again. So my lab setup is maximum 6 science packs, I suppose. I could do it on a I could do red belt half, but we are producing 900 and what was again 909 science packs a minute. So we cannot do it on a yellow belt to achieve this 1000 figure. I think we're just gonna go on a separate belt. Here's the blue sign, so I suppose the military science goes in here. And then here on the red signs assemblers every time. So we just come up, I suppose, next to this then. We want military science to go up here. Military science should go through the Johnnies. I mean, that's about as military as it gets. So we're gonna have to do some weird shenanigans, I suppose. Alright, we can get that done. Alright, military science goes out here. And we probably want to build it somewhere not too far away from there. Like, we're making the batteries for the accumulators right here as well. I do want to, I want to like store that up in a chest as well. Right, so we know that red ammo and grenades are gonna come in through this bus somewhere over here, so we need to bring that back over as well. So maybe red ammo and grenades is gonna go through here. Can we underground the Johnnies? I think we can. Right. Suppose that could be a thing. I think we need to move the pump like one tile down. Then we can do military science under the Johnnies as well. And the oil can just flow through here then. So let's just put all of that down already. I'll just distract them with turrets, then switch on my bots, and this time I'll let the bots build it in between the Johnnies. Alright, stuff goes here, comes in here, stuff goes out here. But we will delete that stuff. I should build this myself. Let's try. This is gonna be bad. This is gonna be bad. Melee see through Johnnies. Oh, I'm sorry, I have the chat windows off. Still have the calculator on there. A tank full of personal laser defense? I suppose yes. We can use a tank. I said no base defense. That's a bit. Yeah, I should have said no turrets or something. Like no stationary base defense, no passive base defense. We can defend our base, obviously. If they come attack, I will go to the biters and burn them right now. But I will do it personally. That, of course, that is also base defense, I suppose. I worded that not in the best way. Right, let's see how close we can get anyway before they start shooting us. Okay, not that close. Ooh, actually that hurts a lot. They're small worms, man. I wanted to prevent from getting damage on my stuff. It was a little bit hard to do. Looks like I managed somehow. Alright, that oil is connected there. So now we can disconnect the other side. The trick is to, if I walk down, the Johnnies will predictively fire into my, it already happened, into my machinery right here. And then that needs to get fixed as well. Alright. Oh, again. Messed up. Alright, we can fix that later. Nothing is broken yet, so that is good. Alright, so that is about as close as it will go. This military science goes out. At least it is these two belts. How do we want that? We are gonna just ignore the fluid. We're gonna go separate. I suppose military science ingredients. Well, maybe we'll bring it down next to the core belt. Maybe we'll use one of these belts actually. So then it comes out somewhere over here. There is, I suppose, one belt of space, but that is a bit too close to my crafting area. We might just delete this part. Oh, actually, I think there's a way through here. There kinda is, but not really. Maybe we'll just go next to the iron here. Don't make it too hard for ourselves. We can also, I think there's space to go through here. With the red undergrounds. Or is there? No. We can belt weave our way through this section. We can go around then with... Okay, so it can come down here. We just go to the right instead of to the left. Bring it around the outside of the base. And then we can come out somewhere here again. So we don't need to go... Oh no. No. That's gonna lead to trouble. Okay, like I just said, that's gonna lead to trouble. Maybe it would be best if we just keep one distance from the iron. Just go down, go down. Yeah, we can delete all of this. I think we just will delete all of that. Military science comes out of here. Then from here we just cross over with the ammo and grenade belt. And then we come down here. Then at least this area is filled up equally. I think that's going to be definitive already. We only have 720 a minute, not 900 or more than that, so we can just do this. Alright, then what is the smart thing to do here? Military science, I suppose, on the bottom then. That tree is in the way, scenically in the way. Okay, then we could actually bring that one over here. That means military science is now on the top. Military science is on the top. Okay, he can reach me already. He can still reach me. He can still reach me. Oh, Stop it all. How much range do you have? What are you, like a rare worm or something? And the damage is real. Building with Johnnies is not easy. Alright, military science is the top belt. Okay, military science is the top belt. And the input belt is this one. Alright, that works. Really? Okay, stop. Poor man's belt equipment activate. Military science comes out at the bottom then. Just gonna go past this. No, no. Where's my extra reach? Okay, that got in there. Oh god. Right, now we just have to connect that. So this goes this way. And then military science comes out. Underground the Johnnies. And I think this bug should be fixed where the last one doesn't get placed now. I am updated to the latest game. You'd force your pets to live outside. This is a top-down view game. I cannot build a roof over them, unfortunately. I probably would have done that if I could. Alright. It's not going too well, but at least nothing got destroyed yet. I think it's a good strategy to just start here. And then just try to walk up without walking to the side, so they don't predictively shoot where I am not. I gotta wait to heal. Let's time for the bots, man. Let the bots do it. I'm gonna lose some bots though, if I grant them access to repair packs, so I should not grant them access to repair packs at least. But those are safely stowed away. Alright, I'm gonna try to let the bots do it. I can do the belts myself at least. Okay, no, the bug is still there. Bug's still there. Alright, then I should just... That's really weird. So you place the ghosts and then you want to drag them into place and it doesn't work. So that just means we need to do this. And then we can do it ourselves. Oh. Never mind. It's not about the game. It's about me. Out of these. Alright, now let's try it one more time. Let's see if it's actually out of the game. That bug. Okay, no, yeah, it is out of the game. It has been properly patched then. Okay, don't push it too far. Don't push it too far. Just needs to be something on the tile. I can remotely rotate it into place now. Let's use all the tools the Factorio devs have given us. Have I built everything then? I think I've built everything. Now we just gotta repair it. Yeah, I'm not gonna repair it myself. I'm gonna try to let the Johnnies do that. The bots do that. I do not want to lose any dough. So I just grab my repair packs. They're gonna repair the turret as well though. Okay, so I have to be the bait. All of the time I have to be the bait. Let's go. I'm the bait, I'm the bait, I'm the bait. Shoot me, shoot me, shoot me, shoot me. Shoot me! I'm the bait. I can do the jiggly thing. The speedrunner jiggly thing. Oh god, they're gonna build the entire military sign setup. I thought, why are so many bots flying out? Stop it. It looked like they repaired everything except these couple belts, which I'm just gonna do myself. And another episode of Building with Johnnies sort of successfully completed. There we go. Building with Johnny complete. I'm gonna need to have a sip of coffee after this, man. Let me read through chat a bit as well, because I haven't been able to look much. Did he fix the steel splitter yet? Which steel splitter? That means probably not. No, I didn't. So yeah, we're going below 900 1000 SPM now, because I did not fix the splitter. And my steel was going to the chests instead of to signs. This should fix it though. Let's see if we can get back up to 1000 signs from a perspective where we start below, where we start starved of resources. If we can get back up to 1000 signs a minute from this point, that should mean it's true. A true 1000 signs a minute. So yeah, let's try that. I did it intentionally, obviously. Right, thanks for that. Yeah, red ammo, we have the new red ammo, that is what the stream title is referring to. The biggest change for early game is not so much in the military science cost, that is like 10% cheaper, maybe 15%, it's not such a big of a deal. But basically combat, as soon as you have red ammo is always going to be the right choice over yellow ammo. Before, red ammo did 1.6 times the damage against unarmored enemies at 3 times the cost almost. So there were definitely use cases for yellow ammo, especially in feedback loops where ammo production would pollute biters, which would introduce more attacks. So if you use the expensive ammo, you would get more attacks, which would require even more ammo production, etc, etc. Now yellow signs is now red ammo is the correct answer every time, because the damage increase is just about equal to the cost increase, so there is no more benefit to using yellow ammo ever, which is kind of a shame. It was kind of a nice niche strategy. But I understand that being able to make red ammo in space takes precedence over the early game, or the niche cases in the early game of Novice. It's gonna take quite a while before that goes back up again, like 15-20 minutes before we will see that. But we will. Okay, so we have way more than we actually need now. Means red chips is probably going up as well. 377k. Okay, so we start at 377 then. So yeah, every time I make a small mistake, I top off the red chips again. So that is nice. Because we are slightly underproducing red chips, ever so slightly. Alright, now we got this in place. So now we can figure out this part. Now we know the resources are gonna come in from the right. So basically I have to just flip this entire thing. So now the resources come in from the right. And military science goes out to this side. We can make it go out to the left as well. And then we can just store it up. In some chests before it goes out over there, because we produce less military science than we do. Yeah, we produce less military science than we do the other ones. So we will want to put this in some chests. We do want to load that correctly, and we also, because red chips is a bit of a problem, I did not do this correctly. We draw imbalanced, we fill imbalanced, and if not enough inserters can be active, then the entire system doesn't really work as well as I wanted to. So if I'm not having any blue chips incoming, red chips incoming, these inserters should be able to feed out red chips fast enough to keep the entire belt compressed, but currently they don't, because some of these chests will be empty way before other chests will be empty. So I want to prevent that from military science. With red chips it's not as important, as I'm not projecting to have not expected to have anything in insufficient available in insufficient quantities. Maybe I should just delete this old stone brick smeltery. The belts are empty already anyway, the stone belts. The stone belts are never going to come into my base again. We're making landfill from those. So we can actually prevent that even by flipping that around. Not that it's necessary. 100k landfill almost. Man, this designing of military science is taking way more time than I thought it would. We can do walls down here then, on this peninsula kind of thing. Without deleting all the forests there. Then the walls can come up. And the military science, we can store walls here as well. We can store military science behind military science. Behind the assemblers. Let me just go somewhere a little bit more open. And not care about the chunks. Not care about the chunks. Right. So military science comes out. It should be loaded equally on both halves of the belt already, theoretically. So we can just do this. And then it goes out somewhere to the right. Or maybe we can just align it with the top of... Maybe we can just align it here with the top of that. Oh yeah, it actually does, exactly fit. Like so. Then walls is going to be annoying though. Kinda like to stow it away here. We still need space for low density structures and whatnot. Military science is just like an afterthought almost. We could even do military science on top of the cliff here, it appears. That might be something. Costs us a bit of forest, but... Yeah, in general, Where is my thing? I think this one. In general, we'll be wanting to have one belt go out, one belt. So the belt goes out to science with preference. And the other one just goes to a chest storage system. Basically, we need to do a proper train stop kind of thing. We could use our rare power poles for this. I think we will. Maybe some vertical storage is gonna be in order instead. Alright, and we should be able to power that with the rare ones. I don't know how to make it look nice. That could work. And then just attach it to the end. Oh yeah, with the splitters opposing each other. Okay, that works. And then that is the loading part. Then we have the unloading part. How much military science is this? This is 9600 per chest. So that is 160,000. Alright, 160,000. We will be producing military science so we can store 160,000. If we then start researching how long will this last, we are producing 720, so we just need to provide 180 science a minute from the chests. So if we have like 160k in there, and we need to provide 180 SPM. That is 888 minutes, or like 14 hours or so. 15 hours almost. Alright, 15 hours. Or in other words, we are at a deficit of if we multiply this by 900 again. Multiply this by 900. That's 800,000 science packs worth of the other technologies, right? Roughly. And then the lab's productivity bonus, that's almost a million science. So we can research something of up to 1 million military science at the full research speed, if those chests start full with 160k tech. A million is good. A lot of techs are a million. Okay, this is 5 million. Not a lot of techs are a million, are they? In the military science department. A million is good though. A million covers most of the projects. The ones which don't cost a million cost 5 million, like the mechanical armor, the mech armor and the atomic bomb. We're not going to store up enough for that, but 1 million seems like a good starting point. I think this is a good amount of chests to store military science then. Then we just need to properly load that again. And of course, as you all know, I always forget which side this stuff side loads on. Alright, on the top side of the belt. I need to, yeah. I'm producing 900 physical science packs a minute, so that's the difference. Actually, it's 909, so it will be a little bit less than a million, but we can make this uncommon chest or rare chest, and then we can just multiply that. It goes on the top half of the belt, so we have to join these up like so. And then those can go into splitters themselves. Actually, no. Here we get a scenario where we're going to be preferring to draw off one side of the belt because all the labs are on the same side of the belt. I think we got to do it a bit different. Also, can these 8 inserters be fast enough? Alright, you know what I should do? We'll double it. It's gonna require a little bit more space. I think that's fine. I don't know if we can just grab off of the splitters of that. Will that be... I'm not gonna risk that. So we'll have some belts coming out the end. Let's do undergrounds. Then we'll have a double row of chests. That is going to be 2 million signs. If we do rare chests, it's going to be 3 million signs. That's most of the way to mechanical armor already, so it's a bit of overkill. We also need to feed out then from both chests. That is annoying. Eight inserters are not going to be fast enough to fill the belt. It should be 360. Okay, we just need uncommon inserters. Sorry about this. Sorry about this. Spending way too much time. From the map view we can do that, I think. Okay, these do it fast enough. Alright. We only need to... No, we need to fill it at full speed as well. We're gonna get a full belt of military science coming in. Actually, no. We only need them for the output, because 720 SPM is not 900. Let's use... we're gonna get more than 720 because of productivity. So, here we go again. This. So I want to do like a lane balancer kind of thing. This can look the same. So this is gonna back up because this outputs slightly more than half a belt on just a half a side of the belt. Alright, so now these outputs will both be on the top side, so it will all be on the military signs will all be laying on the right side of the belt, so we have to do some sort of a lane balancer. I still don't have the belt balancer book, so I have to figure it out myself. I don't know how a lane balancer looks, but I think I understand the concept of it, so I can just cook it up. So the thing is, you want to take the inputs on whatever side of the belt they are. Wait, can I then just do this and then do a lane balancer? I think I can do this and then do a lane balancer. Or can I don't need a lane balancer. I do not need a lane balancer. All right. Let me just restart the game. Let's use the most functional button in the game. I've given up. We're gonna try again. Let's go electric mining drills first. So let's grab some of this. We're gonna grab green chips and red chips to visualize what's going on. And then we just need a bunch of this stuff. Time play. Alright, we'll feed it out. We had it on the top half of the belt only, so let's simulate that. So these are the two belts of military signs. Okay, I know the bottom part is correct, so I'm not going to do that. We're just going to have these things come up next to each other as they are. Alright, so if I draw off both sides of the belt, they will both feed equally. It doesn't really matter that they don't get mixed, but if I draw off one side of the belt... Okay, alternating pattern, if I draw off one side of the belt, that's correct. But if I draw off the other side of the belt, also alternating pattern. So we should be good then, right? Let's try again. Is it backed up? Okay, if it's backed up, we get an alternating pattern. So it draws from both sides equally, no matter from which side of the belt we draw. That would be different if I did this. See, now it prefers the inside of the belt. Alright, so we are good. We are good. Why do we even have that button? That is a great question. Okay, so we're good because everything is on the right side of the belt. This will work. So we're just gonna have that then. Alright. We need to feed that back in again. And similar to having output priority, we'll have input priority here. So this side, basically the science which is produced is preferred to go to science labs, and the labs prefer the science which is coming from here. And this is just like overflow goes in here, or if we're not researching military science, it goes in here. And if we are researching military science, this would basically supplement the 720 SPM to 900 SPM. I should make that red a red one. We need 900 and... From here it has to be a red belt. We need 900 and... 900 and something. So I suppose I'll also make this red to give a bit of back pressure. No, we don't need that. Let's just keep it as this. We need bend the fish for this one. To keep the science packs from going off. I think I'll keep the visual setup here. So this is going to be the setup then. Is that symmetric? It is not. It cannot be because there's a one tile gap here. I can do it without the one tile gap. And this is not symmetric in general because of the power pole system here. We can flip that though, and then it will be vertical flip. I think it would look better if we used this setup here. For the power pole pattern. Important stuff. Why is this taking forever? I have no idea why this is taking forever. If you have any idea why this is taking forever, please let me know, because I just cannot figure it out what I'm doing wrong here. We do need the... We can do uncommon power poles as well then. If we just fit them in these slots. They would cover everything. And we even have space for some lights in here then. Alright. I think that's it. We're done here. Yes, now we just gotta decide where this goes. Now we do the chunk thing again. We can keep it in that chunk if we do it like this. That is a bit tight for the entry of the stuff though, but I suppose it would exactly fit. Okay, we cannot really... does fit so nicely under here, but that is a huge blob in the middle of this area. I don't think I want to do that. Guess this is a similar situation. Yeah, let's try to build military signs on the cliffs here. Yeah, I think we can do that. Alright. We can do that. We have decided we can do that. Let me just make a blueprint of that before I lose it in the queue. Just temporarily some blueprints. The walls is there as well. We're gonna have space for that. So... I think it's time to then clear up this old furnace stack, as well as the belts coming in. Is there still stuff in here? There is. Yeah, dang it, military science is gonna have to come up here though. Now I built this entire Johnny section. Alright, the bots will be too slow to grab all of that stuff. But this should be okay. The coal belt, we need to cut off the coal belt. So my inventory is already full before I even started. We'll bring that to the base first. Why is... Alright, this is on purpose. That's on purpose. Okay, now that we're on the topic, we're also gonna grab that steel in here. Yeah, we can do that on the way back. You think 1,000 times science cost is possible on a dead world? No, not I mean, if you don't go for hands clean, I suppose it's technically possible. It will be just infinitely times more annoying. The early biter bases, there's going to be way more of them. You will have to pipe them though. No, I take that back. I'm gonna say it's not possible. I think evolution is gonna be too fast on that world to do that. The time factor is gonna kill you. Time factor is 5 times faster. On default settings you have 69 hours before behemoth biters appear, even if you don't pollute a single point of pollution. So divide that by 5, 70 divided by 5 is 14. So you will be at big biters after 14 hours only. Excluding pollution, and pollution is going to be at least half of that, so you'll be at big biters before 7 hours. Easily, I think. I don't think you can claim enough land, claim enough resources to get to the next key military technology. Unless you have a really good spawn. I don't think it will be a lot of fun though. Because you will have to stay small for the longest time. The base has to stay small for the longest period of time. Don't snipe me, I'm not gonna do this on Dead World. Don't snipe me. Do not... Stop it. My brain already starts to... Starts to think, but what if, but what if... No. No. Oops. There goes my stats on these furnaces. Products finished 34,000. Okay, actually I built these quite late in the run again. Alright. That chest is clean again. We did not need most of those. We got some stuff to repair. Where's that guy going? Oh, there. Okay, I need inventory space now. I do not want to lose that blueprint, but let's make it properly. We'll put that in. Hey. We'll put that into the this game blueprint book. Alright, I think I have enough stuff again to be able to grab all of the garbage. Mega base without using belts. How about mega base without using inserters? Hand feeding is forced. Right. Away with this one. It's gonna be too much in one go. But it's gonna look nice. Let's do it. That's gonna drain my entire battery though. My personal battery is gonna be dead. Dosh Washington did one without belts and bots. It's quite easy to just hand feed your way to bots in a normal game. Yeah, rip battery, as predicted. Everything for the nice visuals. Oh, there's a lot of charging. It's gonna take a while to charge it up again, and until the time my legs are just not gonna work. So we are back to default walking speed. Almost. Oh, I did something. I didn't. Oopsie. There's a pipe here. That pipe goes somewhere, I suppose. What is that pipe supposed to do? I also disconnected power from the entire base. Alright. We're trying to get back up to 1k SPM. Looks like maybe we were there actually. Wait, what's going on? Is this just the big switch? I think this is a case where the... Wait. Ding, full. This is not full. Something is wrong here. Shouldn't be anything wrong here, the belts are full. Alright, this is not full because it makes sense, yeah, it's a red belt. It's not full because it's a red belt. Consumption is going down, but production stays the same. Automation science is just backed up. I think the labs are doing like some sort of reversal where they... Now it's going up again. I think it's my own fault. I should fix the order in which the labs consume stuff. Looks like I deleted this pipe. I wanted to do it too scenic. I have the scenic shot. Now we can do the careful shot where we actually respect the rest of the build and don't drain my entire battery, perhaps. For the next 10 minutes. Probably I'm still disconnecting my factory. Okay, that's Alright, I do not want I want to test how science is working, so I cannot have the gaps in the power lab, in the power stuff. Cannot have it. Where is power gonna go though? I would just build power lines like a normal person, this all would not happen to me. Can bring power over on this horizontal. Alright, redundant power line. And it is connected. Attempt number... I lost count. Not the oil pipe, not the oil pipe. That's already not a thing anymore. Alright. Alright. Oil is still connected. What's Mike's goal for today? Build military science without any distractions whatsoever. How is it going? You tell me. No, no, don't tell me. You don't tell me. You don't even think about telling me. Say, did I do it again? But I didn't. Right, and now I don't spend any energy for my battery, because if the bots don't fly out a certain minimum distance, they don't need to recharge at all. They have free power. That's why this Roboport early on is so powerful, even with like hardly any power generation. The more bots, the better. Alright. So this is the edge of my base here. This border here. I cannot build outside of it, because I want to keep these chunks green. I already made a mistake earlier on. which is why our base is now larger. But there's not much we can do about that. So now we first got. Now we are ready. We are ready. We have cleaned up this area. I'm also going to clean up the steel, and then we're going to put walls over here and then military signs. And hopefully we can fit it all on that cliff right there. That would be sweet. The old extra steel smeltery. Oh, this coal belt comes here especially for the steel smeltery. I'm not going to delete it completely. Let's just do this here. Kind of looks like something. I don't know like what, but like something. Going as expected. That is the correct answer. It's going as expected. Nobody expected anything else. All right. We even got those uncommon power poles. I will need some of those actually. We will need 8 of those. Exactly as many as I had. It's a sign. It's a sign that this build is worth it. Worth the hassle. Alright. Now we gotta fit this thing as well as this thing in there somehow. The walls is quite a bit smaller. We gotta have the 4 belts coming in somewhere. They could come in somewhere over there. Our base edge is right here. Oh, it could actually fit. Could fit like this. If we flip around these input belts, it would be exactly on the edge. Maybe 1 tile off. In case we need to route anything around it. That could be a thing. And then the bricks. I tried to combine the word bricks, the starting letter of bricks, and the word wall in one word. That doesn't work out very well. Alright. So that would be my 4 incoming belts, and this would be the outgoing belt. That's not too shabby. I do want to store up walls as well in some chests though. So perhaps we have a chest storage inside here. With some storage options. Because we're gonna need a lot of walls at some point. And we could like plop a single uncommon power line in there to power that. How am I gonna power this though? That's a great question. Are we gonna make a rare steel power pole for that? Just to have the range. That will go 11 by 11. Now we have 9 by 9. It would reach one tile further. That would do it. 1, 2... 1, 2. Okay, that would catch everything from this side. Yeah, we could make a couple. 1, 2, 3. Maybe we'll make a couple rare steel power poles for the occasion. So input belts, chest storage, light, output belt. Prefer to go to signs. Alright, and if we get this in place first, we can store up, we can fill these chests with walls already before military science is up. And we should be good to go. Something like that. Okay, I think this is gonna work out fine. Okay, then the big boy. The big boy. Oh, he can fit on top of this cliff as well, perhaps. We just have to reroute this ever so slightly. So that does it. Any hotbars, please. Any hotbar not in use. I believe this one is not in use. This one is empty. I want to get those two on there. We're gonna collect the stuff. If I'm smart, I just combine the counts into one. Temporarily. Alright, we moved it to hotbar 1. So what do I need? Then we can pick it up immediately for my mall. Red splitter, red belt, lights, chests, I have all of that. 32 of those inserters. 34 splitters. I think I'm officially out of splitters though, we're gonna have to make a couple more. Rare assemblers. We're gonna have to specifically make those. Power lines. 71 normal inserters. Underground belts, we have to make those as well. 172 long-handed. And a bunch of belts. Alright. Splitters. It's been such a long time since I made those. 1,000, 1,000 and 800. Welcome to my mall. 200 splitters. That will be enough for the next 20 hours again. A underground belt. Let's make a lot of underground belts. Flop. Okay, those are provided. We'll make the rare assemblers later. We'll grab the rare power poles. We need some of those. Let's grab some extra uncommons as well. I don't know how many I'll need. And then just some belts themselves. Let's also pick up the quality stuff again over here. The accidental quality copper. Oh, we don't have any quality copper here. Okay, that's fine. Alright, hydrate. I think the coffee is finished. No, it's not finished. Wrong blueprint for wall. It's about there, what we need. We're gonna have to freestyle a bit. We need at least we need a couple of rare power lines here. At least 1, 2, 3, I would say. I think 3 rare steel power poles would do it there. We cannot make 3, we gotta make 50 then. Uh, 50 of these requires 200 sticks, so that's at least 2 assemblers. 100 steel, 100 copper cable. Okay, that is fair. That's actually quite cheap. Let's double that. The steel is expensive though. Let's not double that. I can make infinite more. No, I cannot make it. Let's just do 50 for now. So we need rare sticks. I don't know what is going to be so special about a literal iron stick. But I suppose these are rare iron sticks. These iron sticks are unlike any other stick you can find in Factorio. After military science is up, we'll also make an effort to make these into rare assemblers, so this kind of stuff goes a bit faster. We can already throw this in here. Suppose we can get started. We don't need to wait for them to finish. Okay, these are done. Yeah, apparently I did some miscalculation here. Looks like we are making a double portion. There we go then. How's it going? Are these chests like filling up yet? I deconstructed here some chests by accident at some point. 1k steel, 10k uncommon steel, that is a lot. It's not full yet. How about these chests? These will probably fill up the first. They are more than half full. So we should not wait too long for another run. This has plenty of space as well. Yeah, we got plenty of space in these. What is in here? Almost 3000 rare green chips again. Holy moly. I've got 21 left over here, so that's good. Alright, we got ourselves some rare power lines. Let's go build the stuff. Alright, now we finally know where to put all the stuff we want. That took quite a while, but you know, this is a long playthrough. It takes a while to research the technology, so we might as well make sure that, that it is looking nice, right? Build walls. I have rare assemblers for these as well. Should I just make those first as well? Uh, 56 and 5. Alright, we'll make 61 rare assemblers as well. How's it going? As usual? Yeah, as usual. Plenty of sidetracking going on. I thought it would be building red ammo before the first hour was passed, but we are currently 2 hours and 40 minutes in and nothing has changed. Alright, so we need 61 rare blue assemblers. If I'm smart. I will limit something of this to 61 sets of ingredients. 61 times 5. 305. 305 gears. And then the rest I can just grab however many specimens I want. We're gonna need some of those rare chips though. I'm just gonna grab the rare ones for now. A couple rare ones. Yeah, it's gonna be enough already. Okay, we need better organization in this chest, man. It's starting to get out of hand a bit. So once these gears run out, we should have 61. We do, right? Now we have the number of assemblers that's limited. So now we can grab however many of the other stuff we want. And just throw it in there. And that should net us our 61 rare assemblers. Alright. Hand feeding session over. Let's head out of here. Yeah, I think we can just upgrade to uncommon steel chests everywhere if we really want to. It might be something we want to do. Alright, and also let's do this properly. We'll upgrade these in the blueprint. They already were. Alright. Yeah, I think that's good. Okay, so we don't even need that power line. We can just fully do this. Put a row of lamps on top, I think, with the rare one here. Not quite. So this is the idea. And power everything from this side. With these rare ones. Even all the lights. And that will just hook up to something later on. Alright, that is that's the idea. Now we'll make it scenic for editing Mike. We can override the save. That's walls. I already upgraded to the experimental branch. I don't think they will revert on the change. If they do, we are building red ammo in a place we decided on before that everything changed. So we could easily build out to the old situation if they decide to revert it, but I don't think they will. It does seem like they're gonna keep that Now we'll just deconstruct this. This looks like it's part of something. Alright. And then we can do signs on top of there. If we reroute this a little bit, we can of course... Where's this guy going? No, you don't. We have plenty of space to make this even more horrible, but let's try to not go too much overboard with it. I think this would already be enough. Okay, we are getting up to 1k SPM again though, despite the weird thing we did earlier. So oil can go up here, and then it's going to there. Alright, that's easy. Sacrifice even a red one for that. Okay, now we got space for military signs. And it will be even harder to get stuff through here in the future, but that's a problem for future Mike, as always. I always like giving future Mike problems. Alright, now let's see how this fits the best. We can put it on top of the cliff like so. But we need to bring 4 belts of bricks over still, so probably we are best off putting it on these cliffs like so. And then this is where the signs goes out eventually. We gotta get over to this point somewhere over there. Can bring military signs up through here. That is a valid choice. We finally will have an excuse to move the coal chests out of the way. The quality coal. The 4 brick belts, they will have to come over the top. I don't think they can go there. Unless, actually, can we bring him over here? I think we can. I think I would like to keep that available though. We're gonna go here with the bricks, I think, on this line. Then just turn with these belts up here as planned. Alright, and then we are right next to military signs, so this basically has to just go into one of these 2 things over here. Actually, I got an idea. We can actually bring the red ammo and grenades belts around here to fill in from the bottom or something. We got space here as well. Yeah, it could just go through here. We can use this coal belt as well, actually. This is now just going to here. So it could come out right here. So military sign, or like ammo and grenades goes here. No, ammo and grenades also goes here, right? Yeah, it also goes there. Alright. It also goes there. So we have 2 belts on this side. I'm not going to redo that because the Johnnies We did a lot of stuff with the Johnnies to make sure that could work. So 2 belts will be here. Alright. So that's gonna look like this then. Does this connect? No, it doesn't. Maybe that's the way. Alright, that is the grand entrance and exit for the ammo belt. Alright, then we are ready to start to connect to connect the bricks, man. That took a while, but we did it. Somehow. Alright, so this is going to be the ammo belt, right? Military science was the top belt. No, ammo was the left belt. Military science is the right belt. Oh god, that's not great. Means military science has to go out here, while the ammo belt has to go this way. We cannot even do like one of those cursed splitters because it's belts opposing directions. Oh, yeah, I can. We can do something with that. I can do something with that. I think. We'll figure that out. We're gonna assume military science goes up here. And the ammo stuff comes down here. This is gonna be a red belt though. Oh no, wait, then I cannot do it. It's gonna be a problem. Oh well, we'll figure something out at some point. Walls. Ah, we can meet up. Why not? It's a bit hooky-fooky, but... Okay, so this belt needs to split off, then it goes down again, then it continues, and then this goes in here, right? Walls goes in the top, it is symmetric, so here walls goes in the bottom, and red ammo goes in the top. That is the idea. Alright, that's the entirety of it. That is the logistics of it. We figured it out. Okay, that tree is just doomed. Don't be in my way. Can I not make this look nice? I cannot. Alright. So. 2 trees. Is a sacrifice I'm willing to make. We gotta do the old upgrade thing to the rare assemblers again. They are already. Alright. We gotta have rare modules for this. Forgot about those. 112. I think we have the rest of the stuff honors. Alright, and then this song kicks in. That's a good sign. This is an epic song as well. Maybe I just think that because I used it in the new video, which is gonna come out next Friday. Upcoming Friday. Alright, I got undergrounds for these. I got splitters for these, mostly. Undergrounds, they tend to vanish really fast, but the splitters, not that much. We don't have productivity modules for the wall assemblers, but we will have these obviously then. Forgot about those. Let me fix how this flows. We want to prioritize the third line. Now it's kind of a weird mix. Blue signs already prioritizes the third line, so we just basically have to do this. That should be it. We also want to prioritize the third line for green signs. That's going to be a bit trickier. Because stuff is on the other side of the belt. Oh, here's a good question. Don't really want to do something in between here. I think the only choice I have is to just flip it around at the base. If I flip one of them around, like this one wouldn't be too hard to do. Right, so let's simulate. It comes in here. Wanted to flip around. So inserters are on the left side, so we basically need belts on the right side then. Something like that. Let's see if we can have the bots do that. It's a bit tricky because That is not quite gonna line up at the end of the belts. This could cause some trouble. I'm not gonna grab all of that off the belts though. We're just gonna wait. So then everything will be on the same side of the belt, so I can just put a balancer on it and be done with it. It's pretty close. We might we might get lucky that nothing blocks. One iron smelter next to your handcrafting station has been something for almost an hour. One iron smelter stack next to your handcrafting station has been all. How the heck did that happen though? And how is that not a problem? We're supplementing iron from this furnace stack, I suppose. All right, let's go fix that. That's quite important. The factory gremlin. There's always that guy. Yeah. All right. I noticed that this. I noticed it was idle. I thought in my mind, just passively decided it was just backed up instead of not working. For all this time, I don't know how that happened. Where was I? Oh yeah, we were preventing green signs from deadlocking somehow. So we want this to go. This is a bit harder than I thought. That's not hard. Now it's on the same side. We can just do this then. Prioritize the third line. But now just gotta keep an eye on the end of the belts here. Suppose a little bit later. Alright, I'm gonna slow this down. This is only for the extra signs, and 2 yellow belts will always have space to output on a red belt. There's 2 red belts. If the timing is unfortunate, the inserters will go onto the bottom belt as well every now and then, as you see. So let's do this, and it should keep going onto the top belt always. And very soon we will get rid of this weird split, and signs per minute should be a lot more constant after that. It's basically going the same. One belt at the military signs input at the bottom one is turned the wrong way. One belt at military signs input at the bottom is turned the wrong way. Ah, yeah. Right? It's a copy paste, so it did not happen over here. It looks like it did not happen over here. Right. Thanks for catching those moments before I switch everything on. Was a little bit too enthusiastic. Not quite yet. Right, this is just minimum pollution because we cannot productivity module these. let's save that properly. Alright, we'll give him that. Alright, first half of the stream spent on deciding where the wall assemblers and military assemblers would go and how it would look. But I think we found the right spot for it. And it's gonna look amazing. Man, they made the personal roboport too good. There's no reason anymore to build roboports all over my base. Alright, and the second part, storage system. And I have a couple splitters. Too few. We made splitters, I just left them all in the chests, so we'll just handcraft them for now. We need to upgrade these to the rare ones, no, to the uncommon ones. Uncommon inserters and uncommon power lines. That kind of matches up. Alright, yeah, that is beautiful, man. Look at that. That is the correct corner to stow military signs away. That is excellent. It was worth the time. For me at least, I hope it was for you as well. Oh man. We'll upgrade these for the back pressure. Let's do this. Alright, then we just gotta connect it. Do we bother doing that now? I think we do. Let's get rid of this tree. These are our mining drills. Oh god. Then we have to play some hauler boy. Which lines are these? These two? I don't really know where to go with this coal. Don't really want to put it in here. It's gonna stay. It's gonna stay. We're just gonna make sure we can underground it with a red belt. 5 chests, and here's another 5. Alright. If we're gonna underground, we will throw these in here. I hope it fits in this. Almost exactly. We got a little bit left over. I think we just bring that to the base. Or why not there? Why not there? 24. That is perfect. Alright. No hauling then. One of these goes down. The right one. And one of those is a red belt. So again, I won't have enough underground reds. Well, this is gonna get even worse. Wait, do we still need that? What is this? What does this belt even do? Before we deconstruct that. This belt goes here. Ah, that's the old, it's the old coal belt. The old quality coal belt, yeah. That can go. There is no need for that anymore. This is one of the... I don't even know what this is. Also some old belt. Means 3 of these belts don't do anything anymore. Alright, I think this was like a fail-safe kind of thing. All the copper on this belt should already be quality. Quality... Ah, when these miners were not active yet, I see, alright. But these are done. These are done, so that is okay. Alright, we have a passage then. Passage. There we go. Now for this conundrum. Can we switch the belts without doing anything weird? I was hoping to do belt weaving, but since the red belt has to change direction, go up. Basically the red belt has to do this and has to come out here, and the yellow belt has to do this and come out here. Yeah, that should be possible actually. I think. We just do something. Yellow belt goes here. The yellow belt is the most restricted. So let's try that first. And the red belt should go here. Yeah, we can do that. We can. We can. Yes, we can. Okay, then we just gotta make it look a little more cursed. Something like that. Ah, it's perfect. That is beautiful. Another cursed build. The cursed build of the day quotum has been met. The rest we can build normal again. Oh yeah, now we gotta upgrade this belt without the Johnnies ruining everything again. I think I should actually just switch off my legs, so they won't shoot as horizontal. We can do that like this. And they'll keep shooting upwards at me. Problem is, I cannot really dodge them that well. That's most of it done. Let's do this weird... While we heal up, we'll do this weird twist. Alright, stop that. Okay, that was not very successful. I should... Alright, we lost nothing. I'm happy with that. We lost nothing. We lost nothing, that's all connected. We gotta upgrade this one as well then. Just for the looks. Alright. And that's going to be military science. We'll connect it to the labs once it's actually built, but we now know how the stuff is supposed to come in. So that is something. That is something. Yeah, I'm happy, man. I'm happy with this build. Why did you make a foundry for making the belts? Yeah. Mike tried turning on DVR on the streams to fix the bitrate. Did I have bitrate problems already? It appears pretty stable today. Alright then. This was all in the service of our military science. What we did. We didn't get sidetracked. I refuse to acknowledge that we got sidetracked. It is time to go to the next step of military science. We've got the walls. We can connect the walls. Wait, we can connect the walls. We should connect the walls. That was the entire idea of building the walls first. And then we can start preparing to actually do the new red ammo. The new and improved red ammo. Well, it still does the same. It's just cheaper. Gotten a discount, no tariffs on the walls. Where are these guys going? Right, they're picking up that. Alright, that's fine. Walls are over here. We're gonna need a couple more belts, I suppose. We might have enough. We might have enough. We are probably not gonna have enough. No, it might just be possible to straight line this. And this one. Got some red undergrounds and whatever. Some of this stuff has clearly run out, so that can all go. Let's try just to go straight. If we go straight... Oh, they're not going to come in on the right horizontal. And we cannot go straight all the way. But we can kind of go straight. These copper belts can go up. So let's try that. This is all gone anyway. I'm not going to use the bots here because this is my only power connection to the rest of the base. That is kind horrible, quite horrible. Okay, so I just do this. And then I should never deconstruct another power line here anymore. All of the remaining power lines are part of the system. Right, so let's systematically clean this up. This no longer needs to exist. This can be. Like this. This belt goes there. This belt still is very much existing. So that one should stay in some way. And make it a little bit more... a little bit better. What is the empty belt? What is the empty belt supposed to be transporting? That is going to be coal again. So we don't need that guy coming up. We'll just terminate him behind this weird looking tree, and it looks like it's doing something. Then these copper belts. If we just spread this out a little bit. Can we just oppose that completely? I don't have enough quality modules to do this, I think. Why do I only have 6? There was like 3 miners here. I promise you this is leading to something. Right now these belts can go straight with these red undergrounds. We can delete those once they run out. So these can go straight. They now are going into here. One of them goes into here. Ideally into here. We are still sorting out quality. Yeah, these have already been sorted. But that does not help me at all. I'm a little bit scared to deconstruct this one because I won't remember how it should fit anymore. Okay, one of them should connect to here. That's okay, we can go down here. I guess we can go like this. Right, that is one of them. Spaghettify. Right, so that's that belt. I'm just gonna hand deconstruct it because I don't trust this stuff. And then the other one is connected to this splitter, so that is easy. That can be out of the way, just like so. Right, that one is running, so we don't need to pick up all the copper. That means at least these 4 belts will have some chance. Oh, they can exactly come in on this horizontal here. Then we have to move them to this part. We also have to move the last copper belt. The last copper belt is this one. Suppose then that one just moves up. Stop it. Up. Gotta be a bit quick here. And that one just goes in there. And deconstructing belts after 197 hours. Welcome to the usual business here on this channel. 3 streams in, and I finally see Mike removing miner. I've deconstructed tons of miners. Gonna prove it to you. Build it? Look at that. Switching does count, right? Switching does count. And that's our stone belt horizontal then. Right, that means we can go here. I want to go here because it's just kinda epic to have this entire chunk full of belts and pipes and whatnot. If I hadn't merged this copper belt... No, that copper belt can just go up here already. Yeah, let's do that. And then we have an entire system. Respect the I will wait for that to run out again. And then we have officially got an entire chunk white bus with fluids and belts. Look at that, from the top of the chunk. 4 coal belts. Then we get 5 iron belts, 5.5 iron belts mixed with the quality iron. 2 former stone belts, which at some point I suppose will reinstate. Another quality ore belt, mixed iron and copper. Another 2 iron belts. Then our first fluid, petroleum gas. 3 belts of copper. We're gonna introduce 4 belts of stone right here. Got our engine stuff, 4 belts of iron with 1 belt of steel, including the quality steel just mixed in. Fluid line. I suppose this was quality coal, and another 2 belts of iron. 32 chunks white. A full chunk white bus. Okay, that is nice. That is nice. Alright. Let's actually connect it then. I'm gonna save here. No, I'm gonna save as soon as it's up here. One chunk white resource bus. That has a lot of resources. It's a bus base. It's always been. Always everything transforms into a bus base at some point. I've built a lot of main bus bases, not all of them, but I think the main bus is my favorite type of base. I know it's the most standard type of base, but it is just very good at what it does. I mean, it's not for speedrunners because they care about how much stuff costs to build, but we don't. And it's very good at what it does. It's very clear where everything is going. It's very clear what the bottlenecks are. Bus bases are great. Okay, not even too many trees in the way. Okay, here we gotta go down. We go down to this line. Can we already cross this? That's the question. That might be 1 tile too far, actually. Or 2. Looks like we need the big boy belts. Yeah, we have 2 tiles. We're missing 2 tiles. Okay, we can fix 1 problem by doing this. Oh, wait a second. It's a little bit less easy than I thought. Perfect. I know I can. I know I cannot. No, this is fine. That solves half of it. Those red bells are coming in clutch more than I'd like to admit. There we go, the most horrible of all checkpoints. Did I just rotate something? No. The most horrible of all checkpoints has been crossed somehow. We're just gonna keep it red here like so. Yeah, that's good. It would have been a lot easier to just belt in the walls. Build the walls on site and belt them in. Oh well. And that's it. Walls are going to be connected now. And then we can finally start on the other things. Well, I suppose designing military science itself was going to be the last step anyway, so we had to do that step at some point. And we kind of had to figure out where this goes before we know where to bring all these belts over. So my hands were tied. What can I do? Now we get to see if these 5 assemblers actually can eat up 4 belts of bricks fast enough. It should be. It should work. I think we should pop some lights in here as well. Again, there's no space for lights anywhere in this build. Alright, here we're gonna see it. 4 belts of walls. Get me off the belt. Let's see if they continuously keep flowing over here on the top tiles. It does appear so. The inserters are not even working all the time, so it looks like they have no problem keeping these wall assemblers fed. The wall assemblers themselves keep getting emptied. There are no walls building up inside. So it does look like... It does definitely look like we're good with our setup here. I think technically 5 of these inserters should be enough. I kind of like the massive block of inserters just swinging away though. Yeah, we're gonna keep it like that then. Alright, then we are building up walls here now. Now we can mouse over here, 460 walls and counting. We are just gonna let it fill completely, I think. I don't know, we might need these things faster than we might need a lot of walls when we have the laser turrets. Hey, we're back to 1000 signs a minute. I think. Can we see it over the last hour or so at least? I think we're above 1k. Yeah, we're above 1k still. 10 minutes. 10,007. Yeah, I think blue signs is slightly too fast. I cannot go slower though, without messing up the setup. This was the smallest increment we can do, so 1007 signs a minute it is. Still a bit wobbly. Is it at least all on the proper horizontal? It appears to be. So none of the blue signs is making it to the bottom now. All of these laps should be active all the time. Not really sure why it's wobbly like that. Wait, I think I know. Yeah, this is the issue here. Can I rotate my way out of that? Okay, now I've got 13 inserts and 1 bell tile on there. I think I cannot. I gotta get over there and unclog that. That is why we don't have the proper SPM here. So those basically just clogged up. Okay, 1.6k walls already. Let's check wall production. We should be at 720. Over the last minute, looks like 720. So we'll keep it going for a bit. It should be 70 to 100 per 10 minutes then. This looks like the proper flat line we want to see. So yeah, happy with that. Let's unclock the green signs at the end of the bell there, which happened after our switcheroo. The last line of laps will also do some work. Yeah, now these start again because this is slightly messed up. That should do it. And one more, I suppose. Yep. Okay, that should do it as well. Alright, that should bring us back to 1k SPM. Pretty soon. Yeah, the rotation trick. Not could be a useful trick to store infinite Prometheum asteroids on the spaceship if you have a lot of time. Right, this is working again as well. Right, I have 2 quality iron in my. I'm not gonna bring that away. Should just smelt that. I have these on me for a reason. Let's finally use them. I have been carrying those around for 50 hours without actually using them. So there we go. They have a use. Alright, we're gonna clean up the inventory a bit and then prepare for red ammo, man. The red ammo, the new red ammo. It's gonna be weird. It's gonna be weird to build that. That is definitely gonna be the case. Alright, before we do that though, we got a couple household tasks to do. This is the pre-prep for red ammo. Yes, it is that time of the game. The preparation for the preparation. Let me just catch up with chat a little bit while we watch the labs. And I'll do some hydrating. Alright, Nordic Ragnarok, nice that you found the video. After that I would recommend the Warptorio supercut. That's also a 12-hour video of the next project. It starts off a bit slow, but the end is edited again like the Ultimate Death Roll Challenge. I love the game, but I tend to have a lot of trouble designing and rebuilding my base way too early. Do you have any advice? Yes. Don't deconstruct what you have before you build something new. If you want to build something new, just build it in addition to what you already have. So the base just keeps going. And in general, don't try to build optimal ratios if you're just going for a normal game. That's absolutely not necessary. There's nothing wrong, even though everybody else will tell you otherwise, there's nothing wrong with putting one copper wire assembler into one green gear, one copper wire assembler into one green chip assembler. It will work perfectly fine. You have built 6 assemblers instead of 5. The world is not gonna end. You are gonna use 5 kilowatts extra for the idle assembler, basically, and that's it. So don't sweat over details too much. And in general, keep space. Spaghetti is spaghetti. I will say it's kind of a common thing that spaghetti is a full circle kind of thing. You start out building spaghetti as a noob. Then you figure out spaghetti doesn't work, so you start building main bosses and train bases, and in the end you come full circle and you'll go full spaghetti, and this time it does work. After you master the game, spaghetti can be very powerful again. So, but yeah, don't sweat over the details. Give yourself space to build, space your build are parts of it. You can always build a walkway to walk faster in the early game, like I did over here. So you can move around. Alright, I caught up with chat a bit. We are halfway through low density structures, 2 hours, but definitely we might be able to finish all the prerequisites for the rocket silo before we actually are going to research the rocket silo. We gotta be ready before though. I refuse to start researching the rocket silo before laser turrets now. So that is gonna give me the kick under my behind I need. So obviously we're gonna start with hauling some resources. We can do that actually with the better armor for that purpose. The running one, the fast one. Oh, 1 second, someone at the door. I'll be back in a second. Alright. Sushi belt is when you graduate from good spaghetti, I suppose. Looks like I'm not sushi belts are good. Sushi belts are for the people with like computer and IT kind of jobs. Because I wouldn't be able to build a functional sushi belt. I don't understand what all the different stuff is. Alright, plastics is gonna move up. We need a second line for green chips, believe it or not. We're gonna spend those pretty soon on things like laser turrets. So we gotta clear this out or the entire base will stop working at some point. Also, I don't mind doing it. It's nice to see what kind of quality resources we are getting up to. Need to check how it's going with the batteries as well for the laser turrets. Then we have all components to build the laser turrets. The only thing we're lacking is the research. Right, so the top chest of the middle section still. Right. Oh, that's a good amount of red chips as well. Okay, 1k SPM. There we are. 1k SPM. Back to 1k. I think we're still slightly over. 1003. Is that correct? Might be. I think we need to wait a bit more to see it. We're starting to swim in the stuff now. Let's grab the steel as well. How is batteries doing? 23k. Forgot how many batteries I wanted. We've got all of them for accumulators already. Laser turrets cost 12 batteries a pop. So 24 batteries is 2 laser turrets. So 24k batteries is 1000 laser turrets, which is about the amount that I want. Yeah, I think it was 75k or so, my total production goal, around 75k, 74k. So we're just about there. It means perhaps I should be switching off the automatic battery building for now. And we can just let it go a little bit more. But I think before we go out building, we're gonna switch it off. We're just gonna stash the plates again and figure out what to do with them next. Okay, this is dropping again, but you can see when we are researching, it's dropping very slowly. 375k, and we started with 377. So we are supplementing chips from the chest very, very slowly. Okay, 2 trips for the steel. We are not going to get more engines and pipes, those have been switched off. Alright, so 1000 laser turrets, 24k batteries. It is going to be more than 24k steel and green chips. I think there's going to be 40k steel and green chips. That's 10 chests full of steel. We've got 8, 9, 10. This is working out pretty good. Yeah, 1000 laser turrets. I know, 1000 laser turrets is 20k steel. And 12k batteries, 2000 laser turrets is 40k steel. 2000 might be a good number. We can make 2000 laser turrets then, if we have also got the green chips to back it up. It looks like we do, because we have like twice the amount of green chips compared to steel, because these stack to 200. So we're just about there to make 2k laser turrets. Of course we still need the technology, but we have the resources already. Okay, let's take the second trip. We'll bring this copper down to batteries. Oh, I did a second trip already. So yeah, I got sidetracked for a moment in real life. I forgot that I already went. Alright. Accumulators, no. Priority now is getting military signs up. And after that we can do some other tasks like building the accumulators. Going for more solar. And maybe doing some more landfill chunk shenanigans as well. And then once the laser turrets completes, we can go assaulting the biters while we research rocket silo. Yeah, I think we'll figure it out like that. Alright. So that is nothing will block up when we are away anymore. Then we gotta go out to this area to build miners for the new and improved red ammo. We need so little copper now. Do I really still want to build it here? Why did I decide that? Did I do that for the copper? Because it's quite easy to just sneak some. We can basically the copper cost has been cut by like 80% less copper. So instead of needing 5 copper, basically it was a 2-to-1 ratio of iron to copper. Now it's more like a 7.5-to-1 ratio of iron to copper. So that's quite the difference. The copper requirement is basically gone. So while before 5 million, that was 5 and 8 million. This was perfect for old red ammo. But now I might want to use this copper to do something else. Maybe we can just grab this one or something. It's a little bit further away. We can just still grab this one. It's a little bit of a waste. So basically, a million copper will now give us a million red ammo. We put the rare mining drills on there. We've got productivity. We're easily going to get like 4 million red ammo out of this patch alone. Might need that one for red chips later. It's the... Do we still have another copper patch? We have this one, which could be hooked up to red chips. Over here. Alright, we still got this one for red chips. So, okay, let's just use the one we planned. It's close by as well. But before we do that, I need more rare mining drills. I only got the 71 left. So before we just pick up anything at all, I think we're gonna just resupply we're gonna pick up all the defunct miners. I think we've got a ton of them. Let me just throw all the ones I have in here. We can see how many we end up with. We also made some of these. Let's put those in there as well. So I'm going to be picking up stuff, so I want some space in my inventory. Alright, that's pretty good, I think. We don't need that anymore. We do not need this anymore. Nor do we need this. It now exists in the world, so I don't need the blueprint of it anymore. Yeah, let's go. Go pick up all rare miners. Alright, so red ammo is now, I believe, 7.5 resource. 4 iron, 1 copper, that's 5.5 steel, is 7.5. So we need 6.5 belts of iron and 1 belt of copper. That is basically what we need. 7.5 belts times about 30 miners, 210 miners at least. Probably more because these patches, especially the copper patches, quite big. I might just mine a single belt from the center for now. That might be the way to go for the copper. But the iron patches I want to fully cover. So yeah, what is the best way to go about it? We want to end up over here, so I suppose we start over here and then just go counterclockwise around the map until we end up... We need to end up back at the base anyway. We don't though. If I already just take stuff to build the mining drills, we should be fine. So let's take some stuff. Alright. So some of those. We're gonna need more belts and undergrounds then. Splitters, we could probably use a stack extra. We got some red undergrounds. And then just more belts. We'll only pick up mining drills, so we'll have a lot of space. I'm just gonna build the mining drills. We're gonna bring the furnaces when we have them. So let's bring these as well then. I'll just throw them in the trash slots and try not to mess up. 70 miners. That's 2 stacks of efficiencies. Let's take a bit more for the quality miners we'll deconstruct. Let's take the entire chest. We'll throw it in the trash slots as well. Alright, now we're prepared. Yeah, the song with the voices, that is like very like this. I get this Greek, this like old Greek movie vibe from that, like the Athens kind of stuff. Wait, we have the running armor though, so we're pretty fast. We gotta start at the basics. The most close by mine is over here. Picked it up already. Somehow this is still going. There's still half of a patch hidden underneath there. Alright. This one is quite nearby as well. That's still going. 21 left. Now we get to the 2 patches which have fully run out. The initial green signs patches, 8 million and 7 million copper, 8 million and 7 million iron respectively, all gone. Every single last piece gone. Nothing here anymore. 8 million. Plus 1 million from rare quality when we got to it. All gone. And then we have 3 suspiciously empty belts over here, which means the other one is also gonna be all gone. Look at the belts. This giant patch, man. It was a giant patch right here. 7 million. Gone. All gone. Then I suppose we go to the coal, then these mining patches over here, before going back to all the way to the big nest over there. So the coal. How is wall production doing? Alright, yeah, that is 70 to 100 a minute. 720 a minute here. And this just goes up and down a bit. So we are consuming the full 4 belts all of the time. Line is still completely flat. I'm not sure it will stay that way for an entire hour. I think... I don't know how long it will take for these chests to fill up, but at some point most chests are going to be full and the remaining inserters cannot consume everything anymore. Yeah, that's pretty good. These belts are still full as well. When fast inserters? Probably when I need either when I do trains on Volgora, because we're gonna need the bulk inserters there for sure. Or when I need like the actual stack inserters to put stacks of stuff on the belt. On how is it called? On spaceships. How's it going here? Nothing has run out except for the one over here, where we built some landfill, which we can deconstruct again. There was never a drill there. It's in your imagination. This is not moving at all because we are prioritizing this mine, so this will probably have quite a few empty drills. Yeah, there we go, that's a lot of them. We already reclaimed 37. I don't think we're gonna reclaim enough drills to fully build military signs. We might reclaim enough to do red ammo though. Okay, next one is that stone patch over there. That hasn't really had the chance yet to mine a lot. But we may have built some miners on there which are not really which didn't have a lot of stone under them. We didn't really pay attention that much. At some point we gotta mine the 706 iron in the middle of the lake here. Ah wait, this could have been another giant iron patch, man. Look at that. It would have spread all the way here from this shore. But unfortunately it's now all underwater iron, so it's probably rust. Nothing has run out here, alright. Then the smelteries for the gears and pipes for engines. I suppose we gotta go down. The question is, do I go all the way down? I don't think so. 2, 3 miners. This is still going right next to the biters. Yeah, we really reached that pollution equilibrium right there, where we are not polluting the biters. Despite mining right in their face at some point. I mean, in some instances, it's within trigger. If I was standing here, these biters would attack, but they don't care about the mining drill. Alright, we've got a stone mine down there. Nothing ran out there. That's good because that's where those Johnnies are. There's a couple more patches here though. That is fine. These are all fine. Yeah, we just build the drills in the middle of the patch so they won't run out for a very long time. Smart. Sometimes I gotta give credit to past Mike. That's not often, but here's our void intersection. Don't stand in the middle. Alright, we were planning to build a raider here, apparently. And one more, I remember now, one more somewhere over here. Exactly remember where, but let's just put one. the ghost blueprints, so I remember. This has not run out at all. Here we got a couple. Let me put them on the bar so we can just keep a live count. 62. Alright, here is a little bit more problematic. We're gonna need that bot armor here. And these mining drills. Yeah, we need this one, the upgrade planner, which upgrades mining drills from rare to normal. Only way you can switch out empty mining drills. I cannot even force place that on top, but if you use the upgrade planner, it will work. I'm still assuming that happens on the same tick, so biters don't have a chance to spawn. We haven't had a fail yet, but I'm not sure. I mean, I didn't really properly test this strategy in any way, so right, so those mining drills continue to exist. I think we're back to the running armor. This one on the bottom, that's fine. We're gonna go here. It's kinda hard to see because of all the solar powered raiders, where raiders should go now. This has not run out. Where is the next patch? Then we get this iron and then this cluster of 3. Let's look at this one. Not too much going on there. Here we probably have a lot of them. We can also not delete these. Here we got tons and tons of mining drills which have run out. Holy moly. Right. That's good though. We want to have those back. Where am I? Hey, thanks Sagittarius for the full year and an extra one of subscriptions. Redirecting Jeff Bezos' money for over a year now. There's not a lot in this mine. This is kind of a backup mining drill anyway. Have you finished building military skink yet? No, but we've almost gotten started again. There's a couple ones active still. There's some ore which we'll never be able to get, protected by these biters, but we can extract some of it. Actually, we can extract all of it with big mining drills, but we don't have those yet. Okay, I suppose this is going to be the big test then, if it actually works like I say it does. Let's try. Same tick, no behemoth spawns, no behemoth spawns. Alright, that's good. How much is still under here? 5k, 21k, 24k. Okay, they're gonna be busy for quite a while still. Okay, now we're hitting the big score. We've got 88 drills already. I suppose we can maybe let the bots do it here, where we have so many of them. That is not a lot of miners anymore. We might need a new landfill patch at some point. It's good we took a lot of efficiency modules, because we are regaining mostly quality. Yeah, there's too many biter bases here. Chunks will not be green anyway, so let's just let all live in peace here. Here we've got a giant amount. Basically all of these, except that one, have run out. $1.1k under that last drill there. Look at all these belts, man. This was a giant patch. I think this was like 10 million. Yeah, it was 10 million, now it's 1.6. It was over 12 million with the quality. I hope I can store everything in my inventory, man. Okay, let's build this one power pole back. That saves a slot. This can go in here. I got my normal mining drills. I do not need to upgrade any drills anymore, I think. This was the radar slot. Okay, then we go... this won't have run out, but that one will. And all the copper drills also will have run out. Yeah, there's 2 drills there. It's not really worth the detour. Have drills run out here? Yeah, there have 3. And a ton here, right? Yeah, a ton there. Alright. So we go up diagonally then. Now why is... you can do that these days, right? We have sort of a module inserter light added to Factorio now. Oh, that's good. If you procrastinate enough, as you see, good things come of it. We will have plenty of mining drills to build the red ammo, I think. We already reclaimed, how many? 177 drills. And we're not even done yet. Alright, we'll pick up those 2 as well at the coal patch at the lake. We have a running armor now. Distances are negligible. It's nice to get an overview of the base every once in a while as well. By just running around a bit. Seeing where it all comes from. Let me try the upgrade planner thing from... It's just more... It's just more time to set up than... How do you do that actually? Empty module spot. Alright. Here we're keeping him in though. Well, let's try it out anyway. Okay, I hit those again. Looks like it's working, but for now, yeah, I do not want that. Why we're keeping him here? Yeah, it's a good question. I don't know either. We just do. Still took him out by hand for some reason. Alright, that is all. Yeah, that is actually all the replacing we need to do. I missed the part where you explained why laser damage. So initially I just wanted a longer challenge for a novice, so I put the entire tech tree under thrusters. The entire Novician tech tree was a prerequisite for thrusters. I've reverted that. Actually I haven't, atomic bomb is still there. But I will revert that. We're not gonna do that. Instead we're gonna prove that we can take any biter base on novice with ease. And if we do that, we basically have said to the biters we have won. We can claim whenever we want. That means we can just complete the entire tech tree, no problem. So we have proved the concept if we can do that. But then, so it also is good to have a means to keep expanding on novice instead of just barely getting our butts off the planet with the minimum possible and then just letting the base die. Why not keep the base? Why not keep on expanding the base? Why not bring home the science? Maybe we'll do a full planet on novice. All the research has to be done on novice, something like that. We have to keep the base alive and going. And then it's very good to have it'll be very good to have what's it called, the laser turrets, so we can actually expand. Because if we then need artillery, that's another, what, million or something? 1.5 million yellow science packs as well. So this technology by itself actually is equivalent in cost to about, if you just take the cost of rocket silo, which is 1 million red, green and blue. Military science about as expensive as blue, so that adds one set of military science. Sorry, that adds one set of blue science to the cost. So we're at equivalent of 3 million blue science. Yellow is 3 times blue, so that's another 4.5. We're at 7.5 million. Space science is free. Metallurgic science packs are not free, but free in terms of Novician resources. So this is equivalent to 7.5 million blue science. I did not even consider that before, but 7.5 million blue science. That's going to be more than the cost we need to get off of the planet. So if we need to research artillery on novice, yeah, we better have some way to keep the base alive and keep claiming resources, I suppose. Looks like we're doing that. If I could just send spaceships and bots remotely to the other planets without ever leaving the surface of novice, I could. But I don't think you can do that. I think you have to go to the planets yourself the first time around, right? I think there's no way to there is no way to do everything remotely. Would be a bit anticlimactic as well, and this is like the title of the expansion is Space Age, so you'd better go to space. Alright, here's our coal mine for grenades. Is that enough for 4 bells? I don't know. That was all. Why not replace the biters with walls by blueprint? Yeah. If I send one bot out to do a task, it will just do it in the same take. But if I send out a lot of bots, the place is going to be open for quite a bit, which could prove to be extremely dangerous, as in mass behemoth spawning. I think we gotta do some Johnny distraction again. Hello, I'm here. shoot me. Don't shoot my bolts. Don't shoot my bolts. Don't shoot my bolts. Okay, let's go. Let's go. Go, bots. Go, 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 go. Go. No. I'll repair that myself. Thank you very much. So I can do it outside of the range of the worm. Right? I think only one more patch and then we have visited every single ore patch in the game, which we hand built. Our glorious 13 million copper patch is left to 3.7 million now. Alright, we're done. How many mining drills did we reclaim? 214. Together with what we have, that's 300 drills about. Should be enough to build military signs. Should be enough to build red ammo, at least. Let me just have a quick view here. I think there was something wrong. One of these belts is moving all the time. These belts were not full all the time. This belt is not full. Maybe we have to distribute these resources a little bit better. Instead of just having this one come out full, we can indeed just do... I think we can make this into a 3x3 splitter by doing this. This is not the most compact 3x3 splitter, but I think it works the same. Without favoring an output. Alright, and then we'd better... Can I do that? I think that is too much. Three-quarters of a belt. I think that works. Alright, so I want this set up as well into the other one. Let's do this to make it more confusing. At least I won't be knowing what I was doing anymore. Alright, I need to go to the other side here, I forgot about that. Alright, never mind then. Bad idea. Alright, now we should get a better distribution, I think, of ore. So these all will have 3/4 of a belt left, and we are just helping this mine out a bit better. And that way we have a more even distribution of ore instead of this basically, where some belts are heavily disfavored and other belts are pretty full. It's not really a perfect splitter, but we were not aiming for that anyway. Yeah, I'm just gonna carry this, I suppose. can just put it in the copper build. Alright. Let's head over to red ammo. The red ammo patches. And we can redeploy all these miners again. And we've got some puzzling out to do before we actually build anything. But let's first get over there. We need to go approximately over here. That is actually pretty close by. First gotta close off the wall again. Alright, up there as well. It is severely open here. At the minimum, you have to manually place a single tank with a rogue port on each planet plus a raider. Single rogue port plus solar panel plus power pole. Yeah, that sounds like a very slow challenge though, to get up and running on each planet. Oh, we have arrived already. Alright. As a reward, I'll give the bots to reward this, to repair this place. Okay, I don't think we're doing quality modules on this part of the build. Okay, this one is right in my wall. Ooh, it's also right in the biters here. How is military science coming along? As you would expect. Actually, no, it's going along. It's going pretty well. Do we have a 1 hour wall production? Might almost be time. Not quite yet. We have 10 more minutes. Can we do 10 more minutes? Tell me, chests. Yeah, we might. We might. Can I get the 1 hour wall graph? That would be excellent. For the 720 walls per minute thing. Alright, so we need way less resources now. I think we first gotta come to our senses a bit. No, that's not the right proverb. But anyway. Before. Originally we would need 5 copper plus 4 iron plus 1 steel, which is basically 5 iron. Now we need only 1 copper. We still need the 4 iron for the magazine. It's now 2 yellow magazines and the 2 red ones. And then it's 1 steel for both of the magazines. So we need, basically the difference here is we need 2.5 belts less of iron to smelt steel. But we were doing only We were doing 720 SPM, so it was 2 belts of iron into steel, now it's 1 belt of iron into steel. We still need the 4 belts of iron for the normal magazines, so we need 5 belts of... no, we need... No, we needed 5 belts of iron... Wait, what? We needed 4 belts of iron into steel. I'm getting... You know what? I think we should go to the calculator. Because we're doing 720 SPM, not 900. That makes it a little bit weirder. So originally we needed steel. Let's check it out over here. For 720 SPM it was not half a belt of steel, but only 0.4. Now we're gonna need 0.2, that's half of it. So yeah, instead of 2 belts of iron into steel, we need 1 belt of iron into steel. Yellow magazines still have the same requirement. So it was... I counted 2 belts of iron into ammo for easiness sake. It's 1.6, it's 0.8 per belt basically. So we're still gonna put 2 belts of iron into magazines. And then it's 1 belt of iron into steel. I suppose then it's 1 belt of... We needed 2 belts of copper, now we need 0.4 belts of copper. We need literally half a belt of copper now. Copper requirement has been cut in 5. So half belt of copper, that is nothing. Half a belt of copper. Then 1 belt of iron into steel. 2 belts of iron, not into steel. So 3 belts of iron, 1 belt of copper. Half a belt of copper, 3.5 belts of resources. That is cheap. 3.5 belts of resources in total. Okay, we definitely can get away with only using 1 iron patch. Then I want to look, do we actually build it here? Because 3.5 belts of iron and half a belt of copper, that is a really low resource requirement. Is there anywhere else which fits the new situation better? Let's have a quick look around the pollution cloud just to see if anything is scary. Nothing is scary just yet. Even here, the pollution of the stone mine is not really helping pushing against these biters just yet, so that is good. So basically we need like a giant iron patch next to a tiny copper patch, ideally. We've got a giant iron patch here. The copper patch is also quite sizable. And this one, maybe we just take from this one then. It's just half a belt, we can route that up. This copper can be used for, I don't know, also red chips in the future. Maybe we'll just mine this separately for like making blue chips or something for the rocket silo. We need to think about that kind of stuff as well. That hopefully was chat. It was chat, okay. We're still on the calculator screen. It has been a while since that had happened. Thanks. Sorry about that. Why is copper cut into 5 and steel in half but iron stays? New recipe for piercing ammo. And the experimental update is already live. And I think it's gonna stay, so I already upgraded to it. So I don't need to rebuild my military science setup later. 2.8. Okay, I think we're just gonna grab the 3 belts of iron off of here. There is no copper anywhere else. We can actually just search for copper. We might spot something which I missed. No. I think we're gonna be, yeah, we're gonna be using this one then. Just half a belt of copper. And we'll save this one for rocket silo kind of stuff. Low density structures needs tons of copper. Blue chips need tons of copper. We're gonna need a lot of copper still. We don't have that much copper. Copper was our weak point. Let's check. What do we still have access to? Excluding outside the base. We have this 10 million patch right here. Also in this same pollution zone, which is kind of limited though, so it's not really takeable all that hard. We got 3.6 million here, which is good. A little bit over here. We got this patch still, but we definitely need to claim these bases before we can take that at any rate. We've got one patch over here, but that's in the green chunks. This patch is probably too close to these biters. Yeah, so we basically are out of copper options. Right, so we're gonna use that one. And this iron patch. I think we can easily get 3.5 belts of iron out of this patch. If not, we'll back it up with this tiny one. I think this is gonna do though. So then where are we gonna build stuff? I suppose I'll figure that out after the dinner break. I'm first going to eat something. We're gonna look at those green chunks. Again, they're not actually called the green chunks in the debug menu though. We're gonna want to build it somewhere where the chunks are already red. Then we want to belt the red ammo up around, join this corridor into the base. And then join our super cool military science build. Look at that beauty. Let's check the wall. I think we have the 1 hour graph now. We are about to crack the 1 hour. Alright. So I'm gonna save here. Time for red ammo build. And we're gonna have I think we're just gonna have the lab intermezzo. We have three rows of labs active. And that fits quite nicely into the screen. And then I'm gonna go on dinner break. I'll be back then in 20 minutes about. 25 minutes maybe. Probably gotta make some new coffee. Alright, we are 70% on the way to low density structures. We can now check the production graph here. How has science been doing? Over the last hour, 6,050. But here it was still wobbly. So I suppose when we come back, the wobbly thing will have gone. We can check how much we're actually over 1,000 signs a minute now. Wall. You're at 720k already. 720 times 60. Should be 43,200. Look at that. Our setup is working. We are eating up 4,300. Sorry, 43,200. We're making 43,200 walls an hour. Consuming the full 4 stone belts confirmed. That is nice that is working. But pretty soon it's going to go down again because the chests fill up. And science graph will check then once I'm back after the dinner break. So yeah. Enjoy the ASMR. Let me see if we can find a good music track to start off with. One of the hero songs, they're always pretty good. Come on. I do this before every stream, by the way. Before every stream I just try to get the track, which is nice. Space 2 is kind of good as well. Let's do Space 2. And then I just go to the next one and back to the previous one before the stream starts. So we start off on a nice song. Enjoy Space 2. And I'll be back in 20 to 25 minutes. Hey, you just joined, what did I miss? You missed the dinner break. So basically 20 minutes of staring at this screen. While the science ticker ever so slowly, in the slowest way possible, ticks up. I think it's actually time to, yeah, walls is done. Wall. It is now limited by how fast the inserters can put the walls in the chests. But we did do the full hour test of 720 walls a minute. Now we're about to check the science graph. Looks like we are producing 60,039 signs per hour. Which is pretty close to 1000 signs a minute, just a little bit over, 1000.6, something like that. So that's good. Achieving the goal of producing exactly 1k SPM. No, we're not gonna do that kind of stuff. Donate $10 to make any belt flip direction. Are you insane? Are you insane? Are you actually insane? I am actually insane. Oh, that's an unreasonable blueprint. What? What kind of message was that? That was a weird message. Order to create blueprint with unreasonable size. I never saw that before. We can still get it from the mouse over though. We have 117,000 belts on the map. So no, we're not gonna do that. That will be didn't who was it? Anti-Patients did a run like where everything could like flip upon placing, and there were like lots of other anti quality of life modules. That was quite something. So now the big question is, do I reload or do I not reload? I think I do not reload. I think we'll just continue. From this stream on, the progress of the dinner breaks and stuff is going to count towards actual progress, because are we running out of things to do? I don't know if it's bad. Have a quick think about that. I mean, we still have a lot of things to do. We need to put landfill up there. There's always distant resources we can connect, the ones we claimed in the early game. Although, if we are gonna go laser turrets anyway, and I expect to be able to take on those big nests anyway, why would I belt this half belt of copper all the way through the base, all the way down here, all the way down here, then all the way back up, and then back to the... Why would I not just neutralize these nests, take this copper and just belt it straight into the base or into red chips over here? That makes a lot more sense than trying to painstakingly do these kind of things all the time, where we just try to sneak it between the existing biter bases. Jump scare, suddenly there was a voice. How was the volume of stuff? I made the music a little bit louder. Oh, this track is especially present, so I'm going to skip this one. I didn't have my headphones on just yet. Is my voice still clearly, was it still clearly hearable above the music? Alright. You know, Rocket Silo is going to take 18 hours, 17 hours to research. I think I should not reload anymore. Not reload anymore. Unless the biters attack or something, but... So, there's 30 min of dinner break progress, I suppose. And now I have an excuse if I don't finish my builds in time. That is all because of the dinner break. So yeah, I already agree with this, with my new assessment over here. Alright. I think we're just first gonna fill in this patch with miners. It's a little bit of a weird one. We have the wall going over here. I suppose we can move the wall over like so. That would not be a problem. Perhaps even just perhaps just even make it go like so. So we have space. Then is the question, where are we gonna do the smelting? How big is the smelting gonna be? As again, this track. I'm gonna keep it though, it's a good track. We're gonna need like 3.5 bells of iron. Oh wait, no, it doesn't just simply work like that. It doesn't just simply work like that, because we also need steel. I think I'm just gonna route the steel back into another furnace line and be done with it. It was 1 belt of iron into steel, so let's not design something completely new for that. So 1 belt of iron goes into steel, and then... Man! Now that I'm not making 900 SPM, the ratios are much harder. First I thought, okay, I need 4 belts of iron for magazines, but no, we're making only... we get 2 signs back per magazine though, so it was 2 belts. But now it's 1.6 because... Let's just look at a new recipe here. 2 copper, 1 steel, 2 firearm magazines. For 2 piercing round magazines, we get them 2 at a time now. 6 seconds crafting time, so that just doubled. The ratio of assemblers stays the same then. Didn't look at that just yet. Yeah, 1 second to make 1. And 6 seconds to make 2 of these. So that's still a 1-to-3 ratio. Something like that. The ratio stays the same. Alright. 1 belt of iron into steel, and then 2 belts of iron. Is it really that little? I just cannot believe it's that little. Alright, let's try just to do this from the ground up. So I'm getting confused. 1 magazine costs 4 iron plates, right? We are going for 720 SPM on the military signs. Which means we need 360 piercing rounds a minute. Because we get 2 military signs for 1 piercing round. Which means we need 360 of these a minute. So what we need a minute is 360 times 4 iron. Yeah, 1440 iron a minute. That is 1.6 bells, I think. Yeah, 1.6 belt. Okay, that's 2 belts. We'll round that up to 2 belts of iron for magazines. Okay, so 2 belts of iron for magazines. Let's just count it here. And then steel. We're also gonna need 360 steel a minute. 360 steel takes 5 iron each. We need 1800 a minute. That's exactly 2 belts. So that's 2 belts of iron for steel. So we need 3.6 belts in total. .6 belts of iron. So more than 3.5, not 3.5, 3.6. So I'm just gonna smelt 4 belts of iron. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 1 belt goes into steel. Wait, no, I'm doing it wrong again. It takes 1 steel to make 2 of these, so we need only 180 steel times 5. That indeed is 900. That's only 1 belt of iron. Am I really this crazy? Is it that cheap? Ah yeah, you already noticed. Yeah, it's 3 red, 1 yellow, you're right. Okay, good still here. Looks like most paint same music is fine. What seems it just looks like so little resources though. I have a feeling this is gonna go wrong. I mean, yeah, steel cost is half. There's it's 2.5 iron into steel and 4 iron into a magazine. So it makes sense that the magazines require more. Okay, let me do it another way. Steel. I forgot the way I was gonna do it. Never mind. 1.6 bells go into magazines, divided by 4, multiplied by 2.5 is 1. Okay, that also leads to 1 belt of iron and steel. I guess it must be right. 2.6 belts of iron. 2.6 belts of iron, that is nothing. And half belt of copper. Is that right then? What is the new ratio for resources? Let's check it, triple check it with this method as well. So total raw per pair is 1 steel and 8 plates. It's 13 iron to 2 copper, so it's 6.5. Ratio iron to copper is 1 to 6.5. Right? 1 to 6.5. Okay, something is off then. Actually, we do not need half a belt of copper then. We need 0.4 belts of copper. That is where it is off. I'm thinking I need half a belt of copper. 0.4. I think 0.4 and 2.6. Is that ratio 1 to 6.5? I think it is. 2.6 divided by 0.4. If this is 6.5, I'm happy. It's 6.5. Alright, it is what it is. It is just so cheap. I cannot believe it. So 1 belt of iron into steel, and then we'll just do 2 belts. Okay, let's just symbolize that. This belt. So you have this output belt basically just going in the input. and to flip it vertically. Okay, so the output belt just goes into the input here, and that will be steel. We could maybe make it a little bit neater. If the output belt just goes back out where it comes in. So you have iron ore coming in, iron coming out, and that just goes into the input over here. And then out comes the steel. Alright, that is steel. Then iron, 1.6 belts, we're just going to make 2. And then copper, that is half a belt. That is copper. Insane. Alright, then we'll just stick it together again. Okay, so this is the size of the smelting area. Suppose we're going to make this a bit tighter. Maybe even use one of those undergrounds to hide the fact that we're sneaking it in there. That is the entire smelting area. We're gonna make red ammo somewhere here as well. Well, that is the size at least. Now we gotta figure out how to build it. I suppose we're again gonna do it from the ground up. We're just gonna... I forgot to take the good efficiency modules, the quality ones. We want 180 of these a minute, and one of these is making 0.25 a second according to the mouse over. Can we confirm that it takes 6 seconds to make 2, it's 3 seconds to make 1, it runs at crafting speed 0.75, so it doesn't take 3 seconds but 4 seconds to make 1, so it's indeed a quarter a second, right? A quarter a second is 15 a minute. And we want 180 a minute. So 180 divided by 15 is 12, I think. It is literally the same. It is literally the same setup as I already had in my base. Why am I just not just using this? Wait, no, I'm doing it wrong. I'm doing it wrong. Am I doing it wrong? This was 360 ammo a second, but of course it was 360 in the olden days. But the recipe speed didn't change. I'm off by a factor of 2. Test world. Yeah, maybe I should do that. Just to see how it pans out. I thought that it wouldn't be this hard to figure out. It is not this hard to figure out. I don't know, I'm struggling so much. It is the factor of 2 things. Now it's 1, 2, and then military science is 1 into 2. We still need 300. Yeah, we need 360 magazines. Yeah, we need 360. Yeah, that's where it's go wrong. I'm counting the steel. Steel was 180, but we're getting 360 piercing rounds a minute. So I gotta double the setup. Yeah, we gotta double it. So not 12, but 24. You know what? That setup at home is probably pretty okay in general. Let's just copy this stack. That is what we want. Except we want it twice. We can again merge the belt of copper and steel. We're going to have 0.4 belts of copper and 0.2 belts of steel now. We're going to have 2 belts of iron. Iron just needs to go to here though. So the 2 belts of iron only need to go this deep. do not have fast inserters though. It takes 3 iron a second. 3 iron a second. So I need 3 inserters a second. Long-handed. Okay, we're not gonna do shiny in the middle. This is our... There is our setup. We don't need to conserve space. We're not in the base right now. That is our setup. And we output 0.75 magazines a second. Even this one should keep up with that. And then we can move it a bit closer together. We can actually still do the output of the red ammo in the middle. Alright. So that's gonna be we're gonna have like tiny amounts. Why is my brain breaking on this relatively simple setup? I don't understand it. I think I just need to refill my coffee. That is probably the thing to do right now. Recent studies have suggested that coffee actually contains brain cells, so you can replace the ones you lose. Alright, things become much clearer now. We output the ammo that goes on both sides of the belt. Okay, never mind. Let's not do it the beautiful way, we'll do it the normal people way. That is the clarity I was looking for. So we output just over there on the same belt. So this goes one tile closer, like normal people build setups with 2 belts in the middle. So this is going to be the full ammo belt, and then the other belt is just going to carry both the copper and the steel, which now is possible thanks to the new reduction in copper requirement. Only 1 copper per magazine, so that's easy. So here we just insert the ammo again, and insert the ammo again. And then we also, of course, need to insert the copper and steel. So that's going to look like this. Then we're just going to have that annoying power pole pattern again, which needs some manual intervention. Looks like I'm gonna have to wire that up manually all the way through on this side at least. Because the inserters are wrong. I can just try it. It is easier to replace the inserters than to wire up the network. That's still okay. Actually still looks okay. Except for the recipes. Alright. And then, since we are funny, we can make this an underground belt that does not connect and output over there. Just to waste a bit more space, I suppose. Yeah, that looks like something I would build. So I suppose we're back in normal territory now. Alright, so that is our crafting setup. This is our smelting setup. That's all we need. That's all we need. That's all. That is the entire red ammo build. Heh. Easy. Alright. Where do we actually build it though? It would be kinda nice if the red ammo... How is pollution looking in this area of the map? It's non-existent, so we are not stacking pollution on top of other pollution. Like over here with a stone mine, which now is idle again. Will be idle again. Yeah, I suppose we'll build this wall out. Let's first replace the wall. I need to get far enough away because my construction area is huge. I do not want to construct anything yet. Alright. So that connects the power line before I disconnect my entire base from the solar grid yet again. That is fixed. And now we're just gonna delete the wall. I have more bots, so why not? We're gonna wait until they get back in my armor. And the wall was always there. I don't know what you're thinking. It was an illusion. The wall was never here. Alright, I managed to not drain my battery, so that's nice. Now we can figure out where the red ammo belt is gonna go. Our grenade setup is probably gonna be pretty close to here, because we got iron for grenades here, coal there. We're gonna smelt the iron probably here, so we probably built the thing right behind there. There's a couple green chunks in there, but so be it. They're gonna have to go. This also sacrifices green chunks. This mine sacrifices green chunks, but we're running out of patches to choose from, so I think we're stuck doing that. It does mean we potentially can sneak the red ammo build in, like almost like right against the edge. Something like so. Where the two bells of iron just come in next to the wall. And the belt with copper and steel goes here. Right. That does not fit my smelting area though. We can do a vertical smelting stack. It does not fit behind the mining drills. We could place it on the other side of the wall. I don't really want to do that though. The thing is just going to go next to the iron patch here. Copper's going to come up here. Alright, before we build that, we will consider that, but for now cannot actually build this. I don't have the modules. I do have the belts and the power lines. I don't have the inserters though. So I suppose we'll make it into a blueprint, a temporary blueprint. So I can delete it without without forgetting how to build it. And then we can first actually build the mining patches, which we were set out to do. I'll stay on. Somebody quote the XKCD, please. There's always one update which breaks something, and some persons will not upgrade anymore ever again. Of some songs there are two versions, the hero version and the non-hero version. And it's basically some sort of like an acoustic and electric performance almost, the difference. Not literally, but like two versions of the same song. Personally, I don't agree with the red ammo buff either. I see why they did it for the spaceships, but I don't like how it changes early combat. Of course, combat is not something which is like Dead World challenge maps. That's kind of a niche area of play. Don't tell me there's an iron right here, 26 iron right there. Are you actually kidding? I'm gonna hand mine that. No. I'm gonna hand mine that. We're not gonna spawn behemoths. Let me grab the blueprint for the mining drills. Okay. Focus. It is time to go at this with military precision now. We're gonna flop everything into place and we're gonna get military science built before the Formula 1 race starts. Because I want to watch that. Let's go. Bots are off. We're gonna figure out how to put this into place. We're gonna smelt on the left side then, so let's bring the bells out. To the left? No, we'll bring them out up. The blueprint is... yeah, it's just tiny, so we can route it in there easily. Up looks like the way to go. How wide does it have to be? This is the widest. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, that's 6. Looks like we can go a little bit more. Okay, that looks like an okay alignment. How do we end up here? Perfect. Kinda have to build this here. And then we can just glue some mining drills to the back of it. Catch the rest of it. Alright, that's it. That's how we're gonna roll. Look at this military precision stuff. It's incredible. Just zip it along. This is a giant mine. I think these are not necessary. They are not. Alright. There goes the military precision. That means we're gonna start over here with the belt coming out the front instead of half an underground. But the arrangement of miners stays the same basically. And actually, if I'm smart, I'll just also build them in sections with the bots so they don't drain my armor. This was the plan all along. Here we go. If a bot flies outside, south, I'm gonna cancel again. Okay, no bots fly outside. South. Outside, out south. Outside is a different game. Okay, gotta wait a bit. So the bots go in the armor and then they replenish their free energy. Alright, now we get into the dangerous part. If I shift, I should not super force, I should just force click. And the walls stay into place. Alright. I'm not actually gonna hand mine that, at least not now. Maybe during the 17-hour rocket silo research, who knows. Well, it's actually necessary. I think most of these are 298. Let's try to that one is not necessary either. All the ore is reached. That one is though. Usually the ones on the corner, they are a little bit fake. 842, no thank you. Here starts to be good again. We gotta conserve our rare mining drill, so that's why we are being so pedantic about this. There we go, that is 120 miners, that's enough for 4 belts of iron, which was the full... Combine these. Into one. And then we have 4 belts outcoming. 4 belts outcoming is always a good amount of belts outcoming. Alright, that's our 4 belts of iron outcoming. That was easy. I guess we gotta make a decision now. Well, no. We can postpone it a bit. We won't though. We won't. Let's put the thing back into place. That goes there. And then the smeltery. Now we know where the ore is coming from. Can we just align the smeltery with the mining patch? That would be nice. We can do the copper ore on the inside. Where is steel? I think we should change this up a bit, because steel is on the left side and it has to match up with copper. So what if we just do copper on that side then? Except we'll flip the whole thing around, so copper is still on the right side. And iron just has to go far away. Then we just align it with the top mining drill. Something like that. Makes sense. Can go one lower. Yeah, let's go one lower. So against that furnace, not including that furnace. And we're in the center of the patch. The back ones are gonna run out before that. Let's keep it there. Okay, that's gonna be the alignment. Okay, now the entire power network is messed up. That happens with Control Z-ing. Fortunately, we still have a fresh copy. Alright, so we can figure out how much power this uses. Sorry, what the requirements are to actually grab that stuff soon enough. We're gonna have copper coming out here. I guess the steel is gonna come out on this one. So we just have to match those up. Like so. Do we need copper and steel in the same amounts? No, 2 copper and 1 steel. Okay, I was thinking of just mixing the belt for fun. I think we're not gonna do it though. So copper is already on the far side of the belt anyway, on the right side. So this should be good enough. If we output priority steel to the left, it should work. You can just meet up the belts. I don't know. I just want... I don't know what I want. Let's not bother. Too scenic. This will work just fine. And then if we can align it so that the 4x4 splitter will have its dimple right where the output belt is, we can make this even more confusing. We're not gonna draw equally from all belts though. I suppose steel is gonna consume the full belt. These two are not gonna be fully consumed. So one goes in. One goes in here. And the other one goes in here. The belts come out, however they may. And then the third belt, we are just gonna pretend can build it already. It's not going to change anymore. Grab and put. So it's this one. And then the output is this one. So that's a nice fake way to stop that. And then the iron is going to be passed on the belt here, and it's going to go up this way. It's going to be smelted into steel, and then it's going to be put on the steel output belt over here, which indeed comes up with the copper output belt over here. Alright, so that's all good. And copper has to come in from here, the half belt of copper that we're going to mine. That goes in there. Let's put caps on these. And the iron comes out like so. Alright. Routing. Okay, then the iron comes out like that. I think the iron is just going to go here. Copper and steel is going to go here. Copper and steel. And then we got the two iron belts on the top. And then we'll just do this in the most logical way possible. It's such a stupid way to do it, but it's so efficient. And that should do it. Copper and steel is going to flip over to this side, because iron is going to be forced on this side. Yeah, that should work. I'm just building parts of it, just going through my thought process a little bit, just to see what's up. I suppose we're gonna have, oh god, we're gonna have that power network. Connect everything. This is okay. Let's just hand place this. Oh no, you have to place it in order or it goes wrong. Because if the bots place this, they're gonna place it randomly, and then it's gonna be a giant mess of cables again. Alright, Now we just have way too many connections up here, which is extremely important that don't exist. Alright, we can have redundancy. Redundancy. It's not redundant. This one is connected through here and this one is connected through here. There is no redundancy inside. Okay, there will be. These will be connected actually. I forgot about that. Maybe I can just align these. Yeah, not bad. Alright. I'll disconnect this one. So before the power network gets messed up, I'll place that myself. Alright. Grid. Nice. Okay, so the resource stored process is finished. That part is good. We just need to go mine the half belt of copper, and that's gonna be it. That is gonna be it. Alright. And then we'll simply flip these so they won't switch on just yet. Basically, I have everything except the inserters and the furnaces with the modules. So we gotta pick that up at the base. But in general, not bad. Not bad. Now we just gotta find out how this copper belt is gonna go up. Just straight, huh? I know, we're not gonna use that one. Ooh, we're gonna go through these journeys, it looks like. We're gonna use that copper patch over there. So we gotta go here. We do not want to place ghosts over there. Yeah, just a straight line basically. I suppose let's go. Red ammo designed. Copper, steel, iron filter on the wrong belt. Ah yeah, it's the outside belt, which is copper. Ah, too bad, everybody else in chat. You don't get to see the mess it creates. Okay, this indeed already is iron. Other iron is here, it goes there. Right, now it's correct. The balancer is missing a splitter. Oh. That's what you get when you start building a balancer from the middle out. That is a weird way to build it. Alright, straight line it is. Ooh, the tree. The tree barely survives. Here we're gonna get some... There's only one belt, so we can easily scan this. Alright, that should be good. It is. There are more forests inside. I'm just gonna go straight with that other copper patch, by the way. I don't care. We can move it out of the way later. Maybe I should just keep... I should just keep that thing on there. But I will forget to deconstruct it. Oh, another big biter base. A little bit of a dangerous area. We should not run into trouble. Now I'm missing my minimap. Coming up on those Johnnies. Okay, they're still a ways ahead. Wait. No, all of these chunks are red chunks except the Johnny chunks. So technically I should go up here, but F it. We're gonna make new expansion chunks on the water soon enough anyway. Let's try. Ow. Alright, good enough. I mean, this forest is gonna be horrible enough as it is. Alright, that should connect again. We'll put it on at the end. We have to walk up anyway, so it's not like we are not coming back here. We'll put the green marker on there. I'm just gonna guess that connects. Oh, where am I going? Man, I'm way too fast for my own good. Alright, approximately over there. Why did extra cable connections matter? They don't. They don't. It's just me being stupid. Alright, we literally need half belt of copper. I have mining productivity 2, so that should be 13 miners only. I think I'm just gonna place the 13 for now. Just grab a couple of trees off here. That is 12. Okay, this patch is not that rich. Okay, I'll just fill it in. We'll just fill it in. So we'll do it the usual way. I'm not gonna create that much pollution in this corner. We've got tons of space, so let's just get rid of some of these trees at the edge here. So we can see something. Okay, front copper is there. And one mine on the end does cover everything. I could spread my miners out a lot more on this patch instead of doing this actually. Maybe I should do that because I only need half a belt. So let's try. Let's try to go maximum spread. See how that works out. Oh, that is actually the perfect distance. We will not go super perfect spread, but we will do this. Let's keep that. This is the center, so we'll keep that closer together. Ideally, the end is over there, and the end is over 1 tile south of this. Over here, there's copper over here, just a tiny bit. You know what? I don't think there exists copper on the southern part of the chunk. So we can actually do this then. How about here? Can I do the same trick here? Yeah, I kinda can. Got a lot of copper in my inventory already anyway. Maybe I should not use the rare mining drills then. Oh, it's even symmetrical, look at that. 38 miners, alright, that is enough for 3 half belts of copper. So, this is the weirdest mining patch I've ever built. Nobody builds mining patches like this. I'm not even gonna prioritize anything, we're just gonna do this. I probably should prioritize the center lane again though. You know what that means? It doesn't make sense to belt weave. Okay, we will not sideload it like that. There. I think we're gonna do it like that. That prioritizes the center belt, and the rest is just equally fed by this side and this side. There is some belt priority shenanigans going on, but cannot be bothered. How are we gonna power this though? Does this work? It's too far. So be it. There's the center miner, so we'll do both on this side. Yeah, that's weird enough. 98% on low density structure. Looks like we're going into rocket fuel as well. That's good, we can build the rocket part. Once we're done. Let's get that started. Yeah, we can bot this. Half a belt of copper requires weird mining patch. There we go. Coffee is working, I feel it. Only a person with lots of brain cells would build it like this. My brain cells are being replenished. Alright. I suppose this will run out, we will come back, we'll have an inventory full of copper. Already have an inventory full of copper. And we're just gonna throw that on there. Once this fills, that belt is prioritized, so that should be good. A little bit more fixing my hand feeding addiction. Alright, and now this goes out. I suppose we can thematically respect the cliff. Just go like south of it. That is not a blocked... Okay, it's a blocked tile. Don't tell me the power line is in the way. Alright, that is half belt of copper. This side is prioritized. It is not like belt balanced or like lane balanced, but that's fine. We don't need to go to those depths. Okay, this is now the new copper for red ammo. Instead of 2.5 belts, we now have half a belt. And of course some more Johnnies. No! I was pretty sure. Yeah, we're gonna place down the accumulators probably as soon as I get my military signs in place. Let's allow the bots to repair this base as well, apparently. As long as they don't take out any walls, I will not feel betrayed. So yeah, we're skipping over the planned the big copper patch for military signs. I'm just taking the small ones so we can use the big one for something else, like low density structures, which are about to complete. 20 copper a pop, or blue chips, which we already have completed a long time ago. That is 40 copper a pop, as well as 24 iron, but again, 2-to-1 copper ratio there. 99% and still over 2 minutes. Oh, stop that right now. Alright, then we have nothing to do except switch on the go back to the base and grab what we need to complete this, which is not much. We need 108 furnaces and 32 assemblers. We have the assemblers, we don't have the speed modules for them. And we need some inserters. All the inserters which are here, so I suppose we'll just make a new blueprint here from this area. And we only need to look at the furnaces and inserters and assemblers of this. So let's go and pick up what we need and throw away what we don't. Because we are done with the red ammo, we just need to belt it back to the base. It's going to be a single belt, so we're just going to grab an inventory full of belts. I'm not going to leave belts behind, because I want to be able to carry everything. Running armor, it's a go. Here's a fast armor. Yeah, we got 2. We got 1 bot armor with 200 bots with Mark 1 roboports. And as long as they don't fly out far enough, they don't use any energy. And then we've got the running armor, which is basically just a lot of legs in an armor. We haven't used our backup solar panels yet, so I start to think that was a mistake. But who cares? It's good enough. I need to look what I need. Let's go shopping in our mall. So here we still do things the old-fashioned way. It's like a real, not all this cheap machine production. You know, everything in here has been, I don't know the English word for this, ambachtelijk. Authentically handmade stuff in here. All these assemblers are handmade. Or hand-fed. Nothing artificial going on here. Alright, let's throw away the modules. Wood. I suppose we can try to charge his armor a bit. What do we need? 108 furnaces. Normal ones. So we'll grab those. That means we need modules as well, but we have the modules in here listed. 216 and 64, 280. Alright, with 32 assemblers, which we already have. Right. And 280 of these. Starting to run low on those, actually, surprisingly. And also our accumulators should be done. Now that we're here. That's all of them. Final results. Let me limit these chests. We want 10,000 of them. So that's 2k, 4k, 6k, 8k, not quite 10k. All of these are rare ones. So we should have 308 rare ones. We don't. We do. 308. Okay, there we go. So we need at least 300 more accumulators. While rolling more rare ones. 300 accumulators is 1500 batteries. If we do 1600... No, we'll do 1500, but we'll just grab what we need for 16. So we can just precisely make exactly how many we want and not more than that. We are up to 34k batteries. I think it is time to switch off battery production, to be honest. It's getting out of hand a bit. So... pop. And it's switched off. And we're gonna just stash the rest in chests, I suppose. Alright, that's not a lot of stuff there. So... just leave a little bit of space in there. We got enough for laser turrets already. So that should be enough to finish the accumulator. 1600 batteries. $640 iron, right? Yeah, 640. Alright. We need at least 300. So I can insert 1500 for sure. It's not going to be the right ratio of stuff. I suppose it's fine for now. We'll just throw this in there. Okay, that's good. We can make our 10,000 accumulators. Am I forgetting anything? Inserters. I'm forgetting inserters. 200 and 150. $240 power lines. I suppose power lines we still have a bunch. Yeah, we do. And then the rest is just belts. So we need to belt it back to the base. It's gonna require a ton of belts, also a lot of undergrounds. Let's just bring 1,000. Right. And then just all belts. I'm not sure how many we'll need, but we'll leave a couple inventory slots open. The cool quality copper lane is cursed. Those are very normal things to put together on a belt. Yeah, rocket fuel, that's the last technology we need. That's the last technology we need before we can actually research the rocket silo, technically. I gotta have military science done before this technology finishes. What time is it now? I have to have it done. The race starts in 3.5 hours, so yeah. I want to watch that. We are live already for 6 hours, so I suppose that is enough. I should make sure my bots don't fly out yet. Alright. Suppose that is the furnace area then. Furnace area for red ammo. The copper has already arrived, so that's good. I didn't check if the belt was connected anymore, but apparently it is. Here we go. Oh, that's going to drain my battery. I send out way too many bots at a time. Well, so be it. Yeah, science, we won't drop below 1,000 science a minute anymore until some ore patches start running low, but we've got an extra patch of backup on almost everything now, or on literally everything I think, so the chances that we'll drop below are pretty slim for the next dozens of hours. Which is good because we are gonna be focusing on lasering some worms, lasering some biters pretty soon. Alright, yeah, my personal battery is drained. These are pretty full though, so I suppose we can utilize those 16 extra solar panels now to charge up the robots a bit faster, since my armor is off anyway. Alright, that's working as well. That is red ammo then. To check how much power we're using, 350 megawatts. I think we're ready to switch on everything then. Alright, so this goes on the outside. This lays on the outside, so this should all be on. It should just be half a belt of red ammo. The other half will stay empty. Okay. Time to switch it on. Switch on red ammo. Huh, easy. Easy peasy. How are we gonna connect it? Probably here. Alright, battery is full again, so we can do zap, zap, zap. And we have our legs back. And there we go. We can bot that from a distance. Just zoom in on it all a bit. I'm gonna save here then. I can send out a lot of bots like this. Alright, here we go. Nice, let's switch off the modules so we can see the visuals a bit better. I flipped that belt already. I will wait a bit on that. There we go. Steel starts, copper starts. Iron starts to come out at the top. Steel is gonna join copper on the other side of the belt. So far it looks okay. I think it's working kinda like I want it to work. Right, first steel plates. Takes a bit for the steel furnaces to all switch on. How's it going? Pretty well. We are about to switch on red ammo. And then it's just a grenade. A grenade is just a stack of iron thrown on top of 2 stacks of coal. And that's a grenade. Alright. That's pretty decent. Last one is about to get some as well. Ammo is gonna go here. How are we gonna go up? Are we just gonna follow the wall? We should not go south of the coal belt. No, we won't. We could claim this belt, perhaps. That belt is not really in use anymore. As we have got... we have 58 active miners here. So I guess it's technically in use. 56 will fill 2 belts. But we've got some quality in there, so actually no, it's slower. So I can flip this. We can stop using this belt. And this will not back up. Because we also mine quality, the miners work slower and some of the ore is going to be quality. So we have this belt free then. Which we could use to bring the red ammo home on, as well as the grenades. It would be good if the red ammo was lying on the bottom here. I think it's on the wrong side. I think red ammo is laying on the top as we speak. So I would have to flip this around. Red ammo is laying on the top. I can make that lay on the bottom though. Red ammo is laying on the top, so we have to do this. Not cursed at all. Not cursed at all. That's perfect. Now it's laying on, still laying on the top. It's still laying on the top. How about this then? Then we should properly curse it. This is fine. This is fine. Red ammo. It's laying on the bottom. This is gonna work beautifully. Let me just draw a little bit of the belt. I think we're just gonna go up here. It's just a straight way up, right? Yeah, just straight up until we meet this point. Then we just claim that belt, which was previously copper, so we don't need to draw yet another belt through this horrible, horrible forest. And then we just need to bring that down somewhere. Much further still. Okay, wait, if we first go... Okay, we also don't need to draw an extra belt through this horrible area. There's so many horrible forests here which we don't need to draw a belt through because we're now just going to claim this. We can just bring it down next to the coal belt, I suppose. It's a little horrible, but not too much. If we come in on the left side, we can actually keep going next to the coal belt. Like so. Which is okay. We want it to go here somewhere. So it is possible to bring it around the furnace area. Just bring it back up next to the old area here and then just connect it to here or something. Maybe we'll branch it off here and go left as well. We can keep it on the left side of the coal belt though, all the way to the base. It's going to be a bit annoying with these power lines, but we'll survive that part. Yeah, we'll survive that. Alright, that's a good plan. So, let's see it in action then. I'll draw a little bit more of the belt, because I want it to keep flowing. So let's just draw a bit of the belt first. If it's only that one tree, I will chop it. Okay, it's not only that one tree. There's a bit of a forest here. Let's see if the guardrails go back all the way. They should. I didn't do anything else. We'll still chop that one tree. Yeah, you can get a rough idea about the ratios by hovering over the machines. So you can see this machine makes 1/4 of an ammo per second, so it takes 4 to make 1 ammo per second. So how many ammo per second you want to make? 1 ammo, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7.5. Okay, that's half a belt of ammo. You can just count. You can simply count like that now with the mouse over things. I didn't like him at first, but that is because I know all the ratios already for Factorio. Well, except now red ammo, that is new. But if you're playing a modded game, or if you are new to Factorio, like a lot of players are, and for which the feature is very, very useful. It is very, very useful. Right, let's switch it on. Automatic flip. I love these moments, man, when you're switching it on. No, looks like we didn't meet our cursed quota yet for today, because the mixed color underground belt, which magically transforms iron into red ammo, is gonna be awesome. I forgot to save for editing mic. That's alright, I have a save for editing mic. I can just off screen in editor mode put something in that just empties out the belt and throws it into the void. And it will run for a while. Should there be lights? This is a military operation. It should be a bit covert. Covert. Alright, let's check out. We have a light for that one though. Let's check out how our cursed splitter combination is working here. That is as OG as it gets. Except for this priority splitter, obviously. That doesn't exist. I can zoom in really far on that. That is how it works. Okay, we're gonna keep the light at the splitter there. That's the only light. Okay, great stuff. Let's go connect it before it all backs up. Not sure I can simulate ammo production here. It's called magazine, right? Yeah. So that should go to 320 a minute. Sorry, 360 a minute. Yellow ammo is already there. Red ammo will follow soon after. So let's see how that goes. Overt with a hard T at the end. I guess, yeah. Alright, and now we're gonna do a military operation where we will add this copper belt to our inventory. Is there still copper on the belt? I guess there is. Yeah, there's still copper on the belt. Soon not anymore, though we can already connect it, no problem. And if any copper will ever be on this belt, we will just merge it in. Okay, that's a bad idea. Let's make more random points of failure in the base if I accidentally delete priority filter or something. And so now we probably have both ammo and copper on the belt. We do. It's a mixed belt. Hey, this is a sushi belt now. But that just saves us a whole bunch of belt drawing. I don't really need to collect what's it called anymore, red ammo or grenades. I just need walls. Grenades and red ammo are pretty much gonna be useless now. So change this up a little bit. That's been annoying me for a while now. Maybe I should have first checked if that did anything. Alright, much better. I have fish splitters all over the base. Still the copper on the coal belt killing signs at the moment. Heck no. We have 1k SPM pretty much indefinitely now. As long as we replace ore patches in time. Okay, this is the last copper, which will go over here. This should work better now. These belts no longer are they all moving. They are now moving about equally, so that's good. Before we had an imbalanced situation there. And this entire snake is no longer necessary then. But I'm gonna keep it anyway. Right, so I said left side of the coal belt, right? So we have to split it off over here. So this is gonna go down. I think we're just gonna make a massive one tile gap in here. Alright. While we're here, let's take the opportunity. Get rid of that coal. The trees here are so dead, you can literally see if it connects through these trees now. Actually that did connect. I thought it was disconnected. Nope, that's too much. There's a stump in the way, it's always a stump. Okay, looks like we're gonna have to put one of those filters on there. Okay, what is that? Alright, that is intended. We're already here. Okay, let's throw that on there. That is not connected. It is connected! Or is it? Yeah, this just goes to a splitter. Did I not connect it here? Okay, red ammo is already coming. I deleted it or what? I must have deleted it. Okay, there's no guardrails on that one. Now there should be. We should have put a radar there. Okay, there's guardrails there. Okay, then we get the annoying part. Oh god. Yeah, we should have put on a full-time radar there. Okay, so we no longer need that. Let's delete the old info. It is now irrelevant. That is not our red ammo copper patch anymore. This now is. In fact, it's probably not a bad idea to just label my ore patches in general, because it starts to get a bit confusing what is for what. Just gonna put this on here again. Now it's no longer connected, that is no surprise. Okay, here it still connects. There's a power line here, which can be. Okay, surprisingly it's connected again. Okay, I think we got through the worst of it. It'll be quite easy to filter out the coal and the copper on its own belt now. We clearly have less than a belt of coal incoming from the top. Oh god, here we go again. I'm gonna scout this out because this is gonna be fairly annoying to fix later. Okay, there's nothing blocking our way. How is there nothing blocking our way? Look at that. That's insane. Here we got this guy. Ooh, I didn't think about the biter base. Looks like we can go through. Should I straighten that out? No, this is like... We did this before we had logistics, man. That's been a while. Okay, and here we have stuff blocking her. I see how it is. It's like all good trees as well. And we're back. Back at the base. That's gonna be red ammo and grenades. Where is it gonna go? I have no idea yet. It might be going... We might just have it come through here, actually. That would not be too bad. If we can. That's gonna be a bit annoying. Maybe we can bring it through here. There's actually a yellow underground only. Okay, so this way we can see it. We have access to ammo and grenades. But we are not really relying on anything. We can then just bring it down right here next to the existing OG military sign setup, believe it or not. We do not need these power lines for anything, I don't think. Oh, this is beautiful. Then we just bring it over here. 8 belts, unfortunately. Yeah, it's not gonna work. Kinda has to come out here. Alright, there is no good looking option available here, I don't think. How about this? That's probably the best we can do. Let's make this one fast as well then. Alright, that is connected. That is now connected to military signs. Through the Johnnies. That's gonna go all the way to military signs, which is still switched off, so we're gonna keep that going. We're gonna keep the ammo just going. Is the ammo already somewhere significant? Kinda doubt it. Actually, no, it is. It's already here. Oh, am I in time? I think it's already off the radar there. Yeah, it's already off. We need an actual radar here now to keep vision. Right, and that was step military ammo. The new military ammo. The new red ammo from military science, the new recipe has been made. Are we producing it? Yeah, 360 a minute, 10 minutes. Pretty much bang on. We're not gonna get a 1 hour graph from this one because we're not stashing it into chests, but it's gonna flatline for as long as it needs to. Most of it has been overbuilt a little. Steel is exactly correct, but we waited a bit, so some of these furnaces will have more steel. It will only slowly feed out. Copper is overbuilt. We need 0.4 belts. You can see a couple furnaces are off. Iron is overbuilt. We need 1.6 belts. We've got 2. Only steel is exactly 1 belt of steel into 1 belt of iron. Which means I probably should prioritize this, and I kinda already am doing that, because I'm taking 2 belts from the 4x4 splitter and forcing it into 1 line. So that will be prioritized automatically then. Question is, should I priority input the center here? I kinda think I should. Like so. Means the center, which is rich, 230 to 250k, 300k, 334k, 365. That's going to be drained before these 70k things. So yeah, that's going to run for quite a while. This is actually working pretty well. We need like 13 miners. Looks like copper also has still got some leftover plates in the furnace. So that is good. Actually, I do want to keep... I want to keep the thing here. Because then we can see how much ammo is on this belt. And we can calculate how long this belt is at the end, once it's fully backed up. 6,000 magazines on the belt, half a belt. 4 magazines per tile. So... it's already 1500 tiles, and counting. It's not back yet at the base. Man, this is turning out nice. Alright, that is step 2 of the 3-step program complete for military science. Holy moly. This is an actual world, there is no test world, no. This is the actual thing, the real thing. Alright, I got 4 hours to build grenades. I have faith in myself. There's a backward segment on the horizontal iron belt. Backwards. Iron. Intended to stop machines. Alright. Yeah. Yeah, these 2 streams, last Friday and today, have been really productive. We didn't need barely as many belts as I thought we would need. Can I just stash a couple of them away still? Yeah. Right. What is the next step? The next step then, logically, should be grenades. Should also be pretty easy. Literally just mining coal. We don't even need to do anything with it. 4 lines of coal, 2 lines of iron. Since we know we need 2 lines of iron, we can already take 48 furnaces and 96 of these modules. And I think each furnace has one of both inserters. I'm not really sure. Should look at the red chip stack because that's how we're going to build it. There's also 24 of each type of inserter. So 48 and 48. That is what we need for the furnaces. And then the grenade setup. If I remember correctly, that was twice the amount of assemblers. write it anywhere? I did not. I can quickly work that out. Grenade. Now it says 0.09. Seconds, so that's probably a rounding thing. We need to calculate it ourselves. It's 8 seconds crafting time for a grenade. The machine runs at crafting speed 0.75. So it's actually 10. Okay, that's where it's coming from. 10.66. 10 and 2/3 of a second crafting time. We want 360 grenades a minute, which is 6 grenades a second. There's a red inserter that would take red ammo and put it on the red science copper belt. Ah yeah. That's a great catch, man. Holy moly. Oh, that could have been bad. It would have gone all over the science area. Thanks a bunch. Just in time. How just in time? Ooh, pretty much just in time. The ammo is just about to arrive on over here. Yeah, that's thanks. Are these still fast enough now? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I think so. We've got the splitter here, so the copper that goes straight will still backfill that. Yeah, that should be fine. Thanks, Boy. How good are rare furnaces? 1.6 times better than normal furnaces. It starts to matter when you start to put expensive modules in your furnaces. The furnaces themselves are not really the cost. But if you start to put expensive modules in there, then you probably want to minimize the number of machines you're using. What was I doing? I was doing something which I at least thought was important. There it comes, the red ammo. Right in time. Right in time. Alright, so if we need ammo or a grenade at any point, we can just do a filter inserter and grab it into a chest right here. For now, we've still got some. I'm just gonna keep that as a memory, I suppose, of olden days. I lost my train of thought. My train of thought was working out grenades. That was the train of thought. So if you divide 60 by 10.667, I suppose, let's do that. You get 5.62. I'm making 5.62 grenades a minute. We want 360 grenades a minute. So divide 360 by 5.62. And that says we need 64 grenade assemblers. I think it's 64 exactly. Let's check if we do 64 times 10.666. That is not the way to do it. Alright, I'll just do the same calculation again with more precision. 60 divided by 10.12345 is exactly 5.62. What? That must have been rounded. I think that's rounded. 6 decimal places, let's go. There we go. Ah, it's 5.625. Alright, that's good. So 360 divided by 5.625. I bet it's exactly 64. It is. Alright, 64 grenade assemblers. So then we know what to take. We take 64 assemblers. And a bit extra. And modules, 128 more. That is enough. That's exactly enough modules for our needs. We can delete the temporary blueprint here. We've got enough of those as well. Do we? Maybe not. We're gonna need inserters for the grenade assemblers as well. These take 1 coal per second, so I suppose that's a long-handed inserter. And half an iron a second. And then we need to output it, so I guess we have 2 normal and 1 long-handed per assembler times 64. So another 64-ish. Let's take 3 stacks then. And another 128 of those. Alright. That's enough inserters. It's all our underground belts. It's not, but we don't need that many. I don't think. Let's take him. We'll take a full stack of splitters and red undergrounds. Don't think we really need a lot of red stuff. I think we are set to go build grenades. The problem is we don't have enough mining drills. That is definitely an issue now. And we just collected them right before, so there's not going to be that many mining drills. If any at all, which are out of commission. A couple, but we're not going to go another loop. We're just going to make them. In fact, we still had to make 400 mining drills. We're going to need common modules for the drills, that is correct. We could figure out ahead of time how many we need by looking how much fits on there. 2 belts of iron. Let's say 60 miners here. We need 180 mining drills. We are close, but not quite there. I think we're just quickly going to make those 400 missing rare drills, which we saved up for at some point. For which we now have the chips. We didn't have the chips before. Is 4,000 iron plates. So let's use 40 assemblers. There we go. And feeding is back again. Then it's 2,000 gears. We don't have enough gears. I saw we have some still in here. I think we have to make some though. Okay, we'll have to make some. We have to make 120 gears. Let's put 1 in there as a placeholder. That's another 240 iron. And from now on we don't have much automatic gears anymore. Except for the belt crafting station. Right. So we can already throw the iron inside. Yeah, 2,000 we produced so far. 24,000 uncommons, 2,000 normal ones. Looks like I have to produce 400 normal mining drills still. Just to fill a chest. Am I that OCD? Not yet, not yet. Maybe I will do it in some stream, but not here. Alright, that should do it. There we go. That is our mining drills. I need 180, but that's probably gonna fit a lot more on onto a patch that size. Let's just try copying a big one like this one. Okay, that fits on the coal patch with miners to spare. That is 102 miners. Oh, that's not gonna be enough. That's not gonna be enough. We're gonna need more coal. Looks like we'll need this one as well. So 300. We're gonna bring all 400 miners. Okay, I forgot to make the last row. But I was out of chips anyway. Let's reclaim all the chips. So we have enough to throw in here again. Alright, there's a 400 extra drills. Still a good amount of rare chips left over. Before we head off, I don't think we're going to be able to carry everything at once. It doesn't look like it. We still have this area available though. Let's put the stuff for... something is wrong. Is this enough? 48, yeah, I think it's enough. Yeah, it's enough. Okay, let's put those away. Let's be a little bit careful with our spending. I haven't used a chemical plant in ages for personal use, so let's put that away. Before we go, I wanted to do the accumulator check. How many did we make and how many we still need? 25 without a rare result. Okay, nice. 3 rare ones. This chest has got to be full. So we gotta make at least 116 more. Which is... looks like a miscalculation on my part then. I think there's just a general... I didn't finish the crafting cycle last time, apparently. So... looks like something went wrong finally with my quarter stacking business. How many I gotta make? 116 at least. $580 batteries. 1, 2, 3, 4, 580. That can run in the background then. Okay, we got a rare mining drills. We need a lot of modules though. I'm gonna take all of them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 stacks of mining, just 300 mining drills worth of modules. That is 400 mining drills worth of modules. I think we need even more. 450 perhaps. Well, we might be short on belts. On the other side, we might not be short on belts. We need to draw a lot of power lines. This is close by, this is far, yeah, we will be short on belts. But we can go back to the base for belts. Or we can just make them on the spot. We are literally smelting iron here, so that is an option as well. Yeah, I think we have everything we need, so time for the final step of military science. Granatos. Yeah, we cannot get better quality than rare, so... What's the end goal of this run? Good question. I might... So the oh, what am I doing? Why is this hooked up to here? I should remember something, but what should I remember? I don't know. Maybe just in general that I needed to build military science, I have no idea. Anyway, let's head off. Use the other armor. That is why I block off these slots in my inventory, so you always have space for that kind of stuff. Alright, we already arrived. Let's just start with this coal patch and just see how many miners fit on there. Can we even mine this coal patch indefinitely? Or is there some sort of limitation? No, the biters are pretty far away. Let's do another pollution check. Okay, still 1k SPM, nothing is going wrong. Before we start military science, maybe we should indeed label our mining patches. Just so we know what goes where. Let's switch off this for a second. And we can also see if everything is still in good supply, or if we need to start doing something. This is our red chip mine for the red chips for blue signs. This one is also red chips for blue signs, and then this one is our backup mine. So once this guy starts activating all of its miners, which currently is not yet the case, we need to start searching for replacement ore. That is basically the method. This is our main iron mine for red chips, which is pretty depleted. But that is why we also have our backup mine over here, which at some point we should fill in completely. We also need 3 bells of iron for red chips. Which means as soon as this one cannot produce a full belt anymore, I'm gonna be in trouble. So perhaps to postpone that, there's only 2 yellow belts coming anyway, but we can actually flip around the input priorities perhaps. Maybe that's the way to go here. The goal is not to drain this patch as quickly as possible, at least not yet. We don't have sufficient backup. Right, so that's all red chip miners. Then we got engine miners. I'll just give it the general engine symbol. In reality though, it is pipes and gears. We just put that on here. That's gonna look weird when zooming, I suppose. Big engine, small pipe and gears. Small engine, big pipe and gears. I suppose that's alright though. So this is the main mine. Let's put it here. And this is the backup mine. Alright, so that is still good. The backup mine is hardly moving. Then we got another 2 engine mines that is pretty close by each other. That is steel for engines. And then this is the backup mine, so those are, basically there is no backup mine, they're both the main mine, I suppose. There's still 211 active miners, we need like 2/3 of them maybe, so that's gonna last for a while. Alright. That's all our blue science mining drills. There's a lot of patches just for blue science. Then we get into the thick of it. This copper mine, I suppose, is for green science. I think here we can just use the science pack. And we also have a backup copper mine for green science, which is this one. But we then also have... Do we have like some far away stuff? I don't think we have actually. So there is still quite a number of mining drills inactive here, so that's good. That is our green science copper miners. Then we got our green science iron miners. Yeah, you know, this used to be one, but it's out. 8 million down the drain. 7 million down the drain. That we backed up with dispatch 10 million. Pretty far down the drain. Where am I getting my iron from then? This is for green science. That was the next... And it's not even the next backup patch. This was the next backup for green science. This was another backup for green science. And then we even started to... I think we're grabbing some distant ores as well for green science, or are we? I don't think we are. Yeah, everything is just being filled from here. Or are we? I think we are grabbing some. Yeah, this is also for green science. So we're grabbing 1 iron belt for green science. Where is this coming from is the question. So it's the top belt of here. Top belt, top belt, top belt. Here we're doing a cursed switcheroo, so it's the belt on the left side of the copper, bottom side. It's all those, I think it's all those tiny ones. Here's the top belt, top belt, top belt, bottom belt, bottom belt, bottom belt of the diagonal. I'm gonna say this is red science and the other ones are green science, the tiny bits. Actually, let's just add a tag for both of them. This one is red signs though. We're just gonna name this one instead. What about that? That one is for red and green. This one is for red and green. This one is for red and green. That's all we're mining down there for now. Alright, and this one. I think this one is the red signs belt. So that one is also... That is red signs right there. Yeah, the biter bases are huge. It's just default settings though. They are just so far away. Alright. Is that all my patches? I kinda think, yeah, that's all that we are mining. No, we're doing military signs as well. I suppose it's obvious that stone patches are for walls, but you know, maybe we will do purple signs at some point. So let's just mark them anyway. We have 5 stone patches though, that is a lot of them. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. Alright. Then we just did red ammo. We already marked those. That is where we started the good habit of marking our patches, because it's getting a bit incomprehensible what is coming from where. Alright. And now we're going grenades. "64 assembles." I knew I put that info somewhere. I remembered. Just didn't remember what the info was. So 4 belts of coal, 2 belts of iron. We're gonna probably use that one as well. That is 7 million. Alright. Really? Time to figure out how many stuff fits on here. First of all, let's switch into the other armor. I think I cannot deconstruct any trees because my inventory is absolutely full. I have only 1 chest on me. What's going on with that? We can grab them. We can take out the modules for now. Okay, let's just try out house pollution here. Non-existent, alright. So again, we don't need to be super careful with how we place everything. There's the easy to build. Okay, that's the furthest edge. Okay, so if that's the furthest, we can build it to the left while catching everything. We can also just super force build in from the left, and as soon as it takes, we know that there will be ore in this column. So the furthest miner needs to be over here, basically. So we are covering that with this one. So we are good. We can move one tile to the left. I think we're gonna do that. No, we're not gonna do that. We're gonna keep it like this. Furthest to the front then. I think there's no coal north of here. Ah, there is. Okay, so we gotta go one higher. And that catches the lowest coal, except for this super tiny weird outcrop kind of thing here. It's like just a single miner. Yes, yes. Something like that then. That's gonna be an extra one. Alright, and then I'm just gonna place as many miners as I can and then just trim it down again. And not really worry about the trees too much. We are far enough out. That's not gonna be a problem. One more. Okay, that covers everything. Alright, so we'll do the precision things after. Let's build it. There's coal mine for grenades. Coal for grenades. How many is this? Okay, that's actually 140 miners. That is enough for 4 belts. Maybe we do have enough with just dispatch then. We are gonna lose a bit of expansion chunks, I think. Here we are. So these 10 chunks are goners. 12, maybe 14 chunks are goners. This entire area is goners, basically. Yeah, so all my effort previously to build this in the left chunk instead of on the right chunk is gonna disappear now. Hey, at least we had it for a while. I guess let's go. Do I have everything except the modules? That is fine. Bots should come back as soon as possible. Alright. Then we'll grab the modules. It took a while to get used to the new sound effects. Before everything had the same sound effect, now everything has its own sound effect. Which was kind of weird at first, but I've come to really like it. Alright, that is a lot of blinking miners. Let's delete a couple. which are gonna run out soon anyway. 20k, 17. Okay, that's gonna run out instantly. There's nothing under there which cannot be reached. Okay, we need that one. We don't need that one. We do need that one. We need this one. That one. These we obviously all need. That one we don't. That one we do. Okay, I think that's about okay. We'll just hook that one up below. I suppose we could follow the pattern. That will power him. Is this miner single-handedly destroying 5 chunks? I think it is. Ah no, it's destroying 3 chunks. Alright, that means we're not gonna build that miner. Not until we need it. Oh, no, don't tell me it's 7 output belts. I hate 7 output belts. It's 6 output belts. That is slightly better. Alright. So before we belt that out, we got to know where we are gonna build grenades, because the coal aspect, 2/3 of the resources are done. That will do for the beginning. 133 miners, we need 112. So we have 21 spare ones. And we removed all the fake ones, so I think that's gonna last a while. Making balancers is not that hard, but making compact, neat-looking balancers is a dark magic, man. Alright, get up and stretch. That is a great advice. I'm gonna do that. And in the meantime, it's gonna get day. We're 25% of the way through rocket fuel. I have 2.5 hours remaining. Do I have time to get him stretch? Yes, we'll make time. Be back in 1 minute. Oh, that was nice. Need pizza balancers. Yeah, maybe we do. I don't think we've got a use case for it yet, though. We need something with similar resources coming in, like a lot of copper, a lot of iron, and then we could do it. I'll try to find an excuse to make a pizza slice splitter. That thing is awesome. Those of you who don't know, you probably can watch the last 10,000 signs per minute stream. I think it has a base store in it, if I remember correctly. Just a big patch. Switch off pots again and repeat the process. We need to bring the stuff out to here. So ideally we go through this cliff opening over here. So let's bring it out to the right side. Okay, no iron there, so the frontmost has to be here. Here or further to the front? Okay, and that's also the furthest back. Okay, that is good. So that's gonna be the vertical alignment. Now the horizontal one. Okay, that is the deepest. Oh, how far does this have to go? This is going to be a bit horrible. Alright, so this has to move up 2 tiles. But it can't. So I'll move it up 1 tile. That's going to be the alignment there. Then how does that align up to here? Perfect. Alright, so we're gonna start from there and just fill in the patch as well. Is there pollution here? I think this is also a relatively pollution-free zone. The base pollution is not really going much further. This is just oil pollution because we put speed modules in all of these oil pump jacks as they are depleted. Alright, and then we just have to move a couple of those mining drills out to catch the ore on the side. That's pretty square. Let's do the same thing where we put the modules away, so the bots come back to us soon. And the edit, there's just going to be coal for grenades, then iron for grenades, and then connecting it to the furnaces and making the grenades, I suppose. So this is the perfect next save. Oh, this mine is actually pretty huge. It looks like none of the bots needed to charge up though. While the bot storm placing the modules. Alright, nothing missing anymore. Oh, there's iron ore even further away here in the trees. I did not see that. Slightly problematic. Alright, this is enough miners for 4 belts and we need 2. So that is good. There's a couple of trees still which survived, so I guess those are staying. Fake miner, fake miner. A fake miner, we need it though. This one needs to go back 1 tile, that catches all the ore behind. Fake miner. Fake miner. It's a bit hard to see here, but that is fake, I think. Yeah, okay, but you know, it's a weird gap in the end. 15k, that is real enough for me. You need to go back a bit with one of the miners. Okay, that catches everything as well. Then we have the one problem, the problematic one. Got this little bit of iron here. Could ignore that. We cannot drill 2 tiles away, because that would leave the ore in the middle tile unmined. So I'm not gonna chop these trees just to mine this. Oh, we can mine this without chopping the trees. Alright, that is excellent. Okay, then we'll do it. We'll do it. I'll just throw it in the chest. That's my last chest though. I won't throw it in the chest then. Where's power gonna come from? I suppose from over there. I think we took a good bite out of the expansion chunks right here. This was a prime green chunk terrain one. Just as in the real world, all the green slowly gets assimilated to be part of some sort of factory. What can you do? Yeah, we're still at 1k SPM and we should stay there. We just checked that all miners are still pretty much backed up all the time. And my mouse battery is empty. I got the cable right here. Even the mouse is trying to prevent me from finishing this military science build in the stream. Distribution and data centers, yeah. Right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 belts coming out. We need 2. I'm not gonna overcomplicate that. It's a bit hard to bring this out correctly. I suppose this could go here. We'll just plop it in there. Okay, I'll mine it in the chest, whatever. We need a power line there. An obvious one. So I'll deconstruct it again. So we're gonna need a little bit of space in front of here. Just to see what's going on. 4 belts come out. This is cliff edge, so we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 tiles of space, so it's got to be these. Belt 1, 2, 3, and 4. So this one just goes straight. And then we have this one meeting up with that one. We can already do this here. Means just 2 of the belts need to come out. I think this is good enough for a splitter if you want to merge 4 belts into 2, right? I think we won't do input priority on this one. Okay, this tree is dead. Okay, then where do we go with this? Now we want to bring that out there. Here's that we are gonna go straight for a bit, at least. Basically, I just want to stack 2 furnace stacks on top of this. Means 1, 2. So that means we have to basically bend this through somewhere else. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. They did a really good job of not putting all the ore in your inventory when you like rotate the belt or do this kind of stuff. Before it all used to go in your inventory, now it just stays on the belt whenever possible, so that's really nice. Alright. Okay. Now we have space to stack two of the furnace stacks on top. I suppose that's as easy as doing this. I got to properly prepare that, of course. Inserters, assemblers. I guess the garbage can start to go in here. Smelting for grenades. This is the most organized, safe structure I've ever made for any part of the build. I think we can do it in one go. Mark 1 Roboport OP. Please don't nerf. I love it. I absolutely love it. So those are still green. If I go in these chunks for my grenade build, I will mess that up. But then again, if I do it somewhere over here, then this will mess up this side. It makes sense to do it in the back of here. It really does. Of course, it's like a 7-tile gap. Why wouldn't it be a 7-tile gap? Why is there still these things on here? So we need to bring iron in here and iron in here. This is the belt that grabs stuff. Guess that will be the best looking solution. So now we know where to bring that in. Ideally, we do stay out of this chunk. So we go here and here. That is definitely possible. You can just follow the edge of the chunk, perhaps. We can just do this here. Alright. We cannot mess up anything else anymore that already was messed up. I suppose we just connect it now. Wait, that is the wrong. Wrong line. Let's start from the other side. Okay, that is iron for grenades, and I think we're just gonna switch that on. So we basically need a power line from somewhere. Does this radar cover that area? Kinda does. It could be, yeah, it could be one chunk further, but no, it cannot. Because then it will be in the pristine green chunk. That's good enough. Switch it on. Let's continue the pattern. That mine is way too big, man, for grenades. 5.5 million. 6.9 million. Yeah, we will need another coal mine eventually. It's probably going to be that one. 7 and 6, 13, 14 million. We'd need 7 million iron to compensate. Or like to match the coal. So we will need a little bit more, but that's fine. Alright, that's gonna get smelted. Now we can start with the grenade assembly area, I suppose. Because we need to know that before we can route out the iron belts and bring in the coal belts. Okay, we're gonna waste this area. That's just how it is. I'm not even gonna look at the chunks. 64 assemblers, probably 16 times 4. Let me switch off the roboport again. We're gonna consume 4 belts of coal and 2 belts of iron, so that kind of matches up then. With 4 belts of coal, 2 belts of iron, so basically do that twice. Here's my grenade recipe. Then we still need an output, so we gotta keep a belt of space for the output. So it's gonna be about this big. Getting distracted again. That is not acceptable. Wait, we can get rid of that power line structure over there. Just need this one. These are now obsolete. Right, fair enough. It appears I can put the grenade area here, and then I won't be able to put more smelting stacks on top of here. Which is a shame. Maybe yeah, let's just waste it in the back here. So all of this goes out to the left side anyway, so I might as well just build it behind here. We might even be able, we keep these 4 chunks, we just lose these 2, so that's fine. Okay, let's build it on the chunk edge then. We will match this furnace. So, like so then. On the other side, if we are gonna stack more furnaces on top, okay. I can route this copper to be all the way on the other side, I suppose. I don't like this area. It doesn't look nice. Let's bring it somewhere else. Let's just build it on top. This is just the end of this furnace area. This is the first 4 science packs. The rest is gonna get its own area. Also solves the issue of where the coal is gonna come from. It's just gonna come from here. This is fine. And the iron is just gonna come up from there. Can bring it back out and here, so we avoid going into this chunk. So we can keep those chunks then. Can we do it with this spacing? That's a good question. Iron goes in the middle and in the middle. Ideally like so. And then the coal is gonna come from the top. Just gonna stop that like so. Then we have the opposing belts kind of thing going on. Also avoid having to use these by doing this. No, we won't. Right, and then the output belts can basically be side loaded. Just need half belts of grenades only. Actually, we need to go the other way. If we want to side load this, we need to do this then. Stay out of that chunk is the name of the game, apparently. Gonna be iron in. And that's going to be grenades out. That is slightly annoying because the power line is not long enough. We'll fix that later, but this is grenades out. Oh, that's pretty sweet. Grenades basically needs to meet up here or here somewhere. All of that is fine. Let's read the ammo is backed up. Let's read how much ammo is on the belt. 11,000 ammo. It means the belt is like almost 3,000 tiles long. I suppose we then just flop the coal in here. The grenades in there. So ideally we go on this line, which we cannot because there's a cliff. Can go all the way over here. This is a good line for going through the biter base as well. That's out. There's my in. The in is already coming. The iron in. The irons just have to connect to here. It looks like we have to do some more of that shenanigans then. Oh, I wish I built it the other way around, with the iron ore coming in from the bottom and the iron plates going out of the top. I'm not gonna switch that around anymore though. Instead, we will introduce yet another one of these undergrounds. And that brings the iron in. We flip those. So we can switch it on as the time comes. And let's just connect the grenade belt. Now we're just gonna keep the grenade belt going underground under these belts. See? Out of reach. Estimate on how long it takes to get rockets. And the rocket silo research by itself is 17 hours almost. So a while. Technically we could be there in about 20 hours. But we're gonna detour through laser turrets. So it's gonna take another 5 at least. I think the laser turret detour is 400,000 science packs with the damage upgrades. So that is another 7 hours or so. So let's say 27 hours to rocket silo. I'm gonna write that down. 28. So rocket silo at 228 hours. There goes my previous prediction of leaving for Folgora. For hour 230. This now has its own tab. Rocket silo at 228 hours. That's the new one. That's the new prediction. And we leave for Folgora 2 hours later. That's obsolete. Alright, we're in the middle of a biter base. We should not be making too many jokes here. Now we gotta go through this mess again. That is like 9 belts of copper or something. 8. Alright, and that is grenades connected. Editing Mike can quickly deconstruct that if he needs to. Alright. Suppose let's flop these in place, or should we first? Yeah, we should first fully design that. A vertical build out of all things. This is looking... Oh, wait a second. There's a problem. These things need 0.93 coal a second, which means a normal inserter is not fast enough. So we need a fast inserter to grab coal, but the middle belt will have iron. So we need to grab coal from the faraway belt then. Again, we have this horrible contraption. So we grab coal from the other side, and we can grab iron from the middle. Okay, so that is normal. And then the output can be normal. Output going down, not up. This is the normal part. Now we get the annoying part again. All right. That should continue, that pattern. With a bit of luck, we can do this and only one of these will... It's not visible on the map if that connects wrong or not. We'll just say it doesn't. Something is wrong, obviously. Iron is coming from the bottom. We have to flip the belt around here. But in general, that is okay. Coal is gonna come in from the top. 1, 2. Oh, don't tell me this is gonna mess up the cable connections as well. It didn't. It kinda did. But not nearly as bad as it could have been. That's because we are missing the bottom connection here. Okay, so we get 2 crosses, that is acceptable. We can get rid of those ourselves. Alright, not bad. That's the entire grenade build. Should we build it? One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. 15 chunks times 32 tiles times 4 bells. We need 2000 bells to bring the coal back. Bring the coal here. We don't have 2000. We have 2000 bells. We're gonna need a couple extra, which means we're gonna switch on these furnaces. These are switched on already. All right, that's good news. Okay, then we're gonna build it. Because I can use the assemblers to make some gears for the rest of the belts. I suppose. Bottom assemblers are not getting coal. Alright, we have to put the got the inserter for that one apparently. Oh, there goes my personal battery. Bye. Goodbye. And it's night, so we'll be walking at a snail's pace for a bit. Also out of inserters somehow. 24 though, that is manageable. I got a bit of extra supplies on me for these kind of situations. That's because I brought the normal inserters. I kind of failed to realize something's off. This one should grab coal from here. Yeah, that one's in the way. Here we've got this, and this. I suppose like this. Another one. Let's put the stoppers on these then as well. Okay. That appears to be good. Let's switch off the roboport. Switch off these inserters. And let's switch on some gear assemblers. Okay, 500 and then 500 iron to match. We can make bells. Have 4 more, I suppose. Horsepower. Power still the same. Everything is constant, man. It's a beautiful symphony of constantness. Is it still true? Yeah, we're still exactly flat with the signs. Pretty, not for full 10 hours. We are above 1 kspm, but we are a bit jiggly with the tech switches. The tech switches, especially when the time per sign spec switches, is a bit wobbly. In general, it's looking extremely good. How has it been for 50 hours? 960 SPM. We've been down for a bit. We have rebuilt some stuff, etc. Yeah, not too bad. The last I don't know how many hours, but we're doing pretty well. Research has been going pretty steady. What am I doing? Is this a Michael Hendricks playthrough or what? You know we are handcrafting that. Alright, then we'll just grab a little bit of extra iron to compensate. We can even craft our 100 gears back after that. Is it still very empty? No, we're about to charge up the... Okay, we are getting the power again. Okay, we have power back in the legs. It's a bit of a slog to get out of here. Where are we gonna bring in the coal? I suppose we can use these chunks now. So we can just come in next to the copper, maybe keep 1 tile. And then just switch it out. Because these are unnecessary. You can come in like right on top of the assembler. Got these 2 dead trees. I have these trees too. So that would be how coal comes in. We're gonna start from the other side though, just in case I miscalculate the amount of belts I need. We're gonna have to go through this chunk now. I'm not gonna fit it in here, not gonna do it. Am I gonna do it? Could like temporarily go red belt to merge this into 2, merge the coal into 2 and then split it out again. That would be dumb. So it would be in line with the rest of this playthrough though, if I did it. I don't have enough red undergrounds though, I'm pretty sure of that. The goal is to just keep my brain normal. Let's hypothetically, we have like 4 tiles of space there. We could like merge into red 2 and 2. Out comes 2 red belts. Upgrade it to red. For a distance. And another set. This is a bypass. Stay in the chunk. I've worked so hard to stay out of this chunk, dang it. I want to stay out of it. So this is how we get in, and I suppose we get out in much the same way. Basically another 4 red splitters side by side. Let's keep the gap there because it's on the top side as well, even though it's not necessary on this side. This was easier than I thought. Then we have our 8 yellow bells again. Water bypass, yeah, we're gonna do that. So what is the furthest this can go here? It goes onto a power line. Power line has to be here. Power line can be here, somewhere else. Yeah, we can underground that. It's like we're undergrounding a part of this power anyway. Maybe we should just follow the shoreline again with the power lines. We should not do that too early. If we follow the shoreline and then just go horizontal there, let's do that. We will need to move this radar. And this entire line can go away. Right? We only keep these. So now it fits. Place it. Now fits. Nice. Before we do that, let us try to draw empty these belts a bit. Well, we also try to fit the exit. Okay, the exit already fits, so that's good. Alright. And now we delete this for a little bit, so the bots can build it. Ooh, that was just in time. Then we need to upgrade this entire section. I don't think we've got enough red bells for that. Now we need this section. Okay, that works for the bypass. Let's at least upgrade these, because those are important right now. Okay, we do have enough red bells. Okay, that's beautiful. Alright, then we just need to figure out how this section works. Should really make a sushi belt. Oh god, I didn't read that in time. But that's a problem if the belts are not consumed equally. I need coal to go non-stop, whereas copper is just like a backup. Alright, let's first see what the distances are. I already regret this now. Okay, we start with red. Max distance red. We have landfill a little bit. I think max distance red was the thing to do in general. Okay, now we just look what is in the middle. Supposed to be yellow. Supposed to be yellow. I think we go yellow in the middle everywhere. That will also make sure I do have enough red underground belts on me. It was not as hard as it seemed. That's already connected. That's connected. This needs one extra tile, and this needs 2 extra tiles. Right, there we go. That was not as hard as I thought it would be. Crossing completed. Alright, now let's connect those coal belts. Come on. Could have made the bypass longer. Suppose. There's nothing here. Get out of the way. Nobody saw that. I didn't have the permit. Nobody saw that. This is definitely going to be in the way. Also, be it power lines are in the way, I don't use the big steel ones, I have to live with the consequences. Looks like we have exactly 4 tiles of space. Did I already envision this in the past, or why do I have 4 belts of space here? Ah, that's why I have 4 belts of space here. There is just no space whatsoever to go past those wider bases, so I guess we just come in from here or something. We could actually come in from here. 2, 3, 4 or something. Would that look dumb? Maybe it would look dumb. In Vulcanus, without medium power poles research, it's possible to get soft locked. Yeah, is that still the case? Because for Volgora that was true as well, but now they hit... Ah yeah, for Volgora they put a new prerequisite of medium power poles, I think in the planet, right? Like electric energy distribution and accumulators are a prerequisite for Volgora, not just for the science pack. The electric energy accumulators are a part of the science pack, but the prerequisite is already for the planet, and you can find the iron sticks in the ruins. Vulcanus doesn't have that as a prerequisite. I suppose wood is indeed not a thing on Volgora. I don't really remember. Alright, the coal comes out there, so we're gonna go up then. Where's the good expansion chunks? Not that if I put the belts through this chunk, I will still mess up my chunks right here. already messed up this chunk and this chunk. Man, I really just saved those two chunks with that entire ordeal. So yeah, now I destroyed this chunk as well, so we're not gonna go through here. We're gonna go up. Gonna come in here. We're also just gonna bump in the cliff and then go up. Quality of life request, if you do this, this should automatically happen. Really, that really grazes the biter base. Okay, then we have no choice but to spend our last undergrounds. On this shenanigans over here. And then we cannot turn. Or can we? No problemo. The power of spaghetti saves us again. There we go. Great. Nothing. Don't change anything about it anymore. That is just how it should be. Now we have to figure out this part though. It was like 6 things. I think I already got some miners with 6 things. And I should be able to just... Okay, not something like that. Something away from the base. Maybe this one? Alright, I'll do it myself again. You can just at least copy a 4x4 splitter from somewhere. I'm starting to be a little bit lazy now. I already would have built 6 4x4 splitters by hand at this point in time. Oh wait, here it is. No quality. All this. That doesn't look very normal. Let's just put a 4x4 splitter. And then we have to reconfigure that because of the priorities. Alright, so we want the central bells to go in first. And then we want these bells. I suppose we combine these into one again, which means we're gonna need some. We're gonna do the expensive thing. Not think about it too hard. There's no green chunks there, so that's fine. Then we just add these outer ones. We don't have more than 13. We do have more than 13 miners on the line. That's fine. Alright, then we input prio the rich center and the richer ones over here. That will do just fine as a 4x4, as a 6-to-4 splitter. And then it's time to switch it on, and we're done. We are done. That will switch on military signs, actually. You switch on the coal mine, coal goes onto the bells, goes onto the bells, goes onto the bells, goes through the bypass, goes through this horrible underground section. We just still need to connect it actually. No, it's not done. We still need to connect it. But then it goes to grenades, iron comes in, it's ready. The grenades already are pre-connected to the red ammo point over here. And this is already connected all the way to military signs. Now we just switch on the walls and we have military signs. 50% of the way through rocket fuel. We can still finish rocket fuel though, because we have the capacity to consume over 900 science packs a minute. But we only have the capacity to produce 720 science a minute. So I think it's okay to finish rocket fuel first. Buffer up some, and then we can just research military science at the full speed as well, of 1000 science per minute instead of 720 times 1.12. This is our true military science SPM, but we can do 1000 SPM if we just stash up a bit first. Nice. It would make sense to make it a requirement for Vulcan's planet research as well. Yeah, I suppose so. It should just probably be a obligated technology then for maybe rocket silo as well. I guess on Gleba you can get wood, but there should be, in my opinion, there should just be an alternative recipe for the small power pole, which instead of requiring a piece of wood, it just requires an iron stick, and that would solve the entire situation of having to research any type of power pole at all. Power is already coming here, so that is gonna be easy. We're going through the beta base here, obviously, so let's go down here as well. Okay, and that will do it. Switch on coal. There we go. Coal balancer has home output priority on one of the splitters. Alright, I see. I have input priority everywhere. No, I'm supposed to have input priority. Alright, I see. This one. Alright, so this should completely fill up immediately. And even should back up, yeah? So this is gonna go, this is gonna go, and these are gonna back up. That is the plan. Okay, that's working. Now let's try to finish this before the coal arrives. I think the bots are gonna be faster than me. So where are we going here? We're switching sides, aren't we? Oh, hey! I told you we are gonna have an excuse to use the pizza slice splitter. It is time. It is time for the pizza slice splitter. The pizza slice splitter. I just need to remember how that goes. We gotta do a double pizza slice splitter, actually. Ah, no, we don't have to do that. No, we do have to do that. We do have to do that. First of all, the copper will find a new route. Pizza slice, the coolest splitter you ever saw is incoming. Even warrants some forest chopping. Those of you who saw 10k SPM, you already know what's coming. But for those of you who didn't, this is gonna be beautiful. We're gonna chop the trees even for that. It is gonna look so awesome. Have the trees. This is gonna be a straight path. Yeah, I think that's about as much space as we need. I do not want to mess up red chips production just yet. I have a lot of inventory space, so temporarily we'll just connect this here. Excuse found, man. I'm so glad. And this is going to be the coal belts now. Even a double one, man. Alright. So these belts will continue. No leaves, no stumps. This area is gonna get completely devoid of trees. No trees in the way at all here. Alright. Only thing for me to start chopping trees is a cool looking splitter. I do not have a lot of time once I start this. I suppose I do. I do. I was a bit too late with this. Oh, my inventory is going to be full. I think I don't need to pick up anything else. Alright, so now we got a problem. And our problem is we got copper on the right side, we need it on the left side, and we got coal on the left side, we need it on the right side. But the obvious thing to do is to use noob splitters and just switch that over. Forgot how to build it. Basically this is going to go like so. Now this copper is going to go this way. I think I need to give myself a bit more space. It's going to take some figuring out again. So let's start building it a bit back here. We're going to need so many splitters. Right, so now if a copper ore goes on here, it'll automatically go all the way to there. There's no other option. It has to go there. Right, but the copper ore that goes here also goes there, so that's bad. We gotta start basically with this belt over here. This copper belt needs to go first. So these need to disappear. Alright, so now a copper coming in on this belt is going to go there, and the coal is going to be switched to this belt over here. The other side is basically coal. Now the next belt, and I think I already see the pattern. There we go. That is pizza slice splitter 1. Let's see what happens. Let's see what happens if we implement this by here. Are you ready? This is gonna be awesome. Ooh. Ah. Alternating belts. That is half of the pizza slice splitter done. Now we gotta build a mirrored version. Which basically does the opposite. I think I'm gonna give it 4 belts of space to enjoy the alternating stuff. So now we gotta do that pattern but opposite, if I remember correct. So now this coal is already in the correct spot. This is not the correct pattern, is it? This is the correct pattern. Oh, how it was again. I think from memory it looked like this. Let's flop that in there. And then just flip around all the splitters. I think we need a smaller one. It is 1 tile smaller now. So like this then. Does that make sense? I think it makes sense. I'm not entirely sure. I don't really want to figure it out. So let's just have a test. So this copper is on the correct belt already, this coal is on the correct belt already, this copper goes here, 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 this copper goes here, here, this copper goes here, the coal probably will go the other way. So get ready for the double ooh-ah effect, I hope. Oh, I'm too late to do it for editing, Mike, but oh well. Ooh! Ah, it's beautiful. The pizza slice splitter. It's back. Heck yeah. It is too far out though. Let's bring it a bit closer. Maybe we can just fake the pizza point right on top there. Use that one. I think we'll do that. Okay, that is gonna mess things up a little. Yeah, and my inventory is full. And I don't have any chests. This is a problem. Now my bots are gonna drain my entire armor yet again. I'm betting these copper star furnaces don't mind getting a little bit of extra copper. Okay, that should kinda do it. From the bots, they're gonna charge up. That was instant death of my battery, man. That's gonna take a while. Let's eat it. I'll have 2 extra slices. Okay, so I'm just gonna pick all of this up. Now I'll Control Z it back into place. And that should redo it. Here we go again. Ooh, ah. And there it is. Nice, now we can connect it. The pizza slice splitter. Now you know what it is. Even gonna grab my lights for this occasion. Next to the both pieces of the slice. We're gonna have one topping with coal, I agree. So this one is gonna have the coal topping. If I do this, as fake anyway. We'll have only copper toppings. That's fine. Alright. The pizza slice splitter. I liked him better with some space. I did like him better with some space as well. Let's do him with some space. All of you are correct. It is better with some space. I'm just gonna manually cut off these belts. Hopefully the copper will dissipate at least. The coal, unfortunately, will clutter my inventory until the end of time. Let's give him like 2 belts of space then. 3. Let's give him 3 belts of space. Oh, I missed the final one. Alright, hopefully that doesn't do anything. I gotta stop doing this, my inventory is full. I have no chests, it's gonna be a pain. Alright, there we go. Pizza slice splitter with a little bit of space. No, I think it's okay. This is a smaller slice. Somebody already... they never cut them evenly, man. Somebody already took the big slice. We are stuck with a small one. And with we, I mean specifically you are stuck with the small one. I already ate the big slice. Okay, that's the copper gone. Okay, I got a little bit of space left. Time to switch on the grenades. I should make a save with the pizza slice splitter. Pizza slice splitter makes it its return. Found a reason to use it, a perfectly valid reason. Alright, Grenados time. So, that is military science time. It's military science time. Everything is ready for it. Let's have a more happy song. First light. I think something is still wrong. No, nothing is wrong. Everything is correct. Everything's fine. We just go on the belt with the grenades as soon as they start coming out. There might be a while actually, because the iron comes from the other side. The middle ones are going to be crafting first. Decently long recipe grenade, but there we go. Hopefully that's 360 grenades a minute. Halfway through rocket fuel, and military science is up. Almost according to planning. Bitrate went to hell, stream for... Not on this moment, oh man. Seems fine now though, alright. So the grenades are coming. Should be 0.4 belts of grenades, so not quite full. Always should be space to output all the grenades. And we should be consuming 2 full belts of iron, which are easy to supply. And 4 full belts of coal. Let's watch the pizza slice splitter. I cannot say that if I think about it. I just need to not think about it. The pizza slice splitter. Let's watch it in action. All of that, and we still got an hour before the race starts. So great news for me. I had my motivation, and I, despite my getting sidetracked and all whatnot, we did it. I put the coal in. Right. I would never deliberately trigger you. If I was deliberately triggering you, I would tell you. I would tell you, I would throw it in your face, basically. I'm not such a nice guy as you all think. I don't know if you think that. Anyway, let's follow the grenades. It's my armor is charged up again, so we can do the switcheroo. Would have our leg power back. Who are you cheering for in the race? I feel you, man. Everybody secretly is a Ferrari fan, even if you are not a Ferrari fan. Everybody feels for Leclerc. A little bit less so for Hamilton, he did it upon himself. But Leclerc doesn't have an option. Yeah, it's gonna take a while for coal to reach the... or for the grenades to reach the base, but after it does... we should have 720 signs per minute military signs, man. We just need to connect it to the lab still. So we could work on that while grenades come in. For me, I'm Dutch, so it's kind of obvious. It's gonna be Max, Max, Super, Max, Max. Right, we can finally delete this memory assemblers. No, we don't need to do military science anymore. Alright, I think we need to make more power lines already. Chopping so much wood now. Alright, we didn't need all of mining drills. We have 250, about 275 left over. That's great. A little bit more than a chest of efficiencies. Efficiency 2s those, we're probably gonna have to make some more. That's not a problem because we've got chests and chests of the Mark II module, so we can easily make more of those. Let's look at the accumulator result. It is all empty, there's still a bit of iron in there. Here's batteries. Was I supposed to make these as well? I think I was supposed to make those as well. Alright, we'll redo the calculation. Which chest is not full? It's this one. We need 22 more. And this is enough for 20 accumulators, so I was supposed to do those as well. Still got 10 plates in every one. Then 2 more. And hopefully we don't get the rare ones. Do I still have some iron? I don't think I do. So hopefully we don't get rare ones, then I should not make them in here, I suppose, with the quality modules, but I'm just gonna count on my luck to not make rare ones from these last couple ones. Come on, finally I want you to not give me a rare one. Please do not give me a rare one. They gave me a rare one. And the last one, 3% chance, man. Sucks. Actually, I'm still 5 short. Somehow. Let's grab everything. Okay, I'm 5 short. I have 7 more opportunities. If I get 3 rare ones out of these 7, I'm gonna uninstall the game. Don't do it to me now. Alright, that gave me 5 normal ones. That's good. Complete. Mission complete. Accumulator mission complete. That is 10,000 accumulators, 50,000 uncommon batteries, and 20,000 uncommon iron into that. And the rest is going to be for laser turrets. We've got, we need like 24k, we've got 30, we got a lot more. Right, I'm just going to throw, let's throw there where they should be. Kind of sucks. Next time we do quality stuff, I'll sort it out. How many rare ones did we get? That's a nice stack of rare ones. 300. Hey, that is almost exactly on the money. We made, again, a little bit short. 3.2% chance. We made 10,000 of them. We made 10,318 of them. And we got 318 rare ones. So we're like 3 short, I would say. 3 or 4 pieces short of the expected value. So pretty good. Why do you want the rare ones? Possibly for on a spaceship. Yeah, we're still here. We've been going for almost 9 hours. Right. We do not actually need to connect military science to the labs yet. I think I won't. We're just gonna stash it into the chests for now. Actually no, it's already here. We might as well do it. We don't need to hand build it anymore. We're gonna do it the same way that we did it for blue science. Basically means I need more stuff. Especially a red splitter, so out of those because of the pizza slice splitter. What you need for that is just some electronic circuits and gears. We got some. I think we need 3 of them. So we're gonna be fine. Right, music skip. I guess we'll do it outside of what is visible. So like so, with output priority to the left. So it goes straight. Then we just go straight all the way until here. Wait, no, here. That needs to go here. I already thought, where is the space? Where is my space? The next one needs to go here. Do I not have a hotbar with these things? I suppose could go in there. That's the second one. Again, output priority to the left. So the 60-second technologies, they will go on all 4 lines, but all the 30-second technologies should go to the top just as all the other things do. Go here and out of red bells. This I can bridge, that's good. Right. This is all the way up to here. Wait, I'm forgetting this line here. I think we don't need output priority anymore here. And we can go yellow. Ah, we are red everywhere else. Let's do red. At least let's do red for this part. Can go yellow belt from that point on. Also red this part. Let's go straight. Right, all those go all the way in here, so let's bring this one there as well. And that should be military science to the labs. Now we just need a bunch of normal belts. Grenades are arriving, look at that. What a beautiful mix of belts. coal mixed with quality copper and then red ammo and grenades. Couldn't be any better if I said so myself. This is actually the very first grenades which are being made are coming down the lines now. Okay. Grab some belts. We also need to grab some inserters for military. Oh, we're gonna need to those filters as well. You're gonna need inserters for military signs. How many? 4 times 63, so it's like 250 something. Let's grab these. For the rest we just need to do the filters. I think that's the way to do it. Basically these need to get the additional military signs filter. That will actually probably bring some of these military signs packs which were left over to the bottom, but I suppose that's fine. The bots are gonna place those. I might as well do everything with the bots. I need to make the weird blueprint again. We'll do it here. So that sets the filters on the red sign spec inserters, like so. As well as place the blueprint for the bells, just the last one we need to do ourselves. Alright, also do that for this one already. This one needs a different blueprint, believe it or not, but I think this one needs the same again. Why does that one end with this inserter here though? Alright, this just goes here. Alright, so this does not go as far. This just goes to here. Like so. Just the filter is on the other side. Yeah, just the filter is on the other side. Inserter is here though, so that's good. Now we need to make the blueprint for the other side. I think that's slightly different. Row 2 and row 4. Again, grab the military signs, filter on this one. And now I'm not going to let go of the blueprint. So if I do, I'm going to be confused. I let go of the blueprint. Ah, which one is it? This one. This one has the correct orientation. Okay, my bots are not gonna like this. We'll do these manually and these as well. Cannot copy paste that because the red underground is in the way. Okay, here we did it already. Okay, this is gonna be glorious. Military science. Melee C belt to labs. Oh, we're on a red belt. The bots won't keep up with me. I'm gonna sacrifice my entire battery here. Let's try it like so, when we are starting from a distance. Why are there rare yellow inserters used for some of the labs, but not for others? Rare yellow inserters? Oh yeah, this is beautiful. Look at this. The bots are keeping up. Kind of. Yeah, I'm gonna stop right here. That's gonna be painful for the battery man. Missed inserter filters at edges. Did I? These are all good. These are good. These are not good. Right. Correct. Correct. I thought I had it, but I didn't. I didn't. Let's first walk a bit south. Oh, these are already out of juice. Okay, I need to place the belt myself then. It's only one more actually. They won't fly out far this time. So let's head back once more with the fast armor. This is a slow belt. Okay, so we should be keeping up here. Let's go in the fast belt. I think we can do it. Alright, that's nice. That's a nice view. That was the correct soundtrack for this moment here, the Vulcanus one. The red underground got overridden by a yellow on the right hand side. Okay, we'll check it out where the science enters the labs, right? I didn't force blueprint stuff, so maybe I was hoping that would not be the case. Alright, at least this time the bots don't charge up, so yeah, but this will take a while to charge back up again, so we'll definitely use the extra ones in there. Problem is, if I'm not wearing it, I'm not charging it, so I should be wearing it if I can. Let's check out the... this one is red. There's more signs going. This is okay. This is okay. This is overwritten. Probably I just messed it up myself, really. Alright. That's military science connected to the labs and properly prioritized. So now it's the moment we've been waiting on for 2 streams now. This was a long one today. We are over 9 hours in now, and we had like 6.5 hours on Friday. But the mega military science... what did I call the stream again? Something mega military science... I cannot remember it. Let me just quickly peek. I literally do not remember. It's been so long. And I made the stream title, I was young like you. Mega Military Science Session. There we go. With developer discounts, right. For the red ammo. I was planning maybe using this belt, but we didn't, so that's fine. Time to stop. Military science will start next time. You called it. Alright. I didn't want to do that, but it's Björn's Björn wants it, so I guess I have to obey the viewers. The viewers are king. So unfortunately we cannot quite start it up. Can I find a nice view? But I want to zoom in one more. Better switch off the minimap. That is the solution, the minimap. Reduce the visual clutter. The tree is useful, though I can find my way back to the base quite easily. Right, so here we go. That is military science. Yeah, initially it's gonna go to the labs. Let's first prioritize output to the chest, just to see if the chests keep up. Feeding it out. We did test this. It did unload balanced, so these chests should have the same amount of military science packs always, basically. Right. It's time. It is time. It is time. Cannot believe it. That took a while. Military science complete. Oh my god. I'm literally exhausted. Let's switch it on. How do we switch this on? We flip these two bells and that's all we need to do. That's how easy building military science is. Just flip two bells and it goes. Let's sit back and enjoy. I need to enjoy a little bit more from this side. Exactly. Check if there's still something in the coffee cup. The race is gonna go on for 2 more hours anyway, so I can still drink coffee. Nice. There goes military science. Out to the left side. Suppose some of them are gonna sneak out to the... Sorry about the interruption. Yeah, some of them are gonna sneak out. I know, we are feeding them out again as well. Okay, so that's good. We're feeding them out again. Look at the wall inserters violently throwing the bricks in there. That is how walls are made. You just smash bricks together so hard that they'll just stick together in a giant wall. It was really nice to play this run without fast inserters so far. I think we're kind of nearing the limit though of what is possible with without them. We're gonna need fast inserters at some point soon. All of the military science assemblies already are working. I think we are doing it right here. Right, so this should indeed keep the draw equal from all chests. We output on only one side of the belt for all inserters. That should go well. I suppose we don't really need the red splitters for here. But we'll keep it in place anyway. Right, let's go look at the labs. Battery is filling up again, so that means the roboports are full again. I can afford to wear my running trousers again. The military science is on a red belt. Let's look at the Johnnies. Let's look at the Johnnies from a bit further away. Yeah, it's going well. Grenades and ammo literally going under the Johnnies and military science coming back. How more thematic could it be? Here goes the science. We already missed the first packs. Man, the red belts are fast compared to the yellows. No, the first packs are on the belts right now. Here we go. There still was some leftover in the labs because of the flamethrower, obviously, but we are ready, man. We can start. Technically, we could start researching now for the laser turrets. Wow, that was a giant amount of work to set up military science. It went pretty well today. The walls were the biggest pain in the bottom. because of the 5 stone patches, the 5 small stone patches, and how they were laid out specifically. Let's have a check over here. How is it going with our plates? So we're stashing these up now as well. We switched off rare battery production. We've got 12k rare iron, 10k rare copper in here. 22 uncommons and 12k uncommon copper. Alright, so that's good. Pretty soon we'll be ready to do the laser turret stuff. Why are these still going? I'm probably making bells. Always making bells. Yeah, making bells. Alright, that's fine. Let's take a look at this area a bit more. We're gonna end the stream on this one. Should watch the production graph. We should get from here on out a nice steady production graph from military science. Gonna complete rocket fuel. It's gonna take 2 more hours to complete rocket fuel. Since we're producing 4/5 of the military science we need to match the other science packs, that means these 2 hours account for 10 hours of research at full speed, which is longer than we need to research the first batch of laser turret technologies, which amount to 400k together, to 50, 300, 400. So we started military science early enough then. We can complete rocket fuel, then switch to the laser turret ordeal, complete all these damage upgrades. That's gonna take another 6.5 hours to get through that part. So next stream is gonna be the final stream before we go fight again. After a long time, we are finally not defenseless anymore against the behemoths. And once we complete the next stream and get these technologies, we basically cannot lose the game anymore. This is our failsafe, the definitive failsafe against losing the game. The flamethrower was a Hail Mary failsafe, not really a failsafe, but more like if we are in time to intercept the expansion, we could the expansion group before they start settling bases, we could do something about it with the flamethrower. Before, when we had just the guns, we couldn't do anything about it. We could just watch it happen and cry. Now though, even if they settle their base, we can just take it out. Not take out the actual base, of course, but we can just neutralize it. And we have a trained army of companions now who can do the wall placing. So no more manual wall placement shenanigans. I won't have to do this. I won't have to do this. The bots will do it. The bots will repair stuff. The bots will place the lasers. The bots will painstakingly deconstruct all the gun turrets. So not anymore. Like in the early game, we have manually deconstructed. I cannot see it anymore, but I know it because I edited it in the next episode. We manually, I forgot the exact number, about 2,500 gun turrets were manually deconstructed at 1 second or 2 seconds each or something, before Steel X even. So that was painful. Not all of them before Steel X, I suppose. No, all of those before Steel X. We deconstructed a whole lot more in the second attack wave, which I'm still not speaking about yet. What is the grand plan for the laser turrets? To grab more space. Yes, you deduced that very well. So we already deduced this resource-rich area, which was planning on claiming but just couldn't, is already enough justification to... there's enough reason to justify... I don't know what to say. The correct justification for detouring to laser turrets. These resources together will pay back their cost immediately, and we can take on a base this size. I think we tried it on this specific base. Maybe this one, I don't remember exactly. So that is already the investment we will earn back. That is the laser turret zone now. Let's put a laser turret on that thing. This was the maybe zone, but we didn't get around to it in time before the behemoth struck. So yeah, but then we can also push the biters back here. Claim their bases like we did before, upgrade their houses to brick buildings, you know, be a good Samaritan for the biters. We can grab more stone even, and more coal. We can start mining this copper after we take down these guys, etc, etc. It's gonna be good. We can keep the base on Norvis going indefinitely. That is the plan. I think the official plan is gonna be, don't quote me on that yet, but I think it's gonna be research can only be done on Norvis. Norvis has to remain our main base. We only go to the other planets to unlock the stuff and make the respective science packs on the respective planets. We send those science packs back to Norvis and we do all the research here, which sucks because I did not prepare my lab area for for those shenanigans, but then again the lab area looks awesome. I'm really happy with how it turned out. Makes a pretty good into screen, makes a pretty good thumbnail as well. Do you need all the laser upgrades before you expand? I would very much like to have the first, the cheap couple ones, the cheap initial set, the 2 shooting speeds and 1 damage, costing 50, 100 and 100k. Then we get into the 200 to 400k costing upgrades. We don't need those until we start meddling with the behemoth worms, which have 80% laser resistance and 3000 hit points. So that's basically 15,000 hit points. And lasers do 20 damage before upgrades. So, yeah, we could use some upgrades for those. I'm gonna try to build a new lab area, I suppose, which can do all the 12 science packs. How many science packs can I do over here actually? I mean, red and green are insisted directly. I could combine military and blue on one belt if I'm a bit more smart about it. And then we have space for 2 more science packs. We still need space for the space science pack. Military is temporary, I don't even need to count it. So we have blue and space on one belt. Then we can have two extraterrestrial science packs on one belt as well, which is gonna have to be, I suppose, Vulcanus science and Fulgora science. Probably Fulgora first, for the fun of it. And then once we get around to the Gleben science pack, it's gonna be annoying. I suppose I have to go sushi belts then. Finally a reason for me to maybe learn sushi belts. If I want to keep the setup. Because after Gleba, everything changes, right? I need a mere... how much? Yeah, we just need the 1 million Gleben science packs. Only 1 million. And then we can change to biolabs. Can we though? Can we really change the biolabs? I think they require stuff, right? How about the captive biters? Don't you need that kind of stuff for biolabs? Or just the biter eggs? I haven't ever made a biolab yet in Factorio, so I have absolutely no idea how those things are put together. Alright, we also need a mere 1 million yellow and purple science packs. I kinda didn't even think about that. So this technology by itself costs the equivalent of 10 million blue science pack, excluding Gleben and space science. 3 times, 1 time, 1 time. Oh sorry, it's only 8 million blue science packs by itself. Yeah, that is another reason to keep the base going. But capture bot technology is... Oh, there it is. There is the captivity. That's another 1 million science packs. At least this time without purple and yellow. I knew it. I knew we needed some more stuff. That's basically direct behind Gleba though, so that's good. I gotta change my prerequisites back though. Let's say you need uranium mining for this. I won't know because I've got atomic bomb as a prerequisite for the thruster, which makes uranium mining a prerequisite for the thruster. I think there was some uranium prerequisites for Gleba as well. We'll check that out later though. It will be a while before we are there. One thing at a time. Right, so this belt is gonna back up. We're gonna switch this how it should be. So with the output priority to the belt. How is science production doing? Are we having 720? Tell me we've got 720. Oh, I got a lot more. I got a lot more because the belts are backed up. Belts were backed up. It should go down to 7. Oh no 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 no. I forgot. We don't do 720, we do 720 times 1.12 because we got productivity bonus in the military science assemblers, which means we are doing 806.4. And that actually means we are gonna not be doing not 1000 science per minute of progress, but it's gonna be 900 science per minute of progress. Okay, so that kind of changes the equation, does it though? No, it doesn't. We just built the other ones to produce 900 science a minute, but we built military science to consume 720 sets of ingredients. So yeah, actually we have built 806 science per minute for military science, where we built like 907 science per minute for all the other ones. So we're basically only 100 science per minute behind. That is, I failed to take that into account. So that means the difference is even smaller, and with 2 hours of research, we can basically buffer up like 20 hours of research, I think. So that is pretty good. So if we can store up 160,000, let's say 150,000, these 16 chests over here, 150,000 in the buffer, that means we can do 1.5 million worth of research or something like that, roughly speaking. Okay, that is great. What's a 10-minute graph say? 811 a minute, but yeah, the belts were backed up, so the initial start was a little bit higher than it was before. 1 hour. We're gonna get to 1 hour in the next stream. For now I can give you 10 minutes, so we're doing well, All these assemblers seem to be busy at all the time. Ammo and grenades are gonna stay backed up, I suppose, which is good, there's no gaps in the belt. I think Factorio likes it more when there are no gaps in the belt, so it doesn't make that much of a difference anymore. So how much walls do we have? 62,000 walls in stock. That is good for the laser boys. Yeah, next time is laser turret time. We have plenty enough resources to make over 2,000 laser turrets, I think. We need 24,000 batteries, so we'll have 9,000 left over. We need 40,000 green chips, but we've got that in like 4 of these chests already. And we need 10 chests of steel or something, which we've got as well. We've got some more over here now by this time, I'm pretty sure. There's another 6k in there. Are these chests filling up yet? It's not too bad. Alright. How about chips? Another 2k rare ones. Yeah. So we're gonna be spending a whole lot of these resources, mainly steel, and half of the green chips we own, plus the batteries to make laser turrets. We're gonna make those in here as well. We're gonna use the uncommon laser turrets on Norvis, and the rare ones, I suppose we can use those for space. There is some advantage to using laser turrets sometimes, although probably not really on solar power just yet. Next stream we have a little bit of filler time before we can make laser turrets. I did not enter editor mode, right? Let me just check if the achievement is still valid. Yeah, the achievement is still on. So this is all still progress then. Looks like science has backed up. All the labs have military science now, even the bottom ones. We just don't have blue science at the moment because we are doing a 45. It's really curious how that exactly lines up now. All of these labs are busy and none of these perfect. It's perfection. Incredible. All thanks to our grey blue science assembler right here. That's filling the last couple of labs here. Without overflowing into these. No, we gotten rid of the productivity modules, Bjorn. Instead, we are relying on the on overproduction from just turning a belt of iron into slightly more than half a belt of gears, which is why we have upgraded to red belts. That way, so we basically reclaimed ourselves like 200 and something rare productivity modules at the cost of just making 4 rare labs and 4 uncommon green science assemblers to keep this specific lab stack fat. Now the labs are fast enough to... That was a whole calculation as well, but it's still doing exactly 1k SPM, but now without the extra modules, so we are consuming a slight little bit more of ingredients, but ever so slightly more, like literally like nothing. But yeah, we got back the rare productivity modules, which we now are using in military science, for example, without having to make them from more rare ingredients. I have no idea how much rare stuff I will want in the future, but there is some pretty expensive stuff out there which would be nice to have in good quality, I suppose. Right, I should wire up these chests still, so we can see at a glance how much military science we have. Just gonna wire it up to these power lines. 2.7k and counting. That should go up pretty fast actually, at 720 SPM, 2.8k and counting, there we go. Like 100 every 7 seconds or so. 2.9k and counting, and pretty good. I'm not sure I'm gonna power them in space. The VODs are available on my main channel because I'm streaming on my main channel. The second channel has got the re-uploaded VODs from when I streamed on Twitch only. I probably should change something in the descriptions and whatnot. Now we're doing it different. I used to stream only on Twitch. I decided to start multi-streaming on YouTube as well. And I've been enjoying it, so we're gonna keep doing that. Alright then, I already spent 10 minutes on the way to rocket fuel. I think I'm gonna make the end of stream save here then. End of stream save. So any further progress will be lost. That was a good stream. That was a good stream. Lots of things done. Let's go take a look at it. First, for the ones who joined in later, I hope many of you were watching all 9.5 hours so far. We started out over here. Suppose we can get rid of this now, actually. We started out over here. At the Friday stream we did all the stone brick stuff from 5 different stone mines. We routed that to the base, through the forest, through the biter base, obviously, again, through this most annoying forest. In the game we won't have to route anything ever again. If we bring home new stuff, we're just gonna route it onto the existing belts already, because we just want to replenish the ore. The stone bricks go here, go here. Then we've got a complete full chunk wide array of stuff. On every tile there is a belt or a pipe. Not all of them are full at the moment, but there could be stuff on there. The bricks go here. We cleaned up the copper area a bit. Goes under here. Ends up at the wall section with our 5 rare assemblers to convert 4 belts of bricks into walls, with the help of some ridiculous amount of inserters. And we started on the new red ammo. Took a while to design the military signs. It took like the first half of the stream. Still forgot to put a radar here. We got a copper mine all the way down here, because we only need half a belt of copper now. So we skipped doing the big copper mine. We have No need for 2.5 belts of copper now, with the new ammo recipe. For those of you who don't know, in the latest experimental, the red ammo recipe has been made significantly cheaper. So 1 copper and half a steel, instead of 5 copper and 1 steel per magazine. So we can get away with a smaller build now, with half belt of copper as well, instead of copper being quite a mass ingredient. That goes up to this copper mine. Then we use this obsolete copper belt, which no longer exists. Bringing it back to the base. After that we did grenades, patch of coal, patch of iron. Sorry, this patch of iron. It's very easy, smelt the iron. For those of you who didn't see it, be amazed at the upcoming site. My proudest achievement in Factorio so far, I suppose. Not invented in this playthrough, it was in the 10k SPM playthrough, where we made a larger version of this. But this one is a lot more colorful. The original one had bricks and steel, kind of gray scales. So this one is pretty nice. This is how you basically... this is not how you do it. This is one of the ways in which you can swap around adjacent belts. You can basically make an alternating pattern. And if you do it in reverse, you can swap all the belts. Pretty nice. You can this is scales as well. You can just keep expanding these pizza slices, and if you have more adjacent belts you want to swap or alternate. Pretty cool. It goes in here at grenades, the smelting stacks on top of the red chip smelting stacks down here, and then the grenades go down through the entirety of it, meet up with the red ammo after going through this biter base. I hope they don't explode on the belts and destroy these pipes, that would be bad. And this goes to the base next to the cool / quality copper belt, a very normal belt you see in every playthrough of Factorio. Goes to the base, stop, through the base. Actually the other ones go here. Next to the old military science area, pretty stylish. And then just go through the science build over here. Through the Johnnies goes the military science, the grenades and the red ammo. I love it. Some absolutely normal belt weaving going on here. Don't worry about it, it's very normal. Yeah, we still procrastinated successfully in cleaning up the quality coal belts and the obsolete 24,000 uncommon mining drills, which were the previous target of these uncommon plates before we started making batteries off of them. Now we don't have a target for the uncommon plates anymore, so we need to see if we can do something else with them. And it goes into science. All of this goes into science. Out comes the science. We have our 160,000 science pack buffer chests. How long is that going to take to fill up? 160,000. That's not 160,000, right? It is 9.8k times 60. That's the capacity of the chest. That's 156,800. Divided by, we're making 720 SPM with a 1.12 times productivity bonus. So that's 194 minutes, so 3 hours. It should be 3 hours and a bit. My brain and my voice don't work independent from one another. 3.25 hours to fill up all these chests. Then we can research for, I don't know, should be able to research for like 30 hours or so then. I don't know exactly how long, not gonna think about it now. But this is very good. We are literally an hour and 40 minutes away from rocket fuel. I think I'm just gonna save this progress as well. I didn't do anything stupid, I think. So let's save here then. Progress is progress now. Now it starts to be, now the technology starts to drag on though. We're getting to the big boys now. The ones which don't cost 100 or 200,000. We're getting to the ones which cost 300,000, 500,000, a million, and so on. So yeah. Yeah, man, nice. Can't say much more than nice. How much power are we using now? We're doing 390 megawatts. Before military science, we were doing by memory 350 megawatts. So we're adding 40 megawatts with military science. Most of military science is all efficiency module though. There is not much productivity going on except in these assemblers. Those probably account for most of the 40 megawatts. There's like 275 kilowatts per assembler times 56. 75 times 56. That's 15 megawatts of power. Almost half of the military science power is in these assemblers then, I would imagine. Okay, pretty cool. I was going with coal. Actually, coal is not doing great, is it? Coal is doing a little bit suspiciously not great. So maybe the focus of next stream is going to be to get those effing accumulators up and running and expand the solar farm to 10k, because our once rich coal patch is but a fifth. The military science discount also applies to this coal patch. 1/5 of the original is left. And we don't actually have any backup coal mines anymore, except the ones we are already mining from here. So I'm just gonna enter brownouts pretty soon. There's not much left. Oh god. Maybe I should not save anymore then after this. We have 25k in the boilers still. Looks like the boilers are full again, so now it's gonna back up again, but it's already getting night. I think we are prioritizing power, so we're making less plastics, which means we're making less red chips, which is not good because then these chests are gonna run out faster. 362k, so only 15k below what we were, so not too bad yet. But we definitely want to fix power then. Once we fix power, all the coal can go to plastics, and then we'll have more than plenty again for quite a while. It's also quite easy to hook up another coal patch and just plug it in there, so not really too worried about that. Yeah, it's gonna be fine. I think changing to actual solar accumulator power is gonna be the focus of the next one. The accumulators, we don't really need them. We could just consume coal for the steam power at night, that's fine. But we will need them for laser turrets, because those are gonna cause some massive energy spikes, which, especially at night, the steam power plant will not be able to catch, and we're gonna die, basically. So that's why we need the accumulators. That's gonna be for the next time though. Alright, let me just check the chat real quick. Thanks Xtrill for the Prime subscription, sorry I missed that. I did not try out the new driving just yet. I don't have car researched. If we can get more land, we cannot get it just yet. We're already using productivity in all the science parts actually. We're just not using it in the furnaces. But everything else already has productivity. Like, we have it on the gears for engines, we have it on the engines themselves, on blue signs, the labs. We just don't have it on red and green signs itself, because that's kind of a waste of pollution. 6 pollution per machine. This machine basically processes almost 0 resources per minute. So it's a little bit of a waste to have it output 6 pollution a minute, just to get a little bit more red signs. So we're not using it on the oil stuff, but for the rest we're using it on pretty much everything, even over here. So we're already boosting. We're just not squeezing every last ore out of the furnaces, because that will just create too much pollution and require too much power at this point in the game. I'm quite happy with the balance as it is now. Pollution cloud is kind of at its maximum size already anyway. Ah, it's the Brundle grid walk already. What time is it now? Am I speaking too long? Oh yeah, I'm speaking too long. Gotta go. 20 minutes. Till the start. Get up and stretch. I missed it as well. I'm gonna do it after the stream. Thanks for redeeming it every time though. It helps, it helps. It helps. Not as much as it should, but it helps. Speeding up the game. Good question. Can we still do that? I did still not do anything stupid. Right? I'm not sure if I did anything stupid. Let's not save anymore. Let's see how much FPS we can still get. So we'll switch on the FPS counter and we're gonna speed up the game. 2 times 120. Okay, we got it. 4 times. That's 3 times 180. 240, still success. 300? No. So we're stuck between 4 and 5 times game speed it seems, if I just try to increase as much as possible. Yeah, much more than 5 times game speed we're not gonna get, man, but 300 UPS is not bad. So we still can try to speed up the game, apparently. If we're stuck to absolutely waiting and waiting and waiting, I'm probably gonna speed up. But as long as we got stuff to do, I'm not going to. I used to do it in the early game, before we had the running armor. But with the running armor now, I don't need to speed up at all anymore, really. If I now speed up with the running armor, I'm just gonna die to a random biter. Alright, that's gonna be it for me today. I hope you had a good time. I hope you're happy with the progress, as happy as I am. That means we're done. We're done with all the sciences for quite a while. It will be quite a while before we build more science. So we're going to have some other projects to do, starting with solar panel accumulators. Probably landfilling more chunks up here. That has been on the list for forever. I think we've got 100,000 landfill easy to burn through right now. These chests over here combined. 104,000 landfill, so yeah, that's quite a bit. We have a running armor now, so we should be able to do it quite fast. And then there's we gotta prepare for laser turrets as well. I think after we do solar, accumulators, landfill, rocket fuel is going to be complete easy. So we can start preparing for the laser stuff. Actually, we also need to wait for laser turrets to complete before we can make laser turrets, but we can start thinking about them at least. We also should probably during the research of this laser turret stuff, we're gonna set up the things we have been researching right now. Low density structures and rocket fuel, blue chips. Basically the rocket ingredients. We can find a space for the silos. We can think about what we need from them. We probably are going to have to mine. The thing with this base is all the resources have a purpose, a dedicated purpose for science. I don't have anything for a mall of any kind. So except what is like some leftover ores which we are pumping in this old smelting area right here. I don't have any backups, any backup resources. So it means for the rocket silo we're gonna have to smelt, we're gonna have to mine and smelt separate resources as well. Which is why I'm glad I still have this giant copper patch remaining now with the new science with the new military red ammo upgrade. With copper being cheaper, now we have this rich copper patch left over. We've got a copper patch here left over. I mean, blue chips, low density structures, quite copper heavy. 2/3 copper about, on average, compared to iron. So that's going to be good. Rocket fuel, we're probably just going to draw from... we're going to build a separate setup to make rocket fuel, I suppose. We're going to have to make sure we prioritize consumption of petroleum gas, or we're just going to make petroleum gas into rocket fuel as well. Just build this is a self-sustaining blue setup. We're going to build a self-sustaining rocket fuel setup. Put a little bit of petroleum gas into rocket fuel. It won't hurt. The rocket launches are the same price as always, the default price, 50, 50, 50. Science is 1,000 times as expensive, but the rocket launches are going to be the same cost. So I suppose we're going to be... we don't need to do 1,000 times rocket launches. So it doesn't really hurt to burn a bit of petroleum gas into solid fuel to make a self-sufficient rocket fuel setup. You have the space. We got this giant area left over to do a lot of it in. We got also a giant area here. Probably I want the rocket silos to be somewhere over here, perhaps. On the starter lake with Ben the fish. On the lab area, the spaceship. That's gonna be nice. Old, probably defunct steam power plant by the time. We're gonna give this like a backup though. We're gonna make it into a backup, a one-time shot with this full steam tank. If anything goes wrong, we have a couple minutes on steam to fix it. He launched tons of rockets for space science. How that's so? Just to get the platforms up. And then it's just gonna be bringing it down for free. And space science is super cheap. It's going to be easy to get 1000 science per minute in space science, I think. We'll need 1000 times rocket launches for importing science though. I guess that's true. But those will be made on other planets. So we won't need to worry about those on this base. Yeah, Bjorn, see you next time as well. Looking at nothing usually helps with UPS, that's correct. Let's just try looking at the map view at nothing. Try speeding it up again. And we get slightly higher. Not really that much though. Yes, more. Yeah. Sometimes. Maybe we're not looking at too much at the moment. Space is about 100 science per station. That depends on how big you make the station, I suppose. Alright, anyway, I'm gonna stop talking. I can talk about Factorio forever, man. Enjoy the military. Yeah, we're gonna just zone out on the military science for the last couple minutes of the stream. Thanks everybody for watching. Next stream will be very likely next Friday and next Sunday again. Back to semi-regular stream schedule. Yeah, it's gonna be good times. Next time, no more science building. We're gonna do other things. I'm looking forward to it. I've routed enough bells through forest. I don't want to do it anymore. So yeah, with that said, I hope you all have a great evening and I'll see you all next time.